Hello and welcome. It's brilliant to have futsal back. This is the FA National Futsal Series 2021 Summer Showdown with 5 fixtures coming up as part of the Women's Super Series, a 6-week one-off competition with Champions League nomination on the line. Isaac Barrington is alongside me. Great to have you with us. What are you excited about today?
Yeah, brilliant to be back and have competitive futsal action back after 14 months. It'll be really exciting to see these 5 live games brought to you today. Absolutely can't wait.
Well, the first game, as you can see, is at University of Liverpool against Loughborough students, and I spoke to the managers ahead of kick-off. Loughborough manager Jose Llorente. Jose, how brilliant is it to have futsal back?
No, it's absolutely amazing. We are really buzzing. The girls are over the moon to be back on court. It's been a long 14 months without playing, and we are absolutely looking forward for this game. Can we wait any longer?
What are you expecting from today's game?
It's going to be a hard game. Obviously, Liverpool finished on the fight for winning the league on the North last season, so they are quite a strong squad. We both are uni-based, so all the teams normally change every year quite a lot. We want to give a good show, we want to give a good game, and we expect obviously to get that result. We're working hard for that, but now we need to put the effort on the game to see that happen.
University of Liverpool manager Danielle Farrell. Danielle, how much are your team looking forward to getting out there?
Yeah, they can't wait actually. Obviously it's been such a long wait. It's been 15 months now since we've been indoors, so the girls are really looking forward to just getting out and playing again.
And what will you say to them ahead of this match against Loughborough?
I think just to enjoy it. So it's new competition today. We've never played Loughborough in the National League anyway. So it's a new side we're facing, and I think just getting out and playing. So hopefully the girls will enjoy it. It's good that it's a university side as well, so it's a little bit of a rivalry there. So we'll just have to see how today goes.
Well, here are the teams, both taking a knee ahead of kick-off here at the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. Fantastic to be here, and just take you to the lineups ahead of kick-off. So first of all, University of Liverpool have Hannah Austin in goal, Catherine Moran, Erin Slade, Charlotte Newsham and Emma Lysons, the rest of their lineup. And then the Loughborough side, Sam Abbott in goal for them, Hannah Keel, Georgia Patterson, Larissa Meller and Rosanna Frith Salem. So very excited to get this competition underway. 5 fixtures across the day, so should be a thrilling day of action. Isaac, there is so much to look forward to, but this will be interesting. 2 student teams facing up against one another. What are we expecting?
Yeah, 2 student teams. It will be a high intensity, brilliant occasion here. I know the manager before the game referred to it being a competitive game between these 2 university sides. Kick off in just a few moments' time, but I'm sure it will be high action, many goals, and a lot to look forward to here today.
So the referee just running players through as we await what was a really eagerly awaited kick-off. 15 months, as mentioned there by Danielle Farrell and Jose Llorente, the 2 managers. They both referenced how much their players were excited to get back, and the social element, the mental health benefits, physical as well, being part of a club, being part of a sport, and here the highest level of women's domestic futsal in the UK. So the referees just about to signal the kick-off. University of Liverpool against Loughborough students. Here we go. Number 9, Catherine Moran, getting ready to kick off here. So live action across the day in Walsall. Liverpool against Loughborough to start. And should be a fast-paced, intense day across each of these games. Liverpool against Loughborough is now underway as Liverpool build from the back. Onto the left-hand side now. And back, player over on the right-hand side. And Loughborough win possession now, and this is their first attack. But good defending there, keeper clears over halfway. So Liverpool in possession early on, but we can see that Loughborough had intent immediately.
Yeah, straight away we can see the intensity of the game there from the very first moment from the kick-off. Of course, that's the first kick-off with the new law change as well, the ball not having to be played forward.
So now Loughborough clear, trying to build attack, maybe get a shot on goal this time. Laid off back, and good win back from Liverpool. Tries to break on the left-hand side, and the ball goes out of play. So it'll be really interesting to see these teams. Of course, student teams as well. It may mean that they don't have as much experience of playing together. Maybe some new players have entered the team. That could have an effect, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. There could be a mixed bunch of players playing today, and perhaps not played with each other as much as some of the other sides, but we'll see how this affair goes.
Yeah, Liverpool building there on the left-hand side, having to work in that small space. Eventually Loughborough see the ball out. There's Moran there, who got us underway with the first kick of this the Women's Super Series as part of this summer showdown. 15 months that we've been waiting, and now we're underway. Newsham, the ball through, and the goalkeeper was well out there and alert.
Yeah, brilliant goalkeeping there to come out and smother and clear the danger.
This could be a good opportunity for Liverpool, and Moran with the ball in, and shot wasn't accurate there, but good to have had an early opportunity at least, building confidence in the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's always important to get off to a good start and try to build some momentum. Momentum always a key part of futsal.
So kick in then comes from Loughborough. Building now on this left-hand side where it goes out of play. So Liverpool now have the kick in, and it's been a fairly even start, but we're only a couple of minutes in, of course.
Yeah, referee Carl Jones fairly lenient with the ball moving on that near side touchline there.
So interesting to see how high scoring these games will be, whether there'll be lots of opportunities for attackers or whether there'll be a few nervy moments, a little bit cagey perhaps. Hard to predict what we'll see in some senses. So Emma Licence to Newsham, forward, really good block there by Loughborough. Now they have a chance to shoot, could be the first goal. No, really good block there, good covering from the defender, because that could have been a great opportunity for Loughborough to get the first goal.
Yeah, first opening really of the game for Loughborough as they broke forward and got the shot away. Well defended though.
So opportunity here, but once again this time it's Moran back there. So second bite at the cherry this time. And laid back to the right, but that was not a good pass back. Really good interception. So suddenly both teams have quelled the attack of each other, and we hardly have clear-cut chances in the first few minutes. A chance for these teams really to build a bit of confidence. Let's see if they can do that here on the right-hand side. So a couple of options here for Loughborough, and it's played in, and slightly different tactic that time to get an effort in on goal for Loughborough.
Yeah, perhaps just trying to catch the keeper off guard and get a quick shot in, but off target on that occasion.
So Licence on the right, back to Newsham. Playing it a few times between themselves so far, rolls across, but no one's there unfortunately. Just a bit of a miscommunication perhaps. So Loughborough this time with the kick in. We haven't seen much possession in this territory, but moving forward now, chip forward. And high there again, Liverpool cover. So really are stopping each other from attacking, and that was a great covering situation there from another 13. That's Rosanna Frith-Salem, who's been well involved so far. Moran with a shot with the outside the foot blocked. So Licence is there, Newsham. Bit of a linchpin there in defence Often on the ball, looks like she'll have a shot, and that is easily blocked.
Yeah, well defended there from Thrift Salem.
So once again, Liverpool, not good communication, but that was perhaps the best shot on target that we've seen so far, and it came from Erin Slade there.
Yeah, real opportunity, definitely the best of the game so far. Just couldn't quite get enough power behind the ball and a simple save in the end, but definitely the best opening of the game so far.
Well, you'd have to say just 3 minutes in, it is fairly even though between these two sides. Maybe Liverpool just beginning to have a couple more chances and grow into the game, but of course we've seen a couple of sloppy passes from them too.
Yeah, certainly there has been a few misplaced passes, and obviously can lead to opportunities for the opposition. Dangerous square passes along the back line, but potentially an opportunity here.
Newsham's going to come forward on this right hand side, ball into the middle to Moran. That's a good effort, just sliced a little bit and went wide, but once again, to have your first shot of the game or your first clear opportunity just helps, as I was saying, build confidence. And Newsham, well, we've seen her quite a lot in defence. Coming forward on this right-hand side, check back, and Moran was there in the middle. So perhaps looking like one of the key players there. And sometimes just taking a bit of risk going forward from one of the more defensive players can help create opportunities. So now goalkeeper coming forward, but immediately blocked there by Newsham, who seems to be everywhere at the minute. So just 4 minutes in to this first half, and Frith Salem once again switches and allows, I think, Mellor to take this kick in. No, so a bit of interesting tactics. They're trying to catch the goalkeeper by surprise once again, but thankfully Austin was alert.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen that particular kick in from the playbook of Loughborough there, trying to get the shot off early, as we see the first foul of the game as well.
Well, just wonder, looks to be hurt there. That's Frith Salem who's down, who's been playing well so far from the opening. Let's have another look here. So she went in for the challenge with Newsham.
Yeah, just a little bit late on that one as we see the first foul committed.
So I think that's the manager, Jose Lorente, who we talked to before the game, just checking that she's all right. Now there are 7 substitutes available through the competition and squads of 12 for this, and of course unlimited substitutions available. It could be an opportunity to make one here. Looks like they have done so. The number 9, Abby Todd, has come on for Frith Salem. So Newsham will take this free kick back to Licence, as she passed it so many times. And trying to get forward, trying to work inside that space, but really good pressing there from Loughborough. So a reasonably cagey opening, but you just get the feeling that the sides are starting to create chances, and as I say that, Sam Abbott has to be really on her toes to come out there. So this started with a free kick far back.
Yeah, definitely we see that long ball played forward, and Abbott again, good goalkeeping, and again there.
So really good chance here, and we do have the opening goal, and it's scored by Erin Slade. Great opportunity for her, and she certainly took it with aplomb.
Yeah, brilliant finish there from Slade. Great goalkeeping initially, but just on the rebound, just bobbled nicely, and a simple finish in the end. And we have the opening goal of the game, the opening goal of this summer Showdown Saturday.
And it was just after Abbott had made a really good save for Loughborough, so they kept up that pressure, and that was really key, I think, sustained pressure.
Yeah, definitely that momentum spoken about before, and just building pressure on the opposition goal.
Interesting to see how Loughborough react. Not so well so far, because Moran had a good shot there, and that was perhaps her best opportunity of the game. And we can now say that Liverpool have had 3 or 4 great opportunities. This could be another one. Abbott just gets that away. So suddenly Liverpool are really on top here.
Yeah, swift swinging momentum, and Abbott being forced into making a few good saves.
But one of Loughborough's strengths has been winning back possession in midfield. maybe they can assert themselves in this game. Of course, we saw the player go off their substitution for Salem. They have to just regain that sort of cohesion on the left-hand side with Hussein. So ball out of play for a kick in once again here on this left-hand side, down near our commentary position. In fact, here at the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. And on the Liverpool start by the touchline. Hussein with this long kick. And that's blocked.
Yeah, just an overturn on that kick in there.
So, Newsham and Licence. Newsham now popping on the right-hand side. Moran, great opportunity. Oh, it was their first touch. Maybe let her down a little bit.
Yeah, most certainly a better first touch there and a clear opportunity on goal. But again, we see Liverpool breaking through that second line of defence from Loughborough and creating opportunities.
Out of play, sliced there by Hussein.
Yeah, Fatima Hussein yet to really establish herself in this game. Dispossessed a couple of times in her own half, but can be difficult coming on as an early substitute and trying to work your way into the intensity of the match.
Yeah, just 5 minutes inside this first half here. 1-0 to the University of Liverpool, who've made a really strong start against Loughborough students. Two university teams facing off against each other. Danielle Farrell, their manager, was saying she was pleased, in fact, that it was a student side, maybe more the sort of game that they're used to. Moran free on the left-hand side once more, and Abbott is one of the best players, you'd have to say, because it is thanks to her that it is only 1-0.
Yeah, definitely thanks to Sam Abbott there. There's been a couple of times prior to that where she's come out and smothered well and taken possession, but that was a brilliant save from close range, and if it wasn't for Abbott, this could be 2 or 3 already.
Yeah, Abbott now in possession as she tries to build an attack this time on the left-hand side. There's a substitute, Todd. So, Jose Llorente's Loughborough students against Danielle Farrell's University of Liverpool women's futsal team, and both of these sides so excited to get back and play, and Danielle Farrell will be the happier of the two managers with the start so far, but that could all change so quickly, as we know. Here is Todd, didn't quite get enough on that, but it was a great opportunity. Here comes Newsham coming forward on the counter-attack. What a brilliant goal, and she doubles the advantage of this Liverpool side, who've started with such freedom.
Yeah, it all came from the opportunity down the other end as well, with a brilliant break forward from Charlotte Newsham. Broke down the court at pace, and a brilliant finish as well. Never looked like missing, and there was nothing that Abbott could do to save that one.
Yes, scored, as you said, with such certainty from a player who's done a lot of great defending so far. So perhaps one of the key players for Liverpool. Now Slade, who scored the first goal, popping up on this right-hand side. Not much space to work with, but no problem for her. Moran can't get it back to her or get an in on goal. So Todd now, who missed that chance a moment ago, which was crucial. But it was her first opportunity, personally, of the game. So now Licence, lots of space on this left, cuts inside. Maybe we'll find Moran, or we'll go back instead to Slade.
Yeah, so just starting to see the game open up a little bit with more space on the court for Loughborough as they look to attack here.
Newsham, long range strike this time, just keeping Abbott on her toes, but that's pretty much the position which she's had to be throughout. So really exciting last few minutes as Liverpool have scored 2 goals. Slade and Newsham, numbers 2 and 7, by the way.
Yeah, slight confusion there just on the buzzer for the timeout. The timeout has to be on the team who's called the timeout ball, and I think we will see it here for Loughborough, handed in by coach Jose Llorente, and it will be a short timeout with 13 minutes and 9 seconds left on the clock to play in this first period.
Well, what do you think he'll be saying to his team during this timeout? Of course, 2-0 down, but they haven't started that badly.
No, they certainly haven't, and if the chance is put away at the other end, then it's a completely different game to be 1-1. Newsham went down the other end, brilliant finish, 2-0. Provides Liverpool with that extra goals cushion. But Llorente will be just trying to say to his team to get back into the game. Don't panic, there's a long time to go in the game of futsal. Just try to work yourselves back into the game, try to create some opportunities and see where that takes you.
Exactly, and they'll have the opportunity to, I suppose, learn a bit more about their opposition from these opening few minutes and then use that to sort of create a bit of a game plan going forward. And there's a long way to go in this match, of course.
There's a really long way to go. And for Liverpool as well, you'd have to say that Farrell, the coach there on the sideline, would be really pleased with the start to this game. Obviously, not just the 2-goal advantage, but the manner in which they've performed early on as well. Certainly in control at the moment.
Yeah, so from a Loughborough perspective, they'll be hoping they can use this opportunity. Abbott has been their best player so far with, well, I think we've lost count of how many saves that she's had to make. It's around 5 or 6, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. If it wasn't for Sam Abbott in that goal there, she's certainly been involved a lot, and it could certainly be a much higher scoreline.
Okay, so we restart play now following that timeout for Loughborough. And Hussein tries to get the ball upfield, but with no success. Really good pressing here. And I thought that was going to be our third Liverpool goal, but in the end, Abbott was there, the defenders was there, and there was just enough pressure on the Liverpool forward to prevent her getting a clean strike away.
Yeah, again, though, Sam Abbott playing as an almost sweeper keeper, out quickly to smother the danger again.
And this time Hussein just does enough, and that sets Todd on the counter. Lovely little trickery there, but there's just too many bodies there for Liverpool, for Todd. She needs a bit of support here. And, well, I suppose that's just an example. We've seen a couple of those already, how one team is on the attack and suddenly they get back in numbers really quickly. So we've just seen a bit of a burst of intensity before that timeout was called, and it seems like the match has continued in a similar vein.
Yeah, most definitely. And also the side story in a game of futsal, the foul count, not looking as though we will have a 10-metre spot kick as of yet. Just the one foul committed so far.
Newsham forward here, and Abbott just got a block on that, I think with her thigh. So really making herself big. Kicking now once again. Oh, ferocious strike, my goodness me. And Abbott, she's saved everything, but she might not have even seen that as it flew past her. Let's take another look. It was a layoff back. It was Newsham with her second of the game, and she has been fantastic in this opening to the game.
Yeah, an absolute thunderbolt into the roof of the net there, and absolutely nothing that Abbott could do about it. But Newsham, certainly the star of the match so far. Brilliant finish there.
Yeah, so that makes it 3-0 that Liverpool lead Loughborough by. And, well, a chance for Loughborough to just think about how they might be able to get back into this game. Loughborough University, of course, who are so dominant in the British universities' Bucks competitions. Always expect a strong showing from them.
I believe, actually, after that discussion from the match officials, they have disallowed that goal. Not completely sure as to why.
Well,
potentially a moving ball on the initial kick. But they're in deep discussion as we brought you that replay.
Well, it's a shame to rule out a goal of that quality, but in any case, Liverpool are on the attack this time once more. It's Newsham again, all over the pitch. Back to Slade on this right-hand side, who has also scored and got the opening goal. Erin Slade now forward to number 12, Hannah Kenny, who's come on as a substitute in this first half. So 2-0, Liverpool lead Loughborough by in this first half. Hussein this time with the clearance, and Newsham has it, rolls and tries to shoot. Still has possession. Slade blocked, and the angle just wasn't there for her this time, Slade.
Yeah, no, but it's worth noting as well on that last disallowed goal, Charlotte Newsham definitely builds the confidence, even though that goal has been disallowed, to have smashed it past Abbott in the fashion that she did.
So Slade in the corner, headed in. So Liverpool are having a fantastic opening here to the game. And Loughborough restart play.
Yeah, Emma Lysons on the end of that corner. Disappointing from a Loughborough point of view to concede from such a simple set piece though. There's no ruling out that one. Simple header for Lysons.
Yeah, so Lysons makes it 3-0, and it is 3-0 this time because that goal wasn't disallowed as per Charlotte Newsom's previous strike. So Loughborough could be 4-0 down. So really interesting to see how they respond to this now, because we've seen goals from Lysons, Newsham and Slade for Liverpool. So what do Loughborough need to do to try and react?
Yeah, it's a really difficult situation for Loughborough. Potentially see a fly goalkeeper in the second half as they try to get back into the game, but for now it's just about damage limitation going into half-time and trying to potentially nick a goal themselves.
Yeah, they're trying to get on with this one quickly. Shawcross, another of the substitutes who's come on here, tries to get it to Todd, but just didn't have the space to work with. And this is a really good opportunity. This is Lysons once more. Really good block, and lucky not to concede at least a shot on target there. Lysons has it back once more. Oh no, she doesn't. And it's away this time to Newsham and goes out of play. Well, you could see that Loughborough were really keen to get on with kicking the ball in to try and create an opportunity just before they did have a shot. They appealed to see maybe whether that crossed the line, but it hadn't, because Austin had indeed saved, but Austin hasn't been tested for quite a few minutes. Newsham turns really well there, and maybe Slade will do the same. She plays it forward to Lysons, and now Newsham. Loughborough do get it away, and wow, look at that intent from Emma Lysons. Tries to play the ball in, but it's becoming clear that Liverpool are the stronger side.
Yeah, most definitely, and Newsham and Lysons linking up really well there at the forefront of all attacks by Liverpool as they look to add to their advantage going into the half-time break. Still half of this first period left to play, plenty of time for them to do so.
Definitely, yeah, not the best corner there from Newsham, but she's racing to try and win it back. She has it at her feet now. Over to Slade. And then Kenny, Lysons, Newsham, such good trickery on the ball. And still Kenny is chasing under really good pressure, but Lysons will take the kick in.
Yeah, and just the signalling of an advantage rolling foul there was initially signalled by the near side official Carl Jones. Paul Waitley across to signal the rolling foul.
Yeah, and Jose Llorente, the Loughborough head coach, trying to signal to his team to try and help them get back into the game. Been a difficult start for them so far. 3-0 down here. Todd with a bit of trickery, but unfortunately Lysons wins it back and is stronger. So Todd from deep. Malin has come on, but she can't build an attack either. Newsham just sees the ball out of play on this left-hand side touchline near our commentary position.
Yeah, it's just that final ball in the final third really for Loughborough, failing to find a teammate in the most crucial moments. Some of the build-up play has been satisfactory. It's just that final ball to create the last opportunity.
There's a swagger about Newsham before taking that kick. Cool, calm starts and brilliant finishing from Liverpool so far, and she will be so pleased with the way that her team have opened this game. Of course, as Isaac said, we're only halfway inside the first period. So, Brooks, who's come on, gives it to Newsham. Good block there from Loughborough. This is what they need really to start off by defending well and build up from the back, trying to create an attack. Abbott just retrieving the ball here, and will clear. So it goes downfield, but they can't hang on to it, unfortunately. And Brooks can't create inside. Touch a tight space on the right-hand side either. So Lysons back to Newsham. just lets the ball roll off her feet, as we've seen, and sometimes bouncing a little bit, but that just shows her confidence in touch. Brooks on the right. License plays the 1-2. No chance to get forwards. And almost happy now to just stop Loughborough from attacking without doing too much so themselves. And Newsham has certainly attacked throughout this game. Liverpool's best player has scored again. It's now Liverpool 4, Loughborough 0.
Yeah, big advantage now for Liverpool. Charlotte Newsham again at the forefront of the attack. One touch, bang. Nothing that Abbott could do to save that again. Deadly in attack from Charlotte Newsham.
Yeah, looking almost a little bit out of breath there in that shot as she recovers from racing upfield, as she has done throughout the match. And well, it's one thing to be commanding in your own position and another to be everywhere, as she is here on this left-hand side building the attack. But just how impressed have you been with her throughout the game?
Yeah, most definitely. Charlotte Newsham running the show really here in the opening game of the day.
So Newsham again on this left-hand side wriggles away from defenders, but eventually it is Loughborough who win out from that bit of play. License, who has also scored in this first half, long distance shot, but Abbott, the goalkeeper for Loughborough, will save those all day long, as she has been doing, but can't help them in the attack and can save them once again. The goalkeeper has been terrific, might be faced again here. Newsham, oh, wonderful effort there just to play the ball in.
Yeah, it was Hannah Kenny coming in at the far post as Newsham played the ball across.
Yeah, she had the option to either shoot or find her teammate. Didn't quite do the latter, but it was a good idea. And I suppose when you are 4-0 up, she can try and play her teammates in as well. Bit of style creeping into the play of Liverpool, but of course, I'm not for a moment suggesting that they're showboating in any way, but there's a long way to go in this match, but we're waiting to see what kind of response Loughborough are able to offer, expecting, given the reputation of Loughborough students and just how strong they are across all sports, and to see whether they can come back into this match, because they have had a few one-on-one chances.
Yeah, Sam Abbott there just offering herself as an option over on the far side for that previous kick-in. Not the first time we've seen that today.
Newsham, chance of another goal for her, but in the end just can't get the ball out of her feet in time. So 4-0 that Liverpool leads. Slade opened the scoring early on, and then 2 for Newsham, either side of an Emma License header. So Loughborough now, maybe this will be an opportunity, just left the ball there, and a good shot, and Hannah Austin has to make an important save for the first time in a few minutes.
Yeah, good save there from Austin. It was Hannah Keel for Loughborough with the attempt.
Let's take another look. So there was a player over on this left-hand side and took it with her left. Austin was well out. Loughborough back in possession. But Liverpool win it back momentarily. Played in by Malin. And turning there is Keel, who had that chance a moment ago. Player over on the right-hand side has to turn back. Great pressing from Newsham, who is everywhere, at the risk of repeating myself. So almost no opportunity to get out of that corner for Loughborough, but dogged and determined in trying to create opportunities there on that right-hand side. For the team in purple, they like to refer to it as African Violet officially. The colours of Loughborough, and Liverpool in their white and blue. So 4-0 that Liverpool lead by. Newsham the best player on the pitch so far, although you could argue that Abbott, in making a number of important saves, has impressed just as much. I suppose goalkeepers don't always get as much credit, do they?
No, certainly not, but Abbott's had plenty of work to do so far, despite conceding those 4 goals that she could do absolutely nothing about. Has really kept her side somewhat in this game.
Newsham trying to get another opportunity here, and once again determined. Kenny, that will just go out of play away from her as she chases.
Yeah, just slightly overplayed there by the number 10 for Liverpool, Sophie Brooks. She tried to break through the last line of the Loughborough defence.
So clearance from goalkeeper Abbott goes straight out of play this time. Brooks, Newsham, Licence. Lovely touches here from the side, leading by 4 goals to 0. And Kenny came on as a substitute early inside this first half. Hasn't really had the opportunities that some of the other players have had an attack, but the way it's going and how many chances Liverpool are getting, I'm sure it won't be too long before she does. So Liverpool have already scored from this position with Emma Licence. This time it goes back, but to the same player who headed it in earlier on. Kenny doing really well, but eventually Loughborough do win it back through Todd. But Todd would like to be doing that higher up the pitch, as she was a little earlier on, and unfortunately missing that chance right before Liverpool went up the other end and made it 2-0. So on the left-hand side this time, Loughborough, and the square ball doesn't quite come off to Todd, but she applauds the idea. So they are working hard to try and get back into this game with 5 minutes remaining of this first half.
Yeah, slightly better last 2 or 3 minutes of play for Loughborough as they look to get back into this game.
So laid back there, but unfortunately the flick or attempted pass doesn't quite come off. So you're watching live coverage then of the FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown, the first round of competition, and Champions League nomination on the line, of course, but that will come when we get to the grand final next month. So keep your eyes peeled across the 6-week competition. Should be an absolute thriller. Here comes Kenny, and Newsham with a follow-up. Oh gosh, that is harsh on Abbott, you feel. Made the 2 saves, but Newsham was there to follow up, and she makes it Liverpool 5, Loughborough 0.
Yeah, Charlotte Newsham completes her first half hat-trick. 15 minutes of play. You do feel for Sam Abbott in the Loughborough goal there as a goalkeeper looking for her defence to back her up after the initial couple of saves, but Newsham, I'm sure, will be delighted. 3 goals for her in this first period, and it's 5-0 to Liverpool.
Yeah, so 2 key players in this first half going up against one another. That was their latest duel, and it was the save initially from Kenny, in which Abbott got down, and then she blocked the second effort from Newsham, and it kind of squeezed through her legs and into the goal for 5-0 to Liverpool. So Patterson on the Loughborough substitutes, and Todd now chips forward. That goes out of play. Well, 5-0 is quite a different story to when we were at 2 or 3 and we're waiting to see how Loughborough would respond. It's a commanding advantage.
Yeah, most definitely. You do feel that any further goals in this game likely to go the way of Liverpool could get out of hand, really, with the majority of this game left to be played.
So Liverpool have brought on another sub, it looks like. Megan Whitfield, number 11, has come on. Bottom left of your picture. Newsham still very much involved, and she's put in so much work throughout this game that maybe she could afford a rest sometime soon. So Whitfield, Newsham, 1-2 onto the right hand side. A lot of space here. Ball just trickles out of play.
Yeah, just slightly overcooked that pass there.
But there's a lot of invention and creativity coming out of these Liverpool attacks. So now Loughborough have Hussein in possession on their left-hand side. Goes back and onto this right-hand side. Todd, now Patterson. Hussein making himself available on the right, but didn't quite come off with that pass.
What I would say there is, though, Loughborough a much better pattern of play. Just keeping possession for a little bit can help settle the nerves, and obviously when you've got the ball, the opposition can't attack your goal, so even just a bit of possession for Loughborough won't go amiss at the moment.
Danielle Farrell's Liverpool's manager standing there, arms folded. She must be pleased with the first half, but still looking on, stern-faced, wants her team to give everything to make sure they hold on to what is already a commanding lead, but they keep their focus in the game. I suppose that's the important thing. Liverpool now with Newsham once more, and Patterson wins it back but gives it away straight away. Brooks and Hussein with a really good interception and a strong challenge. She goes for the early shot. Well, perhaps Todd might have been overlapping. How'd she check back?
Yeah, it's a good point you make there just a moment ago. The Liverpool coach, Danielle Farrell, certainly won't want her side to take the foot off the gas. Want to keep pushing and score as many goals as possible.
So Mellor for Liverpool. A nice bit of play by Patterson, and once again just into the side. The angle wasn't really on there. Would have had to been a superb shot to beat the goalkeeper, Austin.
Yeah, would have more favoured a cut back on the left foot, ideally.
So 5-0 to Liverpool with 3 minutes left on the clock as we await play restarting here at the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. Straight into the hands of Austin. Plays it to the right with Whitfield. Hussein once again, the 2-11s duelling well on this side, but great power on the shot, but not quite the precision, but still Hussein is growing into the game. Whitfield, now not much space to work with there. Hussein once again challenging, nearly winning the ball back, good pressure. Brooks plays it forward to Newsham, more advanced this time, lovely little trickery. And she could nearly get a fourth goal here, maybe she'll try and backheel it even. Charlotte Newsham, wow, incredible skill.
Yeah, Charlotte Newsham again, rounding the goalkeeper that time. The ball just trickled away from her a little, but Newsham again, just too much for this Loughborough defence to deal with.
So who has it again? She goes for the strike, and Abbott has to be in the right place to just palm it away. Kenny was the option there also. So Newsham, who of course has scored a hat-trick, Licence and Slade with the other goals. And they've had more opportunities beyond that. Loughborough have had their chances also, haven't had as many shots on target. You can see both sides have had 2 fouls as far as that count goes. So Loughborough, you made the good point, Isaac, that it would do them well to try and get a bit of possession, ball movement going, and try and build from there. So they've got 2 minutes left of the first half, and already had that time out to try and assess the situation after going a goal down. We haven't seen one of those timeouts from Liverpool though in this first half.
Yeah, I think at the moment for Liverpool, they'll just want to keep the momentum going and keep playing. There's no need for them to call a timeout with the situation being as it stands.
So need to try and choose the right option. That's another point that you picked up on, that the final ball hasn't quite been there for Loughborough.
Yeah, just that final pass into the final third to create the goal-scoring opportunity. The build-up play from the back has been satisfactory. It's just that final ball in the final third to create the final opportunity.
So on this right-hand side, played back to Hussein. Newsham clearance isn't that good because Todd is right there with her. So again, as well as having the ball and building possession, just pressing high up the pitch and stopping Liverpool from getting forward is another way to build into this game. Also, just 90 seconds or thereabouts left of this first half, in which Liverpool have dominated. Maybe the scoreline flatters them a little bit, could become 6, but in the end, Newsham racing through the middle, but the shot was straight at Abbott, and the flick up there goes straight into her teammate Austin. Newsham on this right-hand side, checks back wonderfully. This time, more powerful shots, but Abbott equal to it, as she has been throughout.
Yeah, brilliant piece of skill over on the near side there by Newsham. Would have been the goal of the match so far, should she have beaten Abbott. Just so much class about Charlotte Newsham when she's in possession, but also out of possession as well. The work that she puts in off the ball, so valuable to her Liverpool side.
Less than a minute remains of this first half. Whitfield in advanced position. Brooks won't quite get to that one. Yeah, Newsham, who started from the off and has played all of this first half. So far, the substitutions that have been made in this first half, a few of them have really had much impact on the game. Kenny, perhaps you'd say, in the Liverpool attackers had a couple of chances, and one of which eventually led to the most recent goal that we had, with Newsham completing her first half hat-trick. 30 seconds then remain. Whitfield with the kick in. Back to Newsham, looking forward for options. Brooks is one of them. Now the lovely turn from Whitfield, her first opportunity. Kenny then will just take her time, but while taking that time, the opportunity has just crept away from her. Perhaps the best chance came from Whitfield. It was a lovely turn, wasn't it? Yeah,
it was a brilliant turn from Whitfield, and just on the second opportunity there, kicked against her own foot. Unfortunate in the end.
So last bit of play of this first half, then Todd on the right hand side tries to turn and doesn't quite take the ball with her, gives an opportunity for Newsham, and that is the end of a brilliant first half in which Liverpool dominated. In particular, Charlotte Newsham, a first half hat-trick, stunning play, wonderful trickery, great in possession and at keeping the ball and building confidence. And Loughborough had opportunities. They could have made it 1-1. It could have been a different story, but certainly you'd have to say that Loughborough will have it all to do in the second period. Liverpool 5, Loughborough 0. So we'll have a look at a couple of clips from that first half. A well-deserved rest now for Newsham. Here she is, breaking on the right-hand side, and look at that, eyes at goal. Maybe giving the goalkeeper Abbott the eyes. Great duelling between those two. Here she was laid back to. Now that goal was eventually disallowed.
Yeah, again, I think it might have just been a slight moving ball off the initial kick-in that the official over on the far side picked up on. There was a lengthy discussion. Initially, the Liverpool players did think the goal had been awarded, but just that moving ball, I think, was what was picked up on there.
And this was Newsham scoring a goal that was allowed. And here we're looking at one of Loughborough's better opportunities that came the way of Hannah Keel. In between all of that, we saw the licensed header. And then this was the goal where Abbott made 2 saves. And Newsham was just there. Quite physical, those battles between Newsham and Abbott.
Yeah, definitely. Abbott's been out of her goal on a number of occasions. Just the 2 fouls apiece in that first half, so potentially more to come in the second half. Not the most fierce of first halves, but definitely of high intensity and quality of the way of Liverpool and Newsham in particular.
So the game set to resume in a few moments' time. At this point, with the second half still to play, it's University of Liverpool 5, Loughborough Students 0. getting ready for the start of this second half with University of Liverpool Women's Futsal Club leading by 5-0. Loughborough students, their opposition today here at the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. It was an electric first half, particularly as far as the Liverpool attack was concerned. 3 goals for Charlotte Newsham, who is a Scotland under-19 football international, has caps for them in the past, and plays for Blackburn Rovers ladies in the FA Women's Championship, and their season came to an end earlier this month. So now here today, her focus on futsal and playing for University of Liverpool, and it's great that she has turned out, because it's certainly the case, so whether it's university football or futsal, that the players do give everything to their sport to try and make as many appearances as possible. I know it stresses out the managers when they have multiple club commitments, but it's brilliant that she does participate in both and has come out here for her team.
Yeah, most definitely. It's great to see Charlotte Newsham strutting her stuff on the court today as the second half gets underway.
Yeah, so 20 minutes of this half, just inside the first one here. Newsham right near Farrell, her coach, perhaps just giving her a few words of advice. She might not need many, because they are sailing here following a dominant first half, but still an opportunity, as we said, I suppose, to make sure Liverpool keep their focus. I suppose that would be the main thing. Don't lose sight of the task in the second half.
Most definitely, and in their integrity in this game as well. Potentially come out, start well, get 1 goal back, see where that takes you. Perhaps not in terms of the actual result of this game, but the performance more than anything in this second half for Loughborough.
Well, really good start from Loughborough. It was Hussein initially who built well on the left-hand side. Get away from the defence. A smile breaks out between Austin and Brooks there as the block came in. So chance here for Loughborough. Got to choose the right options in these situations. They have gone for that element of surprise with the kick. It's less of a surprise now that they've done it on a few occasions, and Liverpool on the counter-attack here, but an opportunity. Oh no, Whitfield just didn't get the right touch. I think she trying to play it back, or didn't get the right touch on the ball to shoot.
I think the pass was just slightly behind her as she tried to swing that right foot towards it, but golden opportunity to extend the advantage there.
Yeah, she had a great opportunity after a lovely little turn in the first half on that left-hand side. Once again, so Whitfield could easily have made it 6 or indeed 7. As it is, it's 5. Whitfield turns on the right-hand side. Newsham is an option, and it comes to her now, just able to keep it in. And builds once more, so really effective bit of play there. Will she shoot on her left foot? I think at least 2 of her goals have come on her right so far. Blocked immediately there by Hussein. Straight into the defensive player. And Brooks will restart play here on the Liverpool right. So the early signs so far is that Liverpool, of course, having the first half dominance, and they've started the stronger of the two sides in this second half.
Yeah, that early chance again though in this half for Liverpool, the positive transition. The initial chance for Loughborough wasn't taken, and it really should have been 6 for Liverpool as they broke down court.
The other thing as well as Isaac is that Loughborough will try and chase the game to try and get a goal or two, and in doing so they leave themselves open to the counter-attack, as we saw a moment ago.
Yeah, most definitely, as they commit players forward. That is something that we will be likely to see. I think the referee has awarded a penalty for a handball here off that kick-in.
So it will be Newsham for the chance of her 4th goal of this match. So Abbott on the line And Newsham has the ball on the spot.
Referee just instructing all players to be back behind the ball. Newsham to take the spot kick.
So Newsham, the number 7, and Liverpool's best player of the match, and absolutely rifles it in. No chance there for Abbott, and it's her 4th goal. And Liverpool 6, Loughborough 0.
Never in doubt, was it really, from the spot kick there. Another thunderbolt into the back of the net.
And as expected, Newsham was calm, given the moment. Not the high pressure occasion, of course, as, let's say, if it was a more equal scoreline, but just helping to build that advantage as Liverpool hope to see this game out in the second half. And Daniel Farrell will hope so as well. Jose Lorente there, hopefully given the opportunity of a team talk at half time to rally the troops for the second half, and to some extent damage limitation as well, because of course we have the group stage. The teams are split into 3 groups across the 6 weeks of competition, and of course we know that the group winners from each of those 3 plus the highest ranked second placer will then go through to the semi-finals. So as far as that goes, just not wanting to concede too many goals in this second half could be important.
Yeah, that may be a bit of a predicament actually for Loughborough, whether they try to chase the game and score some goals themselves, or the damage limitation in terms of goals conceded, because as we know, many a time it has been the goal difference for that best runner-up in the group.
Yeah, key thing as well is that groups A and B have 4 and group C has only 3, so that means the matches against only the top side in the group and the 3rd place side in the group will count when taking that semi-final place, beyond the 3 group winners, of course. So Loughborough will restart play on their right hand side, and it's Larissa Meller. Oh no, in fact they go for this once again. Well, they still have it, and Patterson it was, just sliding and trying to get the shot on. Difficult chance for her there, but once again that strategy with the kick, and Austin has been equal to that each time.
Yeah, she has. With that kicking, the faker-taker kicking can be really effective as an element of surprise, but when it's being implemented every single time, it can become a bit too predictable for the opposition. Perhaps maybe just set and have a smash towards goal, perhaps the better option on that occasion.
So Morin has come back on for this second half after she began the first as one of the starting outfield players. And O'Brien has come on in this second half. So Morin had, I think, the first opportunity of the game to try and open the scoring. She kicked off this FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown. And since then, her team has gone on to score 6. Here she is on the right, with Malin in close attention. And it'd be interesting to see whether Loughborough are able to get themselves on the score sheet, so they can take away a few positives from the match, of course. It's a great opportunity for Todd and Keel, 2 in the opening 20 minutes.
Yeah, Loughborough certainly just be looking to take away some positives from this game. Obviously going into their game next week against Reading Royals, something to build on. Perhaps get a goal or 2 here and work on throughout the week.
So, nearly 5 minutes gone then in this second half. Once again, bit of a cagey start as both teams try to build attacks, but are being propelled so far. Just that penalty for Charlotte Newsham, adding to the 5-0 scoreline that we had in the first half. Todd can't quite keep hold of it, but she has it back now. And good trickery, but Brooks was there, and she is again to block. Another substitute might be about to come on, there for Loughborough. So just making a few changes to try and change how this match is going, but that was a really good opportunity there for the number 6, Amy Forshaw, to add a 7th for Liverpool.
A real let-off there for Loughborough, and Sam Abbott offering herself as the wide option, as we saw many a time in the first half. And there's a prime example of how such a tactic can go wrong. Free shot at goal, and it really should have been 7.
Here comes Liverpool, really good attack this time, but Austin is out well. Right to the edge there to try and block with the shoulder, I think it was. Was a really good opportunity, but unfortunately Loughborough not able to take their chances in the same way that Liverpool have been so clinical. Another strike in on goal, this time from Todd. Quite enough pace to test Austin, building out here with Moran, but she was trying to squeeze and find space in between two defenders and didn't quite manage to do it. Building now with Todd. Nearly a good 1-2, but just overhit the pass slightly. But then again, we've seen Liverpool overhit quite a few passes when they're building play. Moran will just chase onto that, but a couple of stray passes that we're seeing here. Both teams just could do with a bit more focus.
Kicking overturn there for the moving ball.
Yes, and we saw a goal disallowed as well, we think for that same reason, scored by Newsham. It was a wonderful goal, but unfortunately didn't count. So Loughborough, Todd can't quite keep hold of that ball. Moran tries to play the 1-2. Malin is there. And good bit of play from her. Couple of options available, but oh no, overhit the pass once more. Shawcross can't quite keep it in.
Perhaps unfortunate not to be awarded a free kick there. I think if the Loughborough player had have gone to ground, referee over on the far side, Paul Waitley, certainly considered it. I believe it was Sophie Brooks who just dangled a foot in, but not given by either official.
So Mella in the end left that kick. So Liverpool leading by 6, and it has been a strong opening to the second half for them with the penalty. You can see that the timeout called here, and the Loughborough manager Jose Rente will just give his team a few instructions to try and to get on the score sheet, build themselves into this game, because well, if anything, Liverpool might be a little bit complacent that the fact that they have such a commanding advantage, and that could provide some opportunities to Loughborough to well, as we said, come away with some positives, get themselves on the score sheet, create more chances and just keep the ball. Abbott has been their best player. She made so many saves throughout that first half. But what do you think the instructions will be here from Lorente?
Yeah, I think Lorente will be just looking for his side to try to force their way back into the game in terms of the moment that they're playing in at the moment, try to create some opportunities. It's just been the quality of chances created, really, and Liverpool far more clinical in the final third. Interesting as well, that timeout was actually called by Danielle Farrell, the Liverpool head coach, so potentially an indication that she's not quite as satisfied with her team's performance in this second period as she was in the first.
Well, we should, though, give huge credit to both of these teams for being in this competition, and they are both two university teams, and with that comes a lot of youthful enthusiasm and of these students, but also new players coming in and out all the time, so they have to gel together quickly, and both of these sides, of course, haven't had the opportunity to train indoors throughout lockdown. That brings with it challenges. As the shot comes in there from Malin, it looks like it was a good effort, but just went wide of that left-hand side goalpost from Austin's perspective. But I suppose, Isaac, what have they missed by not being able to train indoors?
Yeah, training indoors just brings that extra.
Malin
shot there.
Yeah, brilliant strike. It's Loughborough's first goal, and they get straight back on with it. Malin had an opportunity a minute ago. That was hard and wide, but this one nestled in the corner. So really important from a Loughborough perspective. Sorry to cut across you there, but Loughborough scoring through Malin, and that is exactly what Llorente would have wanted, to try and just get themselves into this game, gain us some sort of foothold. Of course, it is still Liverpool 6, Loughborough 1, but at least Loughborough have taken one of their chances, and that will give them good confidence.
Yeah, the result's out of the window really at this stage in the game, but for Llorente and Loughborough, they'll be delighted with that. Composure personified in front of goal. Well taken finish, placement into the bottom corner, and another chance here.
And it's another goal from Loughborough. And well, just looking to see if the scorer was hurt there. She fell to the ground after getting into the net, but suddenly, well, we say that the result might be beyond them, but if they can take the chances in this second half in a very different way to which they missed in the first, then it could be a different story. Austin did come out there, but in the end just managed to get that shot away.
Yeah, the pendulum has swung somewhat at the start, or since that time out, effectively. 2 goals for Loughborough.
On the attack, though, straight away come Liverpool, getting another opportunity. And the second one came in there from O'Brien. But we've talked so much about the final ball from Loughborough not being good enough, but Abby Todd played a wonderful reverse pass there to put her teammate through. Well, that second goal in a matter of moments. So that will do them the wonder of good. But the clock has been ticking down throughout those moments of play. So still 11 minutes and a little bit more to come of this second half. It's now Liverpool 6, Loughborough 2.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Jose Llorente will be pleased with his side's performance in this second half. Of course, take each stage of the game as it comes. This second half, Loughborough have been much better performance than they showed in the first.
So now the onus is on Liverpool to just reassert their authority. Austin tries to find Moran on this left-hand side, and it just goes out of play. That has happened a few times for Liverpool, and well, Danielle Farrell has just had the opportunity a moment ago to try and give her team the focus and make sure they're aware of what they need to do in this second half. They've gone on since then to concede 2 goals since that stoppage.
Yeah, now for Loughborough it's about building momentum, trying to add to those 2 goals.
As we say, it's all about momentum, and there was a flick there by Slade. Just got a very slight touch, not quite enough to beat Abbott, but she was the person who opened the scoring early in the first half. And 4 goals came the way of Newsham, a header for Licence, and then the 2 that we've seen in quick succession for Loughborough. Here comes Licence then, just a heavy touch there, got away from her. So now the onus is on Liverpool to try and respond. Of course, they do still have that 4-goal advantage. You're watching live coverage then of the FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown. This is the first round of fixtures. It's the first game of that first round of this one-off 6-week competition. So brilliant to have it back. These players all really excited to get going. Great to be indoors as well, as we were speaking about just before that goal was scored there a few moments ago. It's not quite the same intensity of the game, is it?
Yeah, no, certainly not. Teams can train do as much work on their fitness outdoors on Astro carpet turf, but Indoors, the ball just moves differently. It's a different feel to the game, different intensity, as we heard Becky Lane of Loughborough mention in her pre-match interview.
Yeah, and they're really looking forward as well to having an atmosphere here, and there are people in the stands just cheering them on and trying to give every shout, and of course it echoes around this court here at the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. And there's a mental health benefit as well, being a part of the club and being able to compete again. It's not the same as training either, if you're able to train indoors or out. Not the same as competing. Just goes across there as Newsham didn't quite have best of touches there.
Yeah, but it is worth noting that Charlotte Newsham back on the court for Liverpool. Those 2 goals for Loughborough did come while she took a period off the court. Very much Liverpool's key player, certainly today.
Yeah, talismanic. That's really interesting that you picked up on that as well, that she was off court that time, because she's done really good defensive work as well as scoring those 4 goals. 3 in the first half and then the penalty kick early on in the second to beat Abbott. And it's been very difficult to beat Sam Abbott because she has been stellar for Loughborough, blocking and getting down low and just being alert, making herself big. Basically everything that you ask of a goalkeeper. Here comes Newsham then on the attack, gets away from the defender, tries to cut back, but this time it was misplaced, and Malin, who got that 1 goal. Initially we thought maybe, hey, a consolation, but then they picked up a second soon after. And now they have just over 9 minutes remaining to try and build on that. At least maybe they can try and win the second half as they're doing at the moment effectively. Always a good sign for a team that was behind, but they've gone further behind now. Liverpool have a 5-goal advantage, as they did at the end of the first half, and it's Newsham once again with a goal. It's her 5th.
Yeah, 5-goal advantage for Liverpool, and the 5th goal of the day for Charlotte Newsham. Perhaps an early contender for the Golden Boot in this women's futsal summer showdown competition.
Yeah, certainly helps when you get 5 goals in one game. A rare mistake really from Abbott, because she cleared under real pressure and Newsham was there. This time the Loughborough number 7, in fact those 2 with a 7 on the back, just duelling, and Newsham was a rock in defence. There's a Keel, who had a good opportunity in the first half, trying to get a shot away. Slade, lovely little flick up, and Abbott is there once again and really had to be quite physical, getting her feet to the ball.
Good footwork there as well from Fatima Hussain to get out of that tight-knit situation.
I think Abbott was really keen there to make sure that she didn't give the ball to another Liverpool attacker, and was just a bit more firm in that challenge, but of course has to be careful as she comes out. We've seen some real tight battles between attacker and goalkeeper, particularly with Abbott trying to do everything to stop Liverpool from scoring, and she's done her best. It's been the quality and the finishing of chances from Liverpool that has helped them get 7 goals. And it could have been more comfortable, but that said, Loughborough might have made it 3 or 4 as well. Slade holding on to the ball. Back to Newsham. Not too many options here. She had to do it all herself, but no trouble for her. Licence is free on the left. And a good block there was made by Shawcross. So, last 8 minutes, thereabouts, of the second half, played in by Licence. Can the back heel come off? Unlucky, but tricky to score from that situation.
Yeah, we saw goal from a corner, similar set piece there in the first period. But that kick in there, really poor defending in actual fact by Loughborough. They'll be disappointed, certainly their coach Jose Lorente will be disappointed with the ease at which that ball was played in, and the Liverpool attacker found herself right in front of the goal but just unable to backheel it home.
So Shawcross and Hussain in this corner. ready to restart. Abbott coming out from goal. And of course, a bit dangerous if Abbott does that, just because we know how many goals Liverpool are capable of scoring.
Yeah, we've seen Abbott offer for that pass on the far side routinely in this game, but never really fully commit herself further up court as a fly goalkeeper.
Newsham! Oh, Abbott reactions, brilliant. And that, if you wanted to sort of suppose capture the game in one moment, it would be a Newsham shot and an Abbott save.
Most definitely. Abbott has made many saves in this game, but it's Charlotte Newsham again. Brilliant turn onto her left foot, weaker left foot, just couldn't quite finish there. But again, Charlotte Newsham at the forefront of Liverpool's attack.
Yeah, you just saw her, a lovely close-up camera angle that we got there, as almost the look of delight on her face. This is going to be an opportunity for me. I'm going to turn here and get the strike away. I know I'll be able to. And Abbott, in the end, repelled that shot as it came in. Bit of a wayward pass there from Loughborough. So just under 7 minutes on that clock, as you can see now. 7-2, Liverpool lead Loughborough by. And so impressive. Newsham, who recently ended her season with Blackburn Rovers ladies in the FA Women's Championship in football, and they finished 9th in the table. And here she's come out to compete in futsal on its return, which is great to see. And of course, 5 fixtures coming up today. Here is Newsham once more. Racing out was Abbott. She's just trying to win that personal duel between the two of them. Licence. And unable to find the ball forward there. So, Isaac, it means that both teams have, if I haven't lost count, have both scored 2 goals in this second half. So, if anything, that's one positive for Loughborough, that it has been a bit more even.
Yeah, most definitely. It will please the Loughborough side that they have been able to equal the goal scoring tally of Liverpool in this half. Just that first period really put the game beyond them, but much better performance from Loughborough in this second half.
Yeah, it was Kiel having an opportunity on the right hand side this time, and that's where Liverpool are, the opposite end of the pitch. Slade is there as an option. And was foul. So Slade, seems like a long time ago, but she did open the scoring in the first half for Liverpool.
Yeah, just starting to see a few more fouls committed as well. Obviously, passions running high.
So let's see what Liverpool do then from this free kick. Licence is an option, or could go straight to the forward. No, she goes to Licence. 1-2. Newsham free on the left across the box, and they're not quite kept in play. Hussein restarts. Abbott. Newsham was there once again, and this time to stop the goalkeeper from clearing.
Yeah, one thing I would say as well is with the set pieces for Loughborough, they do seem very set in their ways. Again, we see it here with the goalkeeper going and offering on the far side, and we've seen it with the faker-taker kicking higher up the court. It can sometimes become a bit too predictable for the opposition. Effective at the start of games, but perhaps implement it later on in games to be more effective.
Well, I hope you're really enjoying this first game of a great long day of futsal action. Liverpool certainly are. Slade, oh wow, that was unfortunate from a Loughborough perspective, because defenders tried to get a clearance on it, but in the end it was Slade who knew about as much of it as it came through as the goalkeeper did as it came past. Unfortunate for Loughborough to concede an 8th goal here. 8-2 the scoreline in Liverpool's favour, and there are a few moments that could have easily gone the other way, so that the scoreline wouldn't have flattered Liverpool as much.
Yeah, Erin Slade there, she'll certainly be claiming that latest goal, but Not sure if the last touch actually came off a Loughborough defender. Erin Slade with the first goal of the game and the most recent as well, as we see the timeout called here by Loughborough. Liverpool are the team on camera at the moment. 8-2 the scoreline.
Yes, and 5 minutes remaining of this second half once we restart play. And Llorente, who's got the whiteboard out and the markers. Maybe we should super zoom in and try and get an insight into tactics here in Walsall. So 4 fixtures, of course, remaining after this one finishes in 5 minutes' time. Newsham has every right to applaud her teammates. She has been the player to watch, and she will be in subsequent fixtures as well across the next few weeks.
Yeah, most definitely. And certainly with this being broadcast, the opposition players that will be playing against her in the upcoming weeks, potentially taking a look at this match footage, analysing, getting to know their opposition players much better as the weeks go on.
So Liverpool will restart play with just under 5 minutes remaining now in the second half. You see there 4 fouls by Loughborough. Opportunity there for Slade to get a hat-trick. We didn't quite see, but it may, as you said, that last goal have come off a Loughborough defender. It looked like it did, but she's certainly had a hand in at least 3 goals.
Yeah, the final quarter of this second half now.
So Loughborough try not to concede any more goals in the remainder of this half, and well, not the strongest of clearances. The ball goes out of play, so they've held them off for now. But 8-2. I suppose we have talked about how this match could have been different, but in the end, a scoreline like that doesn't lie, as Abbott makes another block. They will feel somewhat unfortunate, Loughborough, and Abbott personally will do. She will feel as though she's had a good game as well.
Most definitely for Abbott in the Loughborough goal, but you have to say a deserved what looks to be victory for Liverpool.
I thought that was going to be a second header of the match that went straight into the net from Licence. In the end, it just drifted wide. Abbott downfield. Keel, but Loughborough can't hang on to it. Kenny. Now, the flick by Slade doesn't find Newsham or the net, it simply finds Abbott. Back with Kenny, now Slade. Good clearing from Patterson. So many bodies there for Liverpool to stop Loughborough going on the counter-attack, as the side that lead 8-2 in this competition have done so well throughout the game. And some of the Loughborough players, they're looking a little tired. It's been a tough opening fixture for them, it really has, but they have given everything. Licence makes it 9 for Liverpool, and having just missed a header a moment ago, it is a battle to see who can get on the score sheet the most times. I don't think anyone's going to quite catch Charlotte Newsham on 5, but wonderful skill there from Licence to get away from a tired Loughborough defence and make it Liverpool 9, Loughborough 2.
Yeah, what a brilliant piece of skill by Licence, and the finish to match as well. Almost Maradona-like turn in the middle of the court. Left the defender for dead, and the finish to match makes it 9-2 to Liverpool.
Yes, and it's Mellor that's down hurt. Hope she's all right. In the closing stages of this match, and well, it was her who was there as Slade turned and tried to backheel the ball into the net for the 8th goal. Tried to be in the right place to clear the ball, but went into the net. So Mellor will restart play. And be picked up by Malin, who scored one of Loughborough's goals. Back to Mellor, and now Malin. So another 1-2 for them. And it was a good shot. Austin just gathered and needed to just bounce the ball in front of her to keep hold of it. Good place on it. Newsham has options behind. One of them is licensed. Now to Kenny on the left. Kenny would like to get herself on the score sheet perhaps in the last couple of minutes. If they can hit double figures, just to add that bit of gloss. Looks like Whitfield has come on there. She's had a couple of great chances. And indeed started the second half before going off, and now has come on again.
Yeah, great opening day performance by Liverpool as they look to assert their dominance in Group A.
Yeah, Group A, one of the 3 groups, A, B and C. There were just 3 teams in Group C. And 4 places in the semi-finals available. So it'd be the group winners and then the top-ranked second place team from A, B and C. Liverpool, on the basis of today's evidence, look good for one of those spots. It's not the easiest qualification. We'll, of course, wait and see what happens across the next few weeks. Todd for Loughborough, one of their best players, had a couple of really good chances which Austin was equal to and saved really well. We talked so much about Abbott, perhaps we haven't really mentioned that Austin has also made some top saves. The block taken there in full force by Newsham, and Kenny was strong enough with the challenge. I thought that ball would fall on the right hand side to Whitfield, didn't in the end. Last couple of minutes of this first match then of the summer showdown. How great is it to have futsal back, Isaac?
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant just to see the ball back on the court, the teams back on the court, and the high quality level of futsal that we've seen in this opening game, especially from Liverpool as they look for a convincing victory. Brilliant to be back.
Malin can't keep hold of the ball. And Danielle Farrell was really excited to get underway in the pre-match interview that you may have heard just before the start, and we will endeavour to hear from all of our managers before their games just to get that extra bit of insight, and be particularly interesting to see Birmingham on home soil later, and the day finishes with Bolton against Bedford. So as ever, lots of information on the website of the FA National Futsal Series, including about the competition, its format, teams, the fixtures and the squads. Lots of action happening on the Twitter, hashtag FANFS as well. Endeavour to follow that as well. A shout out or more information as well. Let us know who you're cheering on today, hashtag FANFS. This is Newsham then on the left-hand side, who had that shot before, who has been best player. 5 goals for her. Brilliant outcome from someone who has been a Scotland under-19 international footballer. Lovely flick there from Mellor it was, number 4, Patterson against Newsham.
Yeah, with just 28 seconds left, we do see the 5th foul committed. Unlikely we will have a 10-metre spot kick, but they're signalled the 5th foul against Loughborough.
Yeah, skillful once again from Newsham as the challenge came in. She's been holding off defenders throughout the game and getting away from them, making the most of the space, being clinical with the shooting opportunities that she has had.
Yeah, Paul Waitley, the referee there, perhaps indicating to Loughborough that they might want to make a wall. They have done at the end.
It goes to the right hand side, ball comes in, almost out play there on the right, but perhaps one more attack then for Loughborough, or will it be Liverpool? Newsham, Mellor away, Kenny, brilliant save. Effective throughout, has Abbott really strong all-round goalkeeping display. Unfortunate, particularly with the goal that squirmed through her legs when she'd already made a save and a block.
Yeah, the scoreline definitely doesn't tell the whole story with regards to Sam Abbott in that Loughborough goal.
Thought Whitfield was going to shoot there. She left it to Licence, who is on a hat-trick. A couple of seconds remaining of this match, though. As we restart here, that sound means it's the end of the game. University of Liverpool 9, Loughborough Students 2. Fantastic attacking throughout, particularly from Charlotte Newsham. 5 goals for her in the end. There was a point at which Loughborough got 2 in quick succession, and we wondered whether they could come back into this match. But in the end, Liverpool reasserted the advantage which they built so well with 5 goals in the first half. They managed 4 more in the second, and that's why they have lit up this opening fixture. University of Liverpool 9, Loughborough Students 2.
Yeah, Liverpool far superior today. Just too much for Loughborough. On the court, Charlotte Newsham, excellent player of the match, 5 goals for her, and a wonderful opening day victory for Liverpool.
Well, chance to regain breath after a wonderful attacking display. And Liverpool, first chance together as a team following that victory, and the same on the other side. Off camera with the Loughborough having a huddle there, and Jose Llorente just, here we are, talking to his team, and perhaps they can get some tips, regather, refocus ahead of their next fixture as part of this Women's Super Series. And indeed, that next fixture is against Reading Royals, and that will take place next weekend, 29th of May at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Our next fixture here is Liverbird against Birmingham at noon. So let's take a look at some of the highlights of this match. So brilliant saving throughout from Abbott, but great composure there from Slade to get a goal, and then Newsham building on this right hand side just to gave the goalkeeper the eyes. Doesn't seem to have needed to look where the goal is at times. This was a wonderful goal, and disallowed because of the moving ball from the kick-in. Licence with a simple header there from the corner. So at this point it looked more and more difficult for Loughborough to come back into the game. This time interplay between the Liverpool attack, brilliant there. Newsham of course heavily involved. This is the chance for Kiel, really nicely left there, back onto that left-hand side. Austin just got enough. Ball could have looped over her there. Kenny then had a shot, number 12, and this was the one I was talking about that was really unlucky. She was just there, and cursing is Abbott, who's made so many saves. No chance from the penalty, hit with so much power here from Newsham. This was her 4th of the game. Malin then got a consolation for Loughborough, and that was added to moments later. And it was Mellor after the 1-2 with Todd who got that second goal. That made it 6-2. But it was only a matter of moments before Liverpool then added. And Slade got in there with Mellor. I'll see whether that was an own goal, but Slade certainly got something on it, even if Mellor may have helped it in. License, brilliant goal from her. Brilliant performance from Charlotte Newsom. Let's hear from her with Isaac.
Victory for your side, Liverpool. How did it feel to be back out there?
You know what, we've been dying to get back out and playing futsal. Obviously all the girls love it. We've been dying and been waiting for a very long time, so to get back out there with a win, it means everything to us, yeah.
First game of the season, 5 goals today for yourself. Must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm delighted to score, but obviously it's a team game at the end of the day. I'm not too fussed who scores as long as we get the win. So yeah, we move on to next week.
And looking forward to next week, what is it that you'll be looking to take into the game next week?
I think we can just take that we've got a few goals under our belt, obviously a good performance from ourselves. Just build on it in training this week and go again next week, looking to get another win and build on.
Brilliant performance today, thank you and good luck for next week.
Cheers, thank you. Sorted.
Brilliant, thank you.
Fantastic to hear from Charlotte Newsom straight after that great performance. 5 goals for her, including a first half hat-trick and a thunderous penalty, but across the Liverpool team, a wonderful display both in attack and repelling Loughborough from scoring some of the chances they had. University of Liverpool 9, Loughborough 2. Well, of course, this is a 6-week competition all the way through to the grand final. This is Group A. The other 2 teams, London Helvecia and Reading Royals. And we can see here, of course, that goal difference advantage is big for Loughborough. 3 points on the board for them. And the fixture coming up today, of course, at 2 o'clock. Reading Royals, London Helvecia, and then the remaining fixtures coming in subsequent weeks. So today's games, of course, that 9-2 scoreline, and then we're basically coming up every 2 hours at noon, and then 2, 4 and 6 as we end the day with Bolton against Bedford. So some really eye-catching fixtures there. Hopefully we'll see some close games and plenty of goals. We've already been treated to 11 here with Liverpool against Loughborough. So brilliant to get the summer showdown underway with this first fixture, Liverpool even against Loughborough, and to hear from Charlotte Newsom as well. We will resume with the next game, Liverbird against Birmingham. See you then. Welcome back to the FA National Futsal Series 2021 Summer Showdown. This is the second fixture of 5 and it sees Liverbird face Birmingham. So, not as far to travel, of course, for the Birmingham side here to Walsall. They're about getting ready to kick off following their warm-up and really excited to get going here. And I spoke to the managers a few moments ago. Ikhlaq Hussain, how are you feeling ahead of kickoff?
It's very excited to be back. I think 15 months away. It's been very difficult, not just for us as a club, but for players and individuals. But the last 4 weeks we've been working really hard, and let's see what happens now. First game, we're not where we need to be, but I'm sure we'll get there over the period of time.
And what about having home advantage here in Walsall? Is that going to add something extra?
I don't think it's home advantage because the court here for the women's game is a lot bigger than what it used to be in the other ground. So we've still got to get used to the court. So maybe it's less travel time for the players. But I think we're all on a level playing field because we've been at the game for such a long time.
Ikhlaq Hussain, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Jules of Liverbird, just how are you feeling? What's the atmosphere like in the team ahead of this match?
I think we're all keen to get back to it. It's been, like 14 months of no activity for, at this level of football. Not with the COVID pandemic. The girls are, are really keen. It's just been difficult training, But yeah.
Have you focused on preparing specifically for the opposition or just focusing on your own game?
We're just focusing on our game. Unfortunately, due to, again, the pandemic and people's availability, which has changed, it's difficult to train.
Thank you very much. All the best of luck.
So
nice to hear from Ikhlaq Hussain of Birmingham and Gareth Etchells of Liverbird ahead of kick-off here. And we are just moments away. They are just having a team huddle as far as Birmingham go with Ikhlaq Hussain. And really keen to get going. I mean, they both mentioned how it's been 14, 15 months out and how brilliant it is to see the teams return, and that's the key thing really across all of these fixtures.
Yeah, most definitely. This should be a lively, entertaining second game of the day as well between Liverbird and Birmingham. Of course, both teams will be eager to get back on the court and show what they can do.
So earlier on we saw 9 goals for Liverpool in their victory over Loughborough, so 11 in total. That was quite a treat to open up this summer showdown. So we'll run you through the teams then. First of all, for Liverbird, Melina Savinska in goal. Debbie Hancock, Karen Quinn, Georgia Oxley and Deanna Christie are listed as though they're other starters. And then Birmingham have Stephanie Weston in goal, Sarah Hazel, Pilar Isanta, Angelique Morley and Kelsey Smith will also begin this game for them. So Birmingham huddle there on the right. Liverbird just coming into shot here. I wonder whether this one will be a closer game than the one we had earlier on. It's somewhat hard to tell. Of course, Isaac Barrington, who's alongside me, there's less precedent, I suppose, for facing each other because of the lockdowns that we've had.
Most definitely, yeah, these two teams really stepping into the unknown perhaps today in this summer showdown. Worth noting as well that Birmingham do have a full bench, Liverbird with 3 seats spare, so less available to them in terms of substitutes.
Yeah, 7 substitutes in the competition, so squads of 12 provided to us here, but as you say, fewer there for Liverbird and 3 fewer indeed. So it's them that will get us kicked off in this second match of the day. Out of 5. And hope you're enjoying the coverage here on the live stream. And do follow the competition on social media as well. Hashtag FANFS. We're underway in the second match of the day then. Liverbird against Birmingham. So early possession here for Liverbird in red and blue, and then Birmingham in their navy white and grey strip and grey shorts. So interesting to see how this match differs. Less of a distance to travel, of course, for the Birmingham team. And they're a team you know very well, Isaac.
Yeah, most definitely Birmingham will be used to this home court. Played on it a number of times, but perhaps not to the size that we're playing on today. Full-size court.
And first, big opportunity here, and eventually it is lofted into that beautifully at the second time of asking by Angelique Morley, the number 10.
Yeah, brilliant start for Birmingham there. Morley on the score sheet within the first minute of play.
It's very excited to be back. I think 15 months away. It's been
Apologies for that. But back on with the game we go. So, on the left-hand side here, fetching from deep Birmingham with that 1 goal advantage thanks to Morley.
Yeah, if memory serves me well, Morley, a key player for Birmingham. And there she is with the opening goal of the game. Came inside the first minute, and Birmingham are 1 goal to the good.
So just a couple of minutes in here, and Liverpool went 1-0 up earlier on, and then a second quickly followed. So number 9 here racing through, has Morley available once more difficult opportunity this time, but she had 2 bites of the cherry at the last opportunity. This time she only got 1, and all happened very quickly, as it so often does in futsal. But we have seen already today great creativity and skill in tight spaces, and some wonderful goals. Just the one here to start us off with.
Interesting to see as well, Birmingham with head coach Iqbal Hussain setting up in a defensive formation inside their own half, allowing Liverbird to come on to them, conserving energy in the early moments of this encounter.
So Kelsey Smith had the break forward there on the left, and the ball ends up on the Liverbird left, and Debbie Hancock will take this kick in to Quinn. Looking for options in front, goes instead to the right. And the ball in there is overhit by Georgia Oxley. So a couple minutes gone, and Liverbird trying to create their first attack. Looking full of confidence here is Smith. Comes forward in possession is Santa, who created that chance for Morley earlier. Santa was the option, but I think it was Hazel who went alone instead and had that shot at goal, which Shaminska was equal to. Now building forward. Couple of options available, goes back into the centre for Liverbird, and a long-range shot there. Good effort.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit more discipline just needed by Asanta there. Birmingham, as I mentioned before, setting up in the half-court defensive formation. She broke forward and saw the opportunity to nick the ball, but wasn't able to do so when Liverbird came forward.
So Smith once again looking to be one of the main creators from the back for Birmingham. There she is. So key stage in the game. They've got that 1-0 advantage. Let's see if they can hold on to it here. Goalkeeper out and claims space down this right-hand side. Morley, the goal scorer, to Smith. Now headed away and cleared once again. So still possession with Birmingham. Number 9 is Santa, who became a mum during lockdown. Of course, missing getting back to playing futsal, which she's able to now do here. Miss scoring lots of goals in particular, she said in preview. Let's see if she can add to Morley's. I think it was her, in fact, who had the shot just before Morley managed to get it in. Certainly she played a key part in that goal.
Yeah, most definitely. Great to see Pilar Santa back on the court for Birmingham, and she's in possession here.
Yeah, a no-look pass there. And she Try to see what options were available. Might have gone alone instead. So we're here at the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. This is the FA National Football Series Summer Showdown, a one-off 6-week competition with nomination for the Champions League on the line. 3 groups involved. Of course, Isanta went to the left to find Hazel. Could have been more clinical in that situation. It was a good opportunity to double their advantage for Birmingham in navy, white and grey.
Yeah, Birmingham definitely started the strong of the two teams and got the goal to show for. They're good players well. Just be looking to cement their lead and add to the scoreline.
Isanta picking up possession once more and takes her time about it. Hazel. Ball played forward, but is intercepted there by Oxley here. Giving Liverbird defenders lots of time on the ball, but they haven't quite picked out the right passes as yet. So encouraging Birmingham to press higher, shouts of higher from the side there, perhaps indeed by Iqlaq Hussein himself.
Yeah, I think certainly he'll want his side to be aggressive in their pressure when the opposition have possession inside of Birmingham's defensive half. They may let them sit off if the ball is in areas of the court which are less threatening.
Well, now Birmingham have the lead. They're just taking a little bit of time to make sure they get the right pass. Isanta retrieves on the left. Oh, that could have been a beautiful goal. Just crept wide. Defender might have been in the right place to head it away in any case.
Yeah, Liverbird goalkeeper Melina Suwinska, not particularly convincing on that occasion, but got away with it in the end, and Birmingham unable to add to their lead.
So Hancock along the edge there to Quinn. Hancock, number 4, receives. And we haven't seen a good final ball yet from Liverbird, but only 6 minutes in. Quinn. Just switching positions there. Good clearance there by Isanta. A lot of pressure coming from Birmingham's attack. Isanta will go alone this time. Oh, that was a brilliant block, but this time Isanta does get the goal in the end. And well, both situations from which Birmingham have scored have involved clearances from the Liverbird team, but Birmingham player has been there in order to make sure that the ball ends up in the net, because Savinska made a great save there and frustrated there with the defence and the fact that the ball did go in, and that means that it's Birmingham 2, Liverbird 0.
Yeah, Pilar Isanta couldn't really miss there in the end, but great build-up play. And as you mentioned before, Alex, Isanta looking to get back on the court, missed scoring goals. Well, there's one today for her. Pilar Isanta on the score sheet for Birmingham.
Nadvorna out to the left-hand side. She'll receive it back though. Helvecia. Nadvorna. Morley scored the opening goal a few minutes ago, Hazel. Isanta won't quite reach that one though. Well, great energy and intent, you'd have to say, from Birmingham, particularly Smith early on, and then Isanta and Morley as well. Nice bit of play there from Liverbird. Ritvinska. Now on the right-hand side, the option is there with Isanta. Can she get her second of the match? Will it be cut back to her? In the end, it's cleared by a red shirt. So we're nearly halfway inside the first half here. Birmingham 2-0 up. What have you made of the opening so far, Isaac?
Yeah, it's been lively. Birmingham definitely on top and deserve their 2-goal advantage. They'll be looking to continue to apply pressure there.
So now an opportunity for a break, which we haven't really seen so far for Liverbird, given that there have been so many Birmingham shirts back in numbers. Nadvorna tries the effort that's blocked. And comes back here to Quinn. Just carefully choosing her options. Nadvorna. And Quinn. Was that a foul? Yes, it was a bit of a rough challenge.
Yeah, Miller just a little bit late in on her opponent there. Free kick goes the way of Liverbird.
So is Santa on this left-hand side. Hands on hips after a good opening. Now time to keep focus. Maybe they can extend their lead. Or can Liverbird get back into this game? Is Santa just rolls the ball off their feet and finds a teammate, but given away now. Quinn clears. So Liverbird find themselves having to respond in the remainder of this match. Can they get a goal back at least in what's left of this first half? Second fixture of the day of the FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown. First round of competition of the Women's Super Series indeed. Liverbird against Birmingham, the second out of 5 fixtures of the day. Hope you're enjoying the live coverage. Great to get the insight from the managers as well before kickoff. Here's Santa. Quinn was covering.
Yeah, good work from Santa to win the ball back initially there, but just ran away from her as she tried to get control of the ball and potentially move forward towards the Liverbird goal.
Here's Quinn, who won that free kick a moment ago. Trying to choose the right pass. Helvecia. Again, the option. She plays the 1-2. Helvecia. A really good shot, just goes wayward. But that will help this Liverbird team grow in confidence. Nice, intricate play there. A couple of 1-2s. And it was Anya Helvecia, number 2 there, with a shot. And straight away, after a good opportunity for Liverbird to get back into the game, Birmingham have a brilliant third, and it all happened in a flash. And it was Sienna McNeil here. Let's take another look. Really good final ball and thrilling finish as well. Birmingham 3, Liverbird 0.
Yeah, brilliant play there from Birmingham to switch the ball down to the other end of the court so quickly, turn defence into attack. McNeil with a nice finessed finish into the bottom corner. And it makes it Birmingham 3, Liverbird 0.
So this could be an immediate chance to respond. Cutback didn't quite work out. Well, neither did that pass to the goal scorer of the third, McNeil. And a couple of wayward passes there. So Quinn to Helvecia, Nadvorna on the right. Finska on the left, but Birmingham have it once more. Is Santa, this could be another chance, and it's really, really well taken. Sat the goalkeeper down, and frustrating opening for Liverbird because Birmingham have been so clinical and they've taken 4 chances now. Birmingham 4, Liverbird 0.
Composure personified by Pillar Santa as she rounded the opposition goalkeeper Sawinska. And a simple finish in the end. Is Santa with her second goal of the game, and Birmingham are running away with this one.
That's right, so apart from her brace, we've seen 1 each for McNeil and Morley, number 10 and number 13. So 3 on the score sheet already. Well, in the previous game, Liverpool had a 5-0 advantage. It's looking like a similar sort of first half. And the shot there blocked. In the right place at the right time was Rytvinska in defence. So, been a bit of a baptism of fire in this opening 10 minutes to see Birmingham go 4-0 up. Well, Ikhlaq Hussein already had a big smile on his face in the pre-match interview. It will be wider now. Morley with a pass to her right-hand side to Smith, and they're having long-range efforts now, trying to add themselves on the score sheet individually. Morley. That's a nice intricate bit of play. Goalkeeper was ready and alert, but in the end the shot didn't come in.
Yeah, you mentioned those long-range efforts, potentially just trying to test Zawinska in the Liverbird goal, because for all 4 goals scored by Birmingham, nothing much she could do about them. Well taken, well worked, simple finishes in the end.
So Liverbird with this kick in a good attacking position. Let's see what the options are. Goes back to Nadborna, and in the end she was too far out. There was bodies back.
Yeah, just a misplaced pass there, but again a good interception in that defensive setup from that wide kick-in, corner-style defence in the Y formation from those corners or wide kick-ins.
What would you like to see from Liverbird in terms of trying to reply in this match? They're 4-0 down at the moment.
It's a similar situation to I think what we saw earlier with Loughborough. They've just got to try to work themselves back into the game in some fashion. Some ball possession wouldn't go amiss.
The substitutes looking on, perhaps they'd like a chance to come on and maybe change the game. 8.5 minutes remain of this first half then. Nadborna. Well blocked there. She has it back though. And once again unable to find the pass. Morley could pick this up. She's the forward running there. McNeil has it. Nadborna. And Morley turns and picks up possession. And the shot is high and over Zawinska's bar, and keen to get on with the game from a Liverbird perspective and see if they can build from the back. First of all, a bit of confidence, as Isaac was saying.
Yeah, Birmingham just preparing another substitution as well, see if they can do it successfully this time.
Miller! That was a brilliant goal, all on her own. Created and scored the chance by herself, Alicia Miller. And she has done what Liverpool did in the first game and has made it 5-0.
Yeah, Alicia Miller there just nipped in ahead of the opposition man to win the ball. And a brilliant finish to make it Liverbird 0, Birmingham 5.
So the timeout called, and as we said, Ikhlaq Hussein will be absolutely delighted with the start his team have made. And Liverbird now, one thing they have to do really is to stop conceding as many goals, and that's easier said than done, but Loughborough did manage to rally and they got 2 in quick succession in the second half. So if Liverbird can now sort of regroup and use this timeout in order to get a bit of focus, get a bit of advice from Gareth Etchells, their head coach, then maybe that could pay some dividends.
Yeah, we can see Gareth Etchells there in conversation with the Liverbird side.
One thing as well, Isaac, is that we mentioned before kick-off, they don't have as many substitutes, so that could only reinforce Birmingham's advantage if they're able to bring on more fresh legs.
Yeah, I think it's clear to tell from this game so far that Birmingham are the dominant team. Birmingham have the more quality in their side, but from a Liverbird point of view, you just want to try to work yourself into the game. Haven't committed a foul yet. Obviously, one way of looking at the foul count rule is that you can commit up to 5 fouls in a half, so potentially a bit more aggressiveness needed by Liverbird as they look to try to assert themselves in this contest.
Barbara Nadborna restarts play and gives the ball to Makowiecka. Quinn. Nadborna wants it on the right hand side. So maybe they can kick off with a bit more confidence. 7.5 remaining. I feel as though maybe the scoreline does flatter Birmingham a little bit just because they've taken all of their chances. So, Lubinska to Quinn, Makowiecka. Quinn. Now on this right-hand side, but not really making up too much territory. It's just coming back and forth somewhat, but at least they did hold on to the ball. Morley has it this time though. Miller, who just scored that great goal from the right, this time she's on the left and plays it through, and sort of between those two players for Birmingham. Moreira. In fact, it's Smith on that far side too, not number 3. This is Moreira. Plays it back to Smith. Morley is the option in the centre. Lovely chip ball and well, creative finish there from her teammate Moreira.
Yeah, great lofty ball forward. Gives the goalkeeper Sawinska something to think about for sure.
Nadvorna will try and clear from this situation, get them out of danger, for the time being at least. It's Birmingham doing really well at sustaining pressure. Make it so difficult for their opposition. Smith with another ball in. This time Moreira, can she finish? Has all the time in the world. Sawinska, it's still between her legs. My goodness me. Ah, that is seemed to take an age to figure out what would actually happen there. Would Moreira finish? She turned, maybe tried to get a flick on the ball, but Sawinska just did enough. And she'll be really pleased with that situation because of the goals that have been conceded so far. Ball is like a thread to the feet. My goodness me. Of Miller, and that was agonising how it sort of hung on the line and didn't cross over.
Incredible really how that didn't end up in the net, not just on the second opportunity but the first as well, and somehow it managed to stay out both times.
Well, Liverbird have got to use that, the fact that they have managed not to concede for the moment, and they don't again. That goes into the side of the net. That was one of the brilliant moments of the competition so far, and it wasn't a goal. I mean, for starters, you thought that Miller, the odds were against her scoring actually from that angle, but just got a bit of spin on the ball, I think, but it came to a stop against the post. Nadvorna goes back to Quinn, plays the 1-2, and she's the one trying to build, trying to get more time on the ball. Goes out off Moreira, and Nadvorna will be the one to retrieve. So keen to get on to the game and just show a bit more of themselves. A bit more intent in attack, but hard to get through the Birmingham wall at the best of times, whether in open play and the number of defensive players they have back, or indeed from that kick. Morley has gone off, who opened the scoring. So Birmingham now building on this right-hand side. Smith, I think that chose to go alone, and the ball goes out of place. So only 5 minutes then remaining of this first half. And as we've alluded to, it's a similar story to the opening game, if you were with us early on. And, well, it's a round robin in terms of the group stages across groups A, B and C, in which the first 2 teams we saw earlier were in Group A. This is a different group, of course. Group B, if I'm not mistaken. And Sawinska has to hold on to that. Helvecia can't find Nadvorna. This is another opportunity for Birmingham. Is Santa. Just gets away from her. It was really good defending in the end.
Yeah, just to pick up on that latest foul there as well. It hasn't actually been added to the scoreboard by the referee at the desk, but it is 1 foul apiece at the moment.
Yeah, so a fairly low count inside this first half. Is Santa and Moreira over the ball, ready to restart play. Santa with a chip. She's really trying to test that goalkeeper.
Yeah, most definitely not the first time that we've seen that. style of shot by Pilar Isanta, lofted towards the Liverbird goal.
So out of play, and Melbourne with the kick. Will they get the 1-2? And they have a goal back, and it was Weston, in fact, who tried to clear it, but it went in off her after a good shot there by Paulina Rytwinska. Let's take another look, because there was more space than we've seen so far, and Smith was the defender up against Rytwinska. Maybe she thought that wasn't really an angle which was likely to produce a goal, and in the end it did. So it's Birmingham 5, Liverbird 1 now.
Yeah, it was just slightly off shot on the replay there, but Rytwinska, with the effort, it came off the Birmingham goalkeeper and into the back of the net.
Isanta tries to reply and restore that 5-goal advantage. So Savinska down low once again. I think she's building in confidence in this match. One of the substitutes has come on. Oxley might have come on, then come off, then come back on again. Anyway, we haven't seen much of her in the last few minutes. Look as though Makowiecka has come off, and Kerry Shaw, 23, has entered the field.
Yeah, Weston in the Birmingham goal again, perhaps a little bit fortunate there. Just bounced off her and fell kindly. Certainly did it on the previous one. Came off her and into the back of the net, and Liverbird on the score sheet.
Yeah, I feel as though they deserve that, because they have tried to reply in this game and get back into it, and Birmingham have scored 5 already, of course, as the scoreline says. So a couple of options there for the pass back, but they will have this kick on the right. So right in the corner there for Birmingham. Easy shot to block and clear in the end there for Debbie Hancock. So Loughborough got 2 goals in quick succession to assert themselves and give them an opportunity really to come back into the match. I wonder if Liverbird will be able to do that, or whether Isanta will take the chance, or Smith. So a bit of luck starting to swing the other way. Birmingham had 3 good opportunities in the last few minutes, which they haven't been able to take. Isanta once more. She'll go back, and the shot goes over, and I think the goalkeeper Savinska had it covered.
Yeah, a couple of good opportunities there though for Birmingham. Firstly, to win the corner, and then that shot over the bar as well. Birmingham still applying constant pressure on the Liverbird goal.
Birmingham looked so hungry to score indeed, and yeah, in preview, Sarah Hazel and Marianne Lennon, 2 of their players, were talking about the social benefits of getting back playing with their team, and what it does for your mental health as well. We've been talking so much about that throughout the lockdowns. Indeed, it was Mental Health Awareness Week recently, but just give us an insight, Isaac, into the sort of the benefits of being part of a futsal club, the tight-knit atmosphere among the team.
Futsal's brilliant. Futsal's a great sport. Just being involved in futsal. Personally been involved in futsal since the age of 7, and it's just been brilliant for me to be involved with it. Just such a community feel to it, and when you're on the court with your teammates, there's no better feeling really.
And indeed involved with Birmingham as well.
Yeah, definitely. I've been involved with Birmingham since 7. And obviously this being the women's side of the club, the men's action resuming next weekend as well, where we'll bring you the action from this Women's Super Summer Showdown on the Saturday from St George's Park, the home of English futsal.
Yeah, looking forward to all the fixtures coming up, and you can keep across them, of course, on the futsal FA Futsal National Series website as well. So as we restart play with Liverbird sending the ball forward, trying to get that second goal, which could make some difference. It would keep them within touch. So Kerry Shaw in the corner, lofted in, no one able to get ahead on it. Isanta with a really good opportunity now and gets the ball on the way to Smith under pressure and hits the post. So that's the second time that Birmingham have hit the post. It's still 5-1.
Yeah, second time the woodwork's been struck by the Birmingham attack. And for all Liverbird's efforts, it's Birmingham who are on top and looking to add to their lead.
What about that pass, though, for Asanta? It could have been a brilliant assist.
Indeed, brilliant ball through to split the defence. It's those kinds of passes in futsal that really open up defences and create goal-scoring, golden opportunities.
Yeah, and touching on just how much she was looking forward to get back, you sort of saw the first few touches, edging your way in after such a long time out, but now it feels as though she's back. The confidence is there. Well, perhaps it never left, but just the cohesion is there. The team felt their way into it. They got a couple of early goals, and now they're playing as if they've never been away.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's important to settle the nerves as well, get the couple of early goals and then really feel the freedom.
Is Santa on the right-hand side? Will she cut in? Great trickery. And just comes up a combination of Shaw and Marianne Lennon, who's come on the number 5 for Birmingham. Long-range effort, though, so...
Yeah, not on target there, but certainly had Stephanie Weston scrambling across her goal.
Yeah, just trying to catch the goalkeeper out, but here's another opportunity for Lennon. Number 5 makes it 6 on the score sheet for Birmingham, and after a shot from Liverbird, Birmingham restart play quickly, and in fact poor. They're unlucky from Hancock, who gave the ball away. That was an unfortunate mistake from her, but the substitute Lennon was there to capitalise. Birmingham 6, Liverbird 1.
Yeah, unfortunate mistake by Hancock, but really disappointed actually with the lack of effort to get back and try to regain possession after she'd made the initial mistake.
Lennon has a go, and that could have nearly been Birmingham's 7th and her 2nd in a matter of moments. So last bit of play of this first half, and it's been one that's been dominated by the local side. Birmingham has scored 6 goals, and they opened early. Great bit of play from Morley. Isanta has got 2. McNeil, then a lovely goal on the counter-attack, and Lennon most recently. Liverbird did manage to apply a bit of fortune in off the goalkeeper Weston, but Birmingham have been the strongest side, and they lead by 6 goals to 1. So let's take a look at some of the best moments of action from that first half, especially if you've just joined us, but worth a recap. Indeed, good save there by Savinska. So that was the opening from Morley, wearing the captain's armband there for Birmingham, and unfortunate there was the goalkeeper, because she did get down well, as she did on a number of occasions. And this was Isanta showing brilliant composure to get her first goal of the game, and this is the one from McNeil. That was a really good finish under pressure as well. Great pace on it. And here we're going to see Miller going all alone. No, it's Isanta with her 2nd indeed. And Miller's was the 5th goal.
Yeah, I think the common theme with all of these goals are that Birmingham play the ball really well, make a simple chance for a simple finish, and perhaps that's why they've been so clinical. The goals they've scored have been relatively simple finishes in the end. Well worked between the teammates. You see there a good finish past the goalkeeper at the near post after that initial mistake by Debbie Hancock of Liverbird. But half-time, Liverbird 1, Birmingham 6.
Which I think was the pick of the goals there. Perhaps I like the way that Miller went all on her own and then got the angles just right with that finish.
Yeah, most definitely. I think brilliant little finish to cap things off for Miller on that counter-attack move. But Birmingham as a whole will be really pleased with that first half. Liverbird, of course, not so much so, but Birmingham going into the break absolutely dominant and 5 goals up to show for it.
Yeah, Birmingham with a great tradition in futsal. Officially the oldest club in England, I do believe, as well. And with multiple titles, former FA Plate winners as well. And their women team has started so well in this summer showdown. The first round of fixtures, of course, in this group. And 3 more fixtures coming up after this one, with kickoffs at 2, 4 and 6 p.m. This is the live coverage then, and great to have indeed domestic futsal on TV. And I suppose that adds something extra to the competition from a player's perspective, the excitement of having people at home able to follow, particularly able to watch back also and have high quality streaming footage to be able to see back and reassess ahead of next fixtures. You mentioned actually the competition might have an eye on what has happened here and see how the teams open up the competition, but so many reasons why it's great to have it televised.
Most definitely as well, with no spectators being permitted into this venue here today because of COVID restrictions. It's great to be able to bring, even better to be able to bring this live broadcast to all of the viewers watching at home. Hope you're enjoying on what is a super Saturday in the Summer Showdown women's futsal action.
Yeah, and futsal so missed, and everyone's saying how brilliant it is to have it back. So, Birmingham 6, Liverbird 1 at half-time. We will resume commentary for the second half in a few moments. back for the second half as Birmingham lead by 6-1 from Liverbird, and Birmingham pretty much taking all of their chances, although having said that, there were a few that could have gone in as well. Hit the post twice. Let's see what this second half has in store. Any predictions, Isaac Barrington alongside me?
I think the obvious prediction would be for Birmingham to run away with the game, score more goals, especially as we mentioned with Liverbird having less substitutes to them on the bench. It just seems to me as though Birmingham will run away with this one.
So Lee Dugmore will restart for the second half there, having come on at half time. Miller, excellent goal that she scored in the opening period. Morley is back on. She got the first. Nadborna, been a key creator, but Liverbird in truth haven't quite created enough. As the scoreline will tell you. Makowiecka, Nadborna on the right hand side, just gets out of her feet and gets the pass to Hancock. Makowiecka, really good intent here for the second half. Nadborna, Makowiecka, oh, unlucky, but the challenge came in really. Goalkeeper and defender combined to make sure that the number 2 Makowiecka couldn't get the strike away. Have a look at that, but it was really good play and perhaps showing what they're capable of. I think it was McNeil there who came sliding in.
Yeah, great desire to get back in there. Great work for her team to come in what really is a goal-saving challenge.
Yes, desire the key word there. Hancock. Makowiecka to her left. Rytwinska instead she goes through, who helped create the only goal that they've scored so far. Western there for Birmingham. Miller. Very unlucky to hit the post and see the ball just stop before, as she hoped, crawling across the line. It didn't, but it was a magical moment. We were all waiting to see whether it would be another goal. But Miller has just the one. So Rytwinska. Makowiecka. Nadborna's here on the left. Bit of a pacey run here, just blocked here. Makowiecka, Nadborna couldn't get enough on it. Unfortunate though, but she slid in. Might have found that the keeper's legs were in the way in any case. Hancock clears. Rytwinska to Makowiecka. Now Albion here with Hancock giving away the ball to Miller. Great angles last time, and goodness me, that was even better than her first bar finished. Alicia Miller makes it 7-1 to Birmingham.
Yeah, brilliant finish and drive forward there, as we can see on this replay, by Alicia Miller. Trademark futsal finish, toe poke into the back of the net, beats the keeper with too much power and accuracy, and it's Birmingham's 7th goal of the day.
Well, she still had quite a bit to do there when she picked up the ball on the left-hand side, but there was no going back really, was it ever in doubt? So now Liverbird find themselves 6 goals behind in this game. And it's a tough ask, really. Birmingham ought to see this result out, certainly. Nadborna, further evidence that they will do that. And Santa can't quite get the right sort of effort on goal. Makowiecka, this could be a good opportunity. No, could have taken more time, surely.
Yeah, I totally agree there. They had the option over on the right as well. It was Rytwinska, the option to the right side.
So Dugmore to Morley. Is Santa. Lovely bit of play. Turns, touches, keeps hold of the ball. As Birmingham are doing really well. Dugmore. Back to Morley. Just maintaining possession. Lovely little pass there from Nadborna. I think she's been their best player so far. Makowiecka has had a couple of opportunities and could indeed grow into the match, but there have been some high balls forward that haven't come up at all. So the evidence is there that there's potential for Liverbird to improve. He said in the earlier match that maybe they can try and win the second half, at least to have enough positives to take into their next match, of course. And yeah, with being a 6-week competition and a whole group stage to come, this is only the first game. There's every chance that they could try and improve for their next game, but as it is, Birmingham have been so dominant.
Yeah, that's certainly, you'd imagine, an aim that would have been set at half-time by Gareth Etchells, go out and win the second half. Debbie Hancock, we saw in possession a moment ago, lofted ball forward, she's now being replaced.
Santa, no need to replace her, she's on fine form. Dugmore, is that a foul? Certainly thought so, just went over there on her elbow. Fair challenge, I think, in the end, Nadvorna. This time picked up once again. Dugmore racing to try and get there, she won't do as Quinn covers. Dugmore, well, a long effort from Morley, and she might as well try and get another goal. Can Liverbird improve? Quinn forward, Makowiecka still on for her. Vinska won't find her teammate on the left.
Do wonder whether we'll start to see some frustration creep in for Liverbird as well. Obviously down by 6 goals, it's been a frustrating game for them so far.
Quinn turns nicely, growing in confidence, and well, she got away from Miller twice there. Unlucky, but she does get a chance to restart play here. Nadvorna to the right, there is an option. Ritvinska, oh, that's so unlucky, but in the end they do get the goal they deserve, and Quinn, for getting past 2 players on the left-hand side, or indeed the same player twice, she gets the second goal of the day for Liverbird. Birmingham 2, Birmingham 7 indeed, Liverbird 2.
Yeah, great futsal goal there to the play to the back post, and really Karen Quinn should have put it away at the first time of asking, but no mistake on the follow-up, and Quinn on the score sheet. Liverbird have their second goal.
Yes, so now can they get any more than 2 on the score sheet? Definitely looking like they're more confident. Now Warner, just shown out of play by Hazel there.
Be interesting to see how the 2 teams adapt to the game opening up as well as we move further into this second half. Birmingham in the first period applying the low defensive block inside their own half court. See if that continues in the final 15 minutes of this match.
That's right, 15 minutes to go. Morley turns. Birmingham tried to build. Makowiecka doesn't quite win it back neatly. Nadvorna might, and she does. Now who's the option? Makowiecka's got to be clever to get away from Miller and is unable to. But they have been much better in the second half, haven't they?
Most definitely, yeah. Liverbird have come out the blocks much quicker in this second period.
Is Santa, well, a bit too elaborate there in the end. Good opportunity to get an 8th goal.
Yeah, on that occasion, just lacking the clinical finish that we saw so much in the first half. Birmingham taking the large majority of their opportunities created, but not on that occasion just a moment ago.
One of the key things about getting 7 goals for Birmingham is that it really helps goal difference as well.
Most definitely, yeah. We've mentioned in the previous game that for the semi-final places in this summer showdown, it will be the 3 group winners and the best place runner-up. So of course goal difference can be a key factor come the end of the showdown.
Yeah, Liverpool ended with +7. Birmingham have +5, but every chance that they will score more goals in these last minutes. Hazel is trying to build an attack on the right hand side, unable to. So Santa restarts play. She already has a brace. And looks like she might have more goals in the last few minutes. Brilliant play by Hazel, and then tried to get herself on the score sheet, but just goes wide of that post. Savinska will restart with this clearance as ever, keen to get back on with the game, and ends up in the hands of Weston, who restarts. So Liverbird not pressing that high at this point. A chance to pick the pass, not quite the right one to Asanta, but he calls for the idea. And plenty of space here for those in red to attack. Ball goes back to Helvecia, slightly deeper now. And headed out of play. So can they get the cutback right here? Ritvinska is key in that first goal for them. And the answer is they can't get the cutback right, but here comes Asanta on the counter-attack, and really good save by Savinska.
Yeah, great goalkeeping there by Savinska to come out and smother the danger off her line very quickly.
Ritvinska, Helvecia. Oh, thought that was going to go top corner. At the end, really unlucky, and she could have had at least a goal so far.
Do get the sense that Liverbird creating themselves more opportunities in this second period.
Yeah, definitely. So Etchells, their head coach, Gareth Etchells, will be pleased with the way they reacted. I suppose they understand their opposition a little bit better, know what to do to try and stop them capitalising so many times on the attack, as we've seen. 7 goals so far. Just headed away there, and Helvecia nearly had it under control, and it's those sort of moments that can make the difference as Birmingham have possession back.
Would say for Liverbird as well, going into their game next week against Bolton, maybe just shore up their defence a little bit, because they have been creating opportunities going forward. That hasn't really been the problem for them, but it's down the other end of the court where they've found their issues.
Ritvinska back to Quinn, advances forward well. 1-2 with Helvecia, and this could be a really good opportunity for Birmingham. So Miller, who scored 2 already in this game, back to Hazel. Well, there's a player over. Asanta, she might have it now, and it squeezes in, but is off the line. Wow, really good defending. They are 5 goals behind in this game, but they certainly are doing everything to limit it to 7 goals that Birmingham have scored.
Yeah, brilliant defending to get back on the line there, but just previously before that, you do wonder whether Hazel could have played the ball across. Just on the replay we see there, that shot, the player over at the far post potentially would have had a tap in had that ball been fired across first time.
Yeah, looked for all the world as though that was going to go in, but really good defending, as you say. And the race, of course, is on for Golden Boot as well. We know that Charlotte Newsham in the first match got 5 for Liverpool.
Yeah, 2 players on a hat-trick here for Birmingham. Asanta and Miller will be looking to complete that in the final 11 or so minutes.
Yeah, here is Miller, nearly getting past 2 players, but ball goes out of play, with Nadvorna just doing enough to put her off. So 11.5 minutes remaining here. Birmingham should certainly be able to see out this result, and they're a big threat on the counter-attack as well. Helvecia can't backheel that to her teammate Ritvinska. And so Birmingham come here on the left with Smith in a more advanced position to which we've seen most of the match. Hazel! Really good block, and Nadvorna, that took her off her feet.
Yeah, Nadvorna's impressed me for Liverbird. She's been everywhere on the court, attacking and defending. All part of the futsal game.
Yeah, she's been very mobile and has always had her head up as well, looking for the best option, whereas some of the Liverbird players have been misplacing quite a few passes, Nad Warner has tried to get it into feet as much as possible.
Always important to play with your head up in futsal. Obviously with the intensity of the game, everything happens so quickly, those split-second decisions can be so crucial.
Miller has a split-second decision to make here. She tried to go left to Smith. So second part of this second half, Ritvinska will restart play. Once again, space on this attack. Space to build into an attack. Navorna just got away from her, but intervention with the idea. So a timeout is called, I think indeed by Birmingham and Ikhlaq Hussein. So 60 seconds here, and I suppose the job would be to make sure that Birmingham are able to close out this result in the best way possible.
Yeah, most definitely, and you can see the Liverbird players just previously on screen there. One thing I would pick up on for Liverbird, they've been playing in the 4-0 formation without a recognised pivot. They do have Nikki Burko on their books, registered for Liverbird. Burko, who won the 2017 Golden Boot of the FA Women's Futsal Cup here back in 2017, but sometimes perhaps Liverbird have lacked that ball into the feet of a recognised pivot, instead playing in the 4-0 custom formation.
So we can see here Gareth Etchells, the head coach of Liverbird, just talking to his players. It's been a tough match so far for them, but there have been more than a few glimpses and green shoots indeed. They have got back to 7-2. 6-1 down at half time.
You can see Young Ting Woo there for Birmingham as well, next to Ikhlaq Hussein on the sideline, handing out instructions to the Birmingham players as we look to get this game underway again.
Well, we've seen two different teams, Isaac, dominate the matches that we've had so far. Is it tricky to perhaps pick out who's impressed you between Birmingham and Liverpool? How would you compare the two sides?
Most definitely, yeah. I think certainly been a good intensity to both of those games, and a game between Birmingham and Liverpool would be of top quality, potentially a fixture that we could see in the semi-finals of this competition.
Miller on the left-hand side, on a hat-trick as you mentioned, doesn't get it this time. Rybinska, careless almost with the Birmingham player coming forward. McNeil, Madborna is there, once again given away, this time to Morley. All happening in a flash there. Yeah, Birmingham against Liverpool would be an exciting fixture. Let's see what some of the other teams coming up later have to offer as well. Quinn. Ritvinska won't get to that. Nadborna, she might get to this one though. Will she cut it back? Goes out of play though. Too much pace on that ball from the right-hand side from Ritvinska.
Most definitely. You mentioned the 3 more games that we have to bring you later today as well. Following the conclusion of this one, London Helvecia take on Reading Royals.
Miller. That shot was always going wide. Spinning out of play. Just over 9 minutes left here. Birmingham lead by 7 goals to 2. So Quinn in the red shirt for Liverbird, once again advancing well. Of course, she was rewarded last time, eventually forcing a goal, Karen Quinn. That was one of the better long-range efforts that we've seen, but there have been spells in the game which Liverbird have been limited to those, whereas Birmingham have been able to take their chances from close range.
Yeah, Birmingham will be very pleased with restricting those long-range efforts. Chance there. But yeah, Birmingham very pleased, definitely, with restricting Liverbird to those long-range attempts. answer to the question I posed earlier, is that Birmingham still playing that defensive court block. Very happy to allow Liverbird, still obviously Liverbird now chasing the game to have possession in areas of the court that don't pose a threat to the Birmingham goal.
Was another really good block from Sawinska. By the way, she's got really good agility getting down low to block some of the shots, and generally they are coming in low and with lots of pace from the Birmingham players. Smith, latest to have a go, brought on a substitute here, Awa Hazem. Number 6.
Not the first time that we've seen that type of effort as well there by Angelique Morley, just unable to keep her effort down, but the shot coming straight in from a setback from the kick-in.
Georgia Oxley to Rydinska. Quinn won't quite be able to retrieve. So Birmingham's bid to close out this game, having already built a great 7-2 advantage. Going well so far. Hazem. Smith doesn't keep hold of that. Can Nan Warner keep hold of this? No. There just wasn't enough room on that left-hand side.
Yeah, just ran out of space there on the near side. It was a good, inquisitive attempt at that piece of trickery. Like you say, just not enough space on the court over on the near side.
Well, Isaac, Charlotte Newsham was far and away the best player. Perhaps the only other contention to play in the match would have been Abbott, the Loughborough goalkeeper beforehand. Any contenders for player of the match? Maybe more difficult to choose one here.
Yeah, definitely more difficult than the previous game that we brought to you, but I'd have to go for Alicia Miller. 2 excellent goals, especially the second where she picked up possession on the left side, drove forward, and a brilliant finish. So still time left to play in this game, but definitely Miller has impressed me so far.
Yeah, Miller, who didn't start the game, and one of the reasons why Newsham did score 5 in the game was because she played so much of it.
Yeah, most definitely. Birmingham have used their roll-on, roll-off substitutes much more than perhaps we saw in the previous game.
Do you think perhaps that would have been something that they noticed before the game, that Liverbird had fewer substitutes, and therefore maybe they could use that tactically to take advantage of the fresh legs that they have?
I'd imagine so, yeah, but I think the thing from Birmingham Futsal anyway is to keep it fresh on the court, keep fresh legs on the court. It always brings out the best of the players that you've got when you've got 12 players to your disposal to use them all.
Given away there by Hazem to Oxley, and she held up the ball. Christie was arriving, another substitute there, the number 14. But you made a really good point, Isaac, a few minutes ago. Sometimes the game is played with such intensity that it's difficult to play with your head up and just take that extra moment, extra touch.
Yeah, most definitely. I think just the best futsal players are able to control the ball in tight spaces, be able to shift the ball quickly, both feet, right foot, left foot, and of course be able to defend and attack as well, because both sides of the game so important. Not like football where one player may stick to one position throughout the whole 90 minutes as it were, but in futsal everybody's got a job in both attack and defence.
So free kick then for Birmingham, hits straight into the wall. Quinn was there once again. McNeil on the left. Can't get this in. Yes, the best players are able to slow down the game, and so sometimes it's a question of whether the game is happening faster than you're mentally able to compute, and those players who show the composure not only in front of goal but in midfield to play the key passes, like we've seen from Isanta particularly. She's had a great role to play in that. But here comes Makowiecka. Oh my goodness, that's so unlucky.
Yeah, I think Stephanie Weston actually realised at the very last moment that she was outside of her penalty area, nearly handled the ball outside the area, but somehow the follow-up rebound struck the woodwork and stayed out.
So that was harsh on Liverpool. They could have had a third goal, but they would still have been 4 goals behind here. Helvecia can be found on the left-hand side. So Isanta has it on a hat-trick, of course. Moreira. And a long shot opportunity. The apology just coming in there from Smith, I think it was. 7-2 up. Just over 5 minutes remaining then of this match, and it's been fairly intense. Birmingham have dealt so well with those things that Liverbird have thrown at them. Helvecia could have another opportunity here, brought it down well, but just not going for it at the moment, is it?
No, it's not, but in similar vein to the first game we brought you today, Loughborough defeated in that one. Looks as though Liverbird will be on the wrong side of the scoreline in this one. It's definitely been a better second half performance from both Liverbird and Loughborough earlier. Assert themselves in their game much more in the second period.
So what do you think the two respective managers will take from this game as they prepare for the next fixtures?
I think Birmingham and Nick, like I was saying, will be delighted with not only the result but the performance as well. Obviously the fitness of the players as well, not having played futsal for such a long time due to the pandemic, and look to try to build on that and take what they can from this game into next week. Liverbird, they've got themselves 2 goals. They'll look to build on that and take what positives they can find. But also it's important to analyse the negatives as well. Analyse where you can improve, analyse what went wrong in essence, and what you can do to improve that for the week after.
Yeah, and watching back will help with that. You're enjoying the coverage here. So 5 minutes now, counting down on that clock on your screen is Santa, as Smith behind her, and another long shot coming in here as individuals try to add gloss to the scoreline, and that gives Christie the chance on this left hand side to try and build for Liverbird. Karen Quinn now, who beat I think it was Miller twice on the left-hand side with great trickery to try and get a shot away, and eventually led to the second goal for Liverbird. Santa is free now here. Has she got enough space to work a shooting opportunity? Plays it instead, and bit of an air shot there in the end. Didn't get a proper connection at all on the ball from a good position, unfortunately, but won't make too much difference to the scoreline. In any case, Birmingham have already won this game. 5 minutes becomes 4 now, and the clock ticking all the time. So Oxley given away to Lennon.
Yeah, Moreira to take this kick in for Birmingham. But one thing I would pick up on for Birmingham, Moreira, once she's been on, she's been playing as the fix at the back a lot of the time and winning that ball back a lot, nipping in ahead of the Liverbird players. Twice we saw her implement the standard futsal block as Liverbird looked to break just moments ago. So good defensive attributes shown by Lorena Moreira.
Yeah, she had a shooting opportunity in attack as well. So Moreira, restart player here, and shot and goal from Mesquita. Helvecia. Isanta turns nicely, and again, and a chance for her to show off some of her skills. Mesquita. Isanta from deep now. Moreira, shot might have even hit Isanta, and Oxley makes sure it goes out of play. And corner gone off now. Perhaps the best player for Liverbird, Ritvinska, has also come off after having a good performance in which she helped create a goal, which looked though it did come off Western, although it was on target. This is Marianne Lennon. Back to Mesquita. Isanta wants the ball. She wants that hat-trick. And well, Miller not on anymore, so she can't achieve hers. So a couple of personal battles there. Golden boot or top scorer within the team. Rytwinska's back on. Quinn. Helvecia took that ball, might have been intended for the far side. Rytwinska was waiting. Might not have come through to her though. Mosquita. Long clearance. Isanta so keen to add more goals to the 7 that they've already got. Good play there. Christie on the left, number 14. Helvecia. Tall figure there, comes through the centre nicely, but not quite on the same wavelength as Christie. It's a shame that pass didn't come off, because it would be nice for Liverbird to end this match by closing down the goal deficit. Lennon. Last 2 minutes now. Isanta, lovely little flick to get the ball through. Lennon seeing plenty of the ball in the closing stages of the second half. Helvecia, okay, can they get the ball right this time? It's a really good cross, and Helvecia, well, this time she does score. And almost a bit of a relief from her that she has taken that opportunity. A 3rd goal for Liverbird.
Yeah, Helvecia there, as the ball came across, couldn't miss from close range, but that ball across to the far post was the killer pass. Not bundled in at the far post, but put home by Helvecia for Liverbird's 3rd.
Yeah, I think it was Christie who just tried to get anything on that cross, because it came in with quite a bit of pace there from Rytwinska. And fortunately Helvecia, this time she couldn't miss. And yeah, she could have had a 4th or 5th, and that would have made the final few minutes really interesting. Birmingham taking their foot off the gas a little bit, but Isanta certainly hasn't. She has her hat-trick, and she's deserved that for all her great attacking play and trickery and turns, and this time she finds the finish to make it Birmingham 8, Liverbird 3.
Yeah, Pilar Isanta with some great footwork on show there, and she completes her hat-trick. She'll be pleased with that on a personal level as well. 3 goals for her on the first game back on court after such a long wait. Pilar Isanta with the hat-trick.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate really, because Liverbird had just got back into the game a little bit, or reduced the goal deficit I should say, and then immediately vulnerable and conceded a goal. Now Warner's come on for the last few seconds. Seconds remaining. Birmingham lead by 8 goals to 3 over Liverbird. Mosquita, ooh, that wasn't the best of passes. She will get herself out of danger just about. So last minute here of this 2nd fixture of the day as part of the Women's Super Series. It's the FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown. Here's Pilar Isanta, can she get a 4th? She tried to play in her teammate Dugmore, I think it was, on that left-hand side.
Yeah, not necessarily the wrong option there, but just the wrong execution of the final pass to Dugmore. Could have, of course, had a shot at goal herself, already got the hat-trick, unselfish, just unable to find the execution on that final ball.
So it's a convincing enough win though still for Birmingham. Rytwinska frustrated that she couldn't capitalise on that opening. That will likely be that with just 8 seconds remaining. Mosquita gets away from the hard-working Nadvorna. And that's it. Birmingham win by 8 goals to 3. And although there were some flashes of good play from Liverbird, they did play much better in the second half. Birmingham were just too dominant. And a hat-trick from Pilar Isanta. 2 great finishes from Alicia Miller, with Morley opening the scoring and McNeil and Lennon adding to it. Nadvorna I mentioned just there, she worked really hard to try and get back into the game, and Helvecia did help them reduce the deficit a little, but in the end it's Birmingham 8, Liverbird 3. Well, great to catch some of the highlights of that game between Birmingham and Liverbird. Pilar Esanta grabbed a hat-trick in that one, and she is speaking to Isaac now.
Pilar, a brilliant team performance today, an individual performance for yourself as well. A hat-trick, you must be delighted.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been great to be back. Been almost a year and a half off, and it's been good to be together with the girls. Nice to have a hat-trick, but I think it's a great performance from the whole team.
And you must be looking forward to next week as well, playing at St George's Park. You must be delighted in the performance today and looking forward to next week.
Yeah, definitely. Really looking forward for next week. Taking some things on board today and see what we can improve next match. And yeah, see if we can win again.
Brilliant. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's it. Thank you.
Hello, the third match of the day as part of this FA Futsal National Series. Summer Showdown is London Helvecia against Reading Royals, so two clubs from the southeast, of course. And, well, they've blown by so far. We've had two games dominated by one side. Let's see how this one goes here. In preview, we spoke to the two managers.
Reading Royals, Fernando Silva. Fernando, how excited are you to get this match underway?
Well, we are really excited. We've been training for a few weeks now. Unfortunately, not indoors as we will expect, but outdoors. And we couldn't wait for this moment. It's really, really important for us as a club and for the girls. We are quite a new team in the women's team. So everyone here is really excited about this.
Just give us an idea of the difference when you can't train indoors and you have to be outdoors, the difference it makes.
Well, the atmosphere is quite different, and of course the surface will make a big impact as well. We were kind of lucky to play in the flat surface, which was really good, but it's not the same as if it was indoors.
The best of luck for this match. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Liam Francis of London Helvecia. Tell us a bit about your team and how much you're looking forward to getting going here.
We've all been really missing futsal this year. It's been hard not having it. It's kind of one of our main passions for all the girls in our team, and we've just been so excited to get back. We've worked really, really hard in this last few weeks to get ready for this season, and we're feeling very confident in picking up where we left off last year on our unbeaten run.
And it's different, isn't it? Just having the atmosphere back, the cohesion within the squad and the chance to just be inside an indoor arena.
Yeah, you can just see the passion coming out of everyone already just from being back inside. I mean, having our first training session indoors this week, you could just see the smile on everyone's faces, and we're just so excited to get going today.
Best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think Liam Francis really enjoyed being interviewed there, and thanks to all the managers for giving us a few words in the moments right before their match, of course. And, well, interesting to see how this match goes, given, as I said, that neither two we've seen so far have been that even, although they could have been a different story had some chances been taken. Generally speaking, the Liverpool and Birmingham attack was very difficult to answer. And as we can take a look at the teams ahead of this third fixture, first of all starting with London Helvecia. So, Alicia Grimmond, number one in goal. Emma Tune, Nicole Pepper, Sasha Adamson, Yukirai, Martins, Viraserin, Lawson, Alvarez de la Iglesia, Castro Chaudakas, Hogan and Smith. So that's the team that will come out now, you'll see here in blue. And Reading Royals, they are in white. And this is their team. So a smaller squad, which we noticed before with Liverbird. So more fresh legs for Helvecia. Povey, she is the captain, I believe. And Bone, Sarmiento, Pat Maria, Goddenpullen, Ponder, and Nazif, managed by Fernando Silva, who we spoke to just before. So the players all take the knee as a symbol showing that there is no room for racism. So hope you're enjoying the coverage here. We certainly are, and alongside me is Isaac Barrington. Isaac, two brilliant matches so far. What are we expecting here?
Yeah, as you say, the two games prior to this have really been one-sided, but at the same time, great encounters to bring you live from the University of Wolverhampton Walsall campus. This one, Helvecia taking on Reading Royals. Reading Royals, who are making their debut in the FA NFS. Bit of a tongue twister, that one, for today, as they take on Helvecia here. It should be potentially more of a close contest.
We'll wait and see, shall we? Of course. Doesn't only matter what happens at these matches here today, but this being a 6-week-long competition, ending with the grand final, and prior to that, of course, the semi-finals. 4 sides obviously can qualify, and it will be the group winners of A, B and C. These teams are in Group A, So, Isaac, we saw, of course, the other match in this group, or the other opening fixture from this group.
Yeah, and Liverpool were so dominant in that first game of the day earlier against Loughborough. Be interesting to see how these two teams fare, and I'm sure the Liverpool players will be interested to see how this game goes as well.
Yeah, may indeed be watching on, or they'll have an eye on this live stream as well. If you are watching, do let us know. Hashtag FANFS. That stands for National Futsal Series, of course, on Twitter. So, just about to signal the start of kick-off ahead of this match here in Wolverhampton. Brilliant logo that they have up on the wall here in what is a great arena. So the third match of today, London Helvecia against Reading Royals, is now underway. So two sides getting accustomed to one another. You mentioned, Isaac, that Reading making their debut in this competition, so a bit of a baptism of fire potentially.
Most definitely, yeah. We'll have to see how they fare in this game. Stepping into the unknown always brings nerves, but excitement as well.
Yeah, already an early opportunity for Villaserin, number 10. Well, couldn't quite find the pass into the middle there. That was Povey wearing the captain's armband for Reading, and taking the chance perhaps at the second time of asking. Well, two shooting opportunities for Adamson of Helvecia, and in the end maybe she will wish that she had taken it straight away. Still early doors though.
Yeah, I certainly would think so. Sasha Adamson looking to just get the shot off there, unable to do so. Maybe just needed to pull the trigger a little bit earlier.
And both of these teams look to have a fair bit of attacking intent so far. London Helvecia have had the best chance of the opening couple of minutes thus far. So two teams from the southeast here. Fernando Silva, the manager of Reading Royals, making their first steps with the women's team, a new team. So interesting to see how they can adapt and how they can gel as a unit once more. It was something that was picked up on with the student teams, perhaps some new players for them as well. Of course, we are at the end of the academic year, though. So Pepper getting the ball forward there, but Helvecia certainly plenty of intent so far. So almost a great interception there. Reading suddenly a couple of wayward passes early on. Perhaps Helvecia, I know we've only had a couple of minutes, Isaac, but they look the more confident side.
Yeah, I'd agree, and I'd pick up on there as well. Helvecia pressing quite high up the court and winning the ball back successfully. Could have easily resulted in the opening goal of the game, and Reading needs to be a bit more precise with their placed passes.
And Nicole Pepper getting closer and closer with those long-range efforts. Haven't really seen a long-range goal yet today. Some brilliant finishes from close range under pressure. And then some errors leading to goals as well, in off the keeper's feet, most unfortunate. So trying to build attack on this right-hand side. Good pressure then from Reading to limit the options for Helvecia, the London-based team. Pepper chooses to go out left, signaling to her teammate to make a run. Adamson, who had two shooting opportunities a moment ago, and really strong pressing now. Can they make the most of this opportunity for Adamson? Oh, just rolled away from her there. Would have been difficult. Maybe she could have back-heeled in that situation, but once again, another opening for Helvecia.
Yeah, another opening in attack, and a good ball played forward to her. Just couldn't quite get the ball under control.
Might do this time. Really stung the palms of the goalkeeper, Sarmiento, there.
Was a strong effort, plenty of power behind the ball. Perhaps not the direction she was quite looking for, but a good early opening to this game for London Helvecia.
Yeah, well, they do say get it on target, and you never know what could happen. In the end, the goalkeeper was alert. Of course, in the early stages, you want to try and test the goalkeeper. So, just over 3 minutes gone in this opening 20-minute half. Povic tries to get the ball forward for Reading. Cullen checks back and goes back to defence. Povey already looking like one of their key players, and well, a block there with a knee to save by Sarmiento. A second big save in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it was Nicole Pepper, I think, who just nipped in to win possession there for Helvecia, as we can see on the replay. 2 touches forward and a shot towards goal.
Yeah, pipped by Pepper. It's a tongue twister in the making there, I feel. But Nicole Pepper, she has had 2 long-range opportunities and then much closer to goal that time around. So, Reading need to try and respond. They've been under quite a bit of pressure so far. Cullen can't keep it in on the right-hand side. After that bit of play by Povey coming forward. You see so many situations where it's 2 against 2, and sometimes the right slide ball needs to be played.
Yeah, it's about exploiting those 2v2, 3v2, 2v1 situations as well. Obviously, in futsal, it's all about trying to get overloads and work the ball well, move it across the court.
Yeah, they've done that here. Right on cue with Povey. She cut back onto her left. Defender is there to block. Well, you mentioned Povey already looking like a key player, the captain. She actually works as part of the media team at Wycombe Wanderers Football Club, and is involved in podcasts as well, so a journalistic head after our job. But I'm sure we'd welcome her insight indeed. But she's got playing duties, captaining duties to focus on here right now. So, right in the corner, Helvecia. Restart play, Pepper once again. And that was scooped over. And it was Emma Tune. Not quite the right connection there.
Yeah, a squandered opportunity there by Tune. Great ball back to her, and she really should be doing better. If she hits the target, she scores there, and it should be 1-0 to Helvecia.
So Reading riding their luck in the first few minutes. Ball goes back to Adamson.
Reading dropping really deep there in that last period of play. Dropping right into their own third. Can be a dangerous game to play sometimes. Playing a very deep block in defence.
Not much space to work with here. Tune is there. So Reading Royals on this left-hand side, near our commentary position. Lofted forward by Povey. Unable to turn is Pullen, so that means Helvecia once again have a chance on the left. Povey is pretty much everywhere. Now remember, Reading Royals have 3 fewer members of their squad. Do you think that could play a role in the game today?
Most definitely, I think, as we get into the latter stages of the game. Certainly with this being the first game back post-lockdown as well, the fitness levels will become a big factor, and with Helvecia having more substitutes available to them, could be a big role to play come the second half.
So London Helvecia, we've also got London Genesis here as well. They will play later on. What a ferocious shot that was! Well, they're certainly determined to make sure that Sarmiento is tested. Back to Pepper once again. Well, really good bit of play from Lawson. Great feet Lucinda Lawson it is. Now really good chance on the counter-attack for Reading. Good attempt, and every right to go for it did Cindy Alnoa-Ponda. Lawson, she's looked good on the ball in the last few moments of play. And the shot there could have crept in.
Yeah, really close, good effort on goal at that near post, and a good split save there by Sarmiento. Get the sense that the Reading Royals defence trust their goalkeeper, allowing those long-range shots to come in, and good faith in Sarmiento, who's lived up to her reputation so far.
There has been some great goalkeeping throughout this competition so far today, as that one just bounces over. Maybe we should have counted the number of saves, because I can think of at least 2 goalkeepers so far today who would have double figures in terms of great saves. Pepper this time. Sarmiento isn't able to stop the ball going in. Another close range effort, another long range effort indeed, and she's been getting closer and closer. Let's take another look. So Alvarez de la Iglesia back to Pepper, and a wonderful strike, and this time the hands of Sarmiento couldn't keep it out.
Yeah, Nicole Pepper with a powerful strike there to open the scoring. Pepper, who said she'd miss scoring goals, well, there is one for Nicole Pepper on the score sheet, and it's 1-0 to Helvecia.
So London Helvecia 1, Reading Royals 0. And 2 players in close attention, and it's a second one in quick succession. It's Louise Hogan this time, who has opportunistically capitalised on the ball being given away by Reading. There we go, and held on to it well, and pretty much passed it into the net. London Helvecia 2, Reading Royals 0.
Yeah, Sarmiento trying that same technique with that split save there, but didn't come off that time. Perhaps be slightly disappointing not to keep that one out of the distance it was struck from. Nevertheless, a good finish. Louise Hogan will take that every day of the week, and it's 2-0 to Helvecia.
So goals from Pepper and Hogan, and just hitting the post there, so could have extended their advantage even more. So Lawson, Bugirai on that left hand side now, building and just making the tackle twice. Alvarez de la Iglesia is determined to try and win the ball back and not give the Reading defence any time. So here they are building from the back with Bone. But Lawson stopped her from doing anything with that. Nearly 10 minutes into this first half. What have you made of the start of this game here in the first half?
I think definitely Helvecia have been on top and deserve their 2-goal advantage. Most of the game has been played in Reading Royals' own half, third even, in actual fact. A lot of the action down that end of the court as Helvecia come forward again here.
Lawson's strike is blocked by Alnoa-Ponda, who's back there in the right place at the right time, because Lawson has looked menacing so far. Sarmiento to restart play then here. Been crucial in keeping the scoreline to only 2-0. So London Helvecia 2, Reading Royals 0 in the third match of the day as part of the FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown, a one-off competition. Great to have Futsal back, and of course players have been training outdoors. It's different, faster pace, different surface of course. Many of them have been training on the AstroTurf, haven't they, Isaac?
Yeah, most definitely, as we all have had to be doing across the country with COVID restrictions, but it's just so much more of an intense game inside, and the way the ball moves and the feel of the court. Really good to be back indoors today.
As you're talking there, another long-range effort from Nicole Pepper, and she has had the best quality from distance that we've seen today. Plenty of efforts have felt like the team is restricted to just those. But Pepper's really effective with her shooting, so definitely something that Helvecia will do to try and catch out Reading Royals. They have a corner now. Goes back to Sophie Bone, but her shot is blocked. So really strong start from Helvecia. Not quite as one-sided as the other matches today. Buyukgirai. Players over to the right, including Alvarez de la Iglesia. One thing to bear in mind is that the goal difference already of Liverpool is +7 from that earlier win. So even a Helvecia win today by fewer than that amount of goals would put them in their runner-up spot. And only one runner-up across the competition will make the semi-finals. Of course, 4 spots available across 3 groups.
Well, that's a great point you make there, Alex, about that goal difference. I think definitely something that the teams will have an eye on.
Probably something that the manager might relay to them in the closing stages, maybe in the second half. And now I suppose they just have to concentrate on the task ahead of them, and that's maintaining their lead.
Most definitely, yeah. At the moment, just concentrate on the job in hand. Try to get yourselves ahead going into the break, get yourselves in a comfortable position before you can start worrying about side stories and other factors.
And from a Reading perspective, what have you made of their start to the game and any sort of green shoots that they might be able to come back into it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely considering it's their debut game in this FA National Futsal Series, this summer showdown, they've started brightly. They've just been put under a lot of pressure by Helvecia, but in possession they've not looked too bad.
Another great opportunity there to make it 3-0. It was Martins with that opportunity. Really good 1-2. Sarmiento was there to block. And that definitely was another chance, this time for Alvarez de la Iglesia. So maybe it should be more than 2-0, Isaac.
Yeah, definitely. That's a golden opportunity squandered again there, and it was Sami Nazif at fault for that. In that wide defensive formation off a corner, you've got to keep it tight. You've got to keep an eye on the ball and the man in the area that you're trying to defend against, and Nazif just failed to do so there and could have so easily been 3-0.
Just runs away from Martins there, who has come on and looked menacing in the last few moments. So the third game of the day with 2 more to come, of course, later. Kickoffs at 4 and 6 p.m. Derby against London Genesis, and then Bolton against Bedford indeed at 6 o'clock. So in the meantime, our focus is on London Helvecia against Reading Royals. The former lead by 2-0, and they have had more chances as well. So yellow card there. It was very close when the kick was taken.
Yeah, just delaying the restart there. A yellow card offence as it is in football.
Now building on the counter-attack, but that pass should have been better. This is Chaldaukas, and she's given it away. So a rare lapse in this opening phase from Helvecia. Martins, back to Pepper. Chaldaukas assessing her options, goes back to Pepper, who scored a goal earlier. Another shot for her, and she's really having to make Sarmiento work incredibly hard so far. So a timeout called by Helvecia's Liam Francis, I believe, and well, they've made such a good start to the game maybe the only thing that you would say, Isaac, is that they could have taken more of their opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. I think that will be the topic of conversation here for Helvecia in the timeout. Just be a bit more clinical in the final third when they do have opportunities fall their way, because 2-0 in futsal, very dangerous lead, can so easily be overturned, and definitely not, well, although in control of the game in terms of possession and play, the scoreline perhaps doesn't read so.
And here's what it looks like with Fernando Silva and Reading Royals. So a new team here, Sarmiento, offering her thoughts on the opening minutes of the first half.
Yeah, Sarmiento's made some crucial saves for Reading Royals so far.
Yeah, so she might be saying, I need some more help from my defence. Let's see.
I'd imagine so, yeah. I think they've just allowed Helvecia to shoot too often and in too dangerous areas as well. I mean, restricting to long-range shots is okay, but when they get too close to goal, I'm sure Sarmiento will be looking for some more protection.
That's the voice of Isaac Barrington talking there. Involved in futsal since the age of 7, so a great person to have on commentary here in Walsall. Not too far for you to travel either. So Martins, just a little bit loose there, tried to win it back, unable to do so. So this is a good opportunity for Reading, and Bone got the shot away. It's almost like she tried to disguise it there, maybe go for the pass and catch the goalkeeper out, but wasn't caught out. Oh, maybe another opportunity once more. Well, she pulled down there. I think she felt so, but fair challenge, says the referee. Martins cuts inside. Lovely little touch there. And Sarmiento gets down low.
Yeah, a chance for Reading Royals down the other end just moments ago, though. It's not the first time we've seen Mireia Chardakas give the ball away cheaply in dangerous area. But again, Reading unable to force the ball home, and it ended up in a Helvecia chance down the other end. In similar fashion, they couldn't find the net either.
That was a tackle that turned into a shot there, quite impressively. So Sarmiento just takes the opportunity to breathe for a minute. Reading need to gather their thoughts and try and give everything to get back into the match in what is a crucial stage, you'd have to say. If they can go into half-time having built a bit of confidence, then that could make a big difference when they come out to the second half, because yeah, it's everything to try and get back into the game when a few minutes are remaining. But if they can do something now when they've got 26 minutes left, could make a big difference.
Most definitely, yeah, there's still a long way to go in this game for sure, and if they can nick a goal back before half-time ideally, really sets up a great encounter for the second half.
The thing is, there is a real zip to the play of Helvecia, and that means they are very dangerous if they try and push forward. Reading and try to be a bit more adventurous, you know what will happen.
Yeah, most definitely. It's all about balanced risk-taking in futsal and how many players you could commit up the court, try to finish the move on the attack as well, so you don't leave yourself vulnerable to such counter-attacks.
So ball block there as Courtney Smith trying to get the shot away, or at least find a teammate. Pepper back defending now, and goalkeeper has to be really alert there. Martins from deep. And good a bit of play there from Tune, who's come back on. Another who had a chance and could have scored. Once again gets away from Martins.
Yeah, just that final pass, but in the middle of the court there, some great build-up play, some one-touch, good 1-2s and movement play from Helvecia, who do look the more comfortable side whilst in possession of the ball, that's for sure.
Pepper on the left-hand side, building. She has Bone close to her, and in the end gets the ball out of play, does Bone. So Reading now on the left with Maria. So making a few substitutions Reading trying to build confidence in this game, try and grab a goal at a crucial point. And could end up 3-0 down here. Here's Tune on the right-hand side, cuts back in. Very nearly found a teammate. Wow, that was ferocious from Pepper. She really has got great feet and can generate brilliant power from the shots that we've seen so far.
Most definitely, yeah. The power on the strike from Nicole Pepper's what is of most danger to Reading, really. Just how much force she can get behind that ball and how quickly it travels towards the goal.
Tune to Pepper. Another chance. And that nearly took out the brick wall behind the goal. Is it fair to say that Helvecia have dominated, or is that a little bit harsh on Reading?
Potentially a little harsh on Reading, but I think in terms of the game itself, the performance, Helvecia will clearly be the happier of the two teams. Dominated, perhaps a slight stretch, but definitely Helvecia on top in this game, and Reading having to do all they can to get back into it.
Oh, that corner was taken really quickly, almost too quickly maybe, for Adamson. Pepper picks it up once again. You know what's going to happen now, don't you? She's going to go for a strike. That goal, but that one not making its way through to Sarmiento like 2 or 3 others have done, and that's what happened when she scored her goal. It went all the way into the net. 2-0, London Helvecia lead by on the left-hand side. Lovely clip in, but cleared nicely. Well, Povey looked a strong player, the captain for Reading. She's gone off now, and maybe they have missed her influence, you might say, in the last few minutes.
Yeah, most definitely. Obviously, the Helvecia coaching team of Liam Francis and Andrew De Santano. Of course, the head coach of Helvecia men's futsal team here today to take up a role with the women's, choosing to rotate the players as much as possible, really.
Loose pass there from Tune, and Reading tried to break quickly. There's a couple of occasions we've seen where one teammate tries to get on with the game and the other's not quite on the same wavelength. Via Serin. Now to the right, Adamson. Now Reading can break, and Povey, well, she's back on. And a shot comes in. They could have played the 1-2 maybe. Perhaps it was a difficult pass to find, but Reading will at least be pleased to have had an opportunity.
Yeah, I think really good defending there from Nicole Pepper as the one against the 2 Reading attackers. Didn't commit herself forward, didn't leave the simple pass past her open. Really good defending to manage to just close out the attack in the end for Reading.
Tune to Vias Serin. Given away once more, so this will help Reading grow into the game. Nazif, Povey not found there, and she was the lone attacker. So only 2 minutes left in this first half, and you mentioned there that Helvecia's Liam Francis will be certainly the happier of the 2 managers. This could be a 3rd goal though. Adamson can't quite get there, and still this is Emma Tune. No, repelled by the defence really strongly. Pepper on her left that time. Wonder whether that's her weaker foot. She's been so potent with her right and the shots that she has had, but that left foot pass was wayward. So a timeout, 60 seconds here. An interesting point to call it just right at the end of the first half.
Yeah, definitely just an opportunity perhaps for Reading to try to get a goal before the end of this half as they look to get themselves back into this game. It has been Helvecia the better of the 2 sides, but certainly a closer contest than the previous 2 games brought to you today.
Yes, so whether you've just joined us or whether you've been watching the live stream throughout, hello and welcome. Lots of people viewing around the country and beyond as well. I'm very pleased to see these fixtures being streamed, so you're able to watch them live, and not least because we have had this 14-15 month period in which we've been longing for the return of futsal at this level. So that's the end of the timeout then, and if you have missed anything, you can go back and watch earlier in the stream later. Of course, highlights will be aired too. Lots of coverage on social media by the FA National Futsal Series themselves as well. Just looking on social media, hashtag FANFS. Genesis Futsal Club have arrived. They've just taken a pit stop on their way up from London a short time ago. And lots of you enjoying the coverage. So, another brilliant strike there. And, well, perhaps hurting the hands of Sarmiento. Let's have another look here. I hope she's all right there.
Yeah, it was a fierce effort, just fired in there, and Sarmiento opting not to wear goalkeeper gloves, as is common in futsal, with the wrists strapped up instead. Just a painful one taken there, but it will be Sarmiento to restart play.
Yeah, those of us who played as goalkeepers will know that you have to be careful with your technique sometimes. It can hurt your hand. Usually stings for a few minutes. Povey. Adamson makes sure that goes back to goalkeeper Grimmond. Povey once again, looking influential. But at the moment it's only been influential midfield presence because we haven't seen enough possession really in the attacking third as far as Reading are concerned.
I think from a Helvecia point of view, they'll just be disappointed that the scoreline's not more, to be honest. They've controlled most of the ball possession and created by far the better opportunities, but just not being quite clinical enough on some occasions.
Well, lots of players over here for Reading. This is Povey. Is she going to check back? No, unfortunate. Can't keep hold of that. And a minute remaining now of this first half. So Helvecia in blue, Reading in white. And under a minute now to try and maybe extend this advantage. Maybe this is going to be the last attack coming up of this first half. Adamson will restart play with a kick into tune and flicked up and hit the face of Godden.
Referee just overturning that kick, and it can get confusing here at Walsall campus with the amount of lines we've got on the pitch, but I believe that was taken from the wrong one.
Adamson. Tune. Tries to get the ball out of her feet, maybe shoot with her left. It will go all the way back this time. Buyuk-Girai. And Tune gets the ball in with a lovely, clever finish. And that maybe does make it the scoreline that Helvecia deserve for all their good attacking play. Tune has certainly had a couple of opportunities herself. She's taken this one. Helvecia 3, Reading 0.
Yeah, what you feel to be a crucial goal there for Emma Tune just before half-time. The timing of the goal absolutely perfect for Helvecia going into this half-time break. 3-0, probably more of a fair scoreline.
Yeah, and well, nearly could have changed the scoreline there had Povey been able to get something on that. Is she going to get the ball back there? No. Helvecia hold on to it, as they will do right until the end of the first half here, looks like. Oh, still 3 seconds left, but a brilliant display, and that was a really delightful goal to watch. And they could have scored right at the end there with Buyuk-Girai. As it is, we go in at half-time. Helvecia 3, Reading 0. And Helvecia have had lots of opportunities. Reading certainly have the potential to get back into this game, but they will need to restart in the second half with authority and intent to do so. As it is, Helvecia lead by 3 goals to 0. Well, let's have a look at some of the best moments from the first half. So Isaac, this was the first goal.
Yeah, powerful effort there. Nothing that Sarmiento could do to stop that one. Just too much power behind the ball. Good corner kick. Set piece routine off the training ground. It pays off for Helvecia.
And this was an excellent tackle that in the end created a goal from Louise Hogan.
This perhaps Reading's best chance of the half. Couldn't take it though, and yet to get on the score sheet this half.
A nice play on the left hand side. I think that's a really satisfying goal to watch a replay of, with Emma Toon with a delightful finish. Let's have another look.
Yeah, she'll be delighted with that finish there. Just nipped it past the goalkeeper, and a crucial time to score as well, just before half time. It's 3-0 to Helvecia at the break.
That's right, and we will resume with commentary of the second half in a few moments' time. We return for the second half then. London Helvecia 3, Reading Royals 0. That's how it is as things stand. It could have been a more dominant advantage from that first half, but as it is, Isaac, Reading, you'd have to say they have an opportunity to come back if they can make a good start here in the second period.
Most definitely, yeah, they need to get out of the blocks quickly in this second half, try to get an early goal and build from there, but it was a tighter contest in the first half than perhaps we've seen in a couple of the two earlier games today, and I'm sure Reading Royals won't be too disappointed playing against a strong Helvecia side on their opening game.
There's a zipped pass from Girai that Lawson, I think it was, couldn't keep in there on the right. Yeah, but really key first few minutes here. Girai there once again. This time shepherds the ball into play. So Reading who restart. Hovey the option in front. But Girai has it now. Great strength that she's shown so far. Hovey chasing backwards. She could be the key creator. So from a Reading perspective, they'll want to see a lot more of her on the ball, really. That's the evidence that we saw in the first half.
Yeah, definitely. From a Reading point of view, tried to get the ball to Povey, but here
it's Lawson who makes it 4-0. So not the start that Reading wanted. Helvecia have extended their advantage, made it more comfortable, and made the task harder now for Reading. And, well, really, they overloaded in attack, and there was only one Reading defender there.
Yeah, a complete overload there for Helvecia. No mistake between the two of them. And they extend their advantage.
Really disappointing start, particularly as Fernando Silva will have just, I suppose, asserted the key things for his team to concentrate on. Keeping hold of the ball, trying to get the final pass right to make opportunities, and then we can see the goal at the start, but good pressure. And it looks like they've won the decision as well.
Yeah, near side court referee just awarding the free kick there for Reading.
And the ball in with pace to Povey. Will she have a shot? Unlucky, just goes a little bit wide of that left-hand side post. So Grimond hasn't been tested nearly as much as Sarmiento has. Let's see if that changes. Needs to do soon. Lawson. Blocked again. She'll chase down and make sure that it goes back to Grimond, or at least out of play so that Reading can't get anything on that. Oh, Lawson perhaps injured there, just going off court. We've got a sub ready. Just off camera, she was still wearing a face mask when she came on, and I think still maybe has it in her hand as she comes on here. So it's number 10, Villaserin, who has a shot and could have easily extended. So she was, just getting ready to come on, and suddenly, as Lawson, hope she's all right, goes off injured, the number 10 comes on in a flash. And, substitutions are made very quickly in futsal, so certainly had to be ready in any case. And we'll see. Lawson might get some treatment there. Hope she's okay.
You mentioned about her on with a face mask as well. What crazy times we have lived in with the pandemic. Imagine saying such a sentence a couple of years back.
Well, we sometimes see players wearing various masks because of an injury, facial injury, head injuries. And I have seen in football there was an FA Trophy final where a player ditched his mask midway through the game, just threw it onto the ground in frustration because he was losing, which was an interesting moment. Not sure the medical staff would have made of that.
I can imagine, yeah.
So Villaserin, who's just come on, restarts play. Buyukgirai has been strong in the tackle so far, but she's given it away there, albeit slightly lucky that it rebounds off Povey, who can't get that one under control. So In the last couple of minutes, the play's just been broken up quite a lot. Not as fluid as we ended the first half, but Helvecia have got an extra goal. They've made it 4-0, and that has made it really tough for Reading. It's a bit of a sucker punch, you'd have to say. So, Courtney Smith played the 1-2 there, tries to find Povey, but does come off the Helvecia player in blue, with Reading all in white. Game number 3 of the day then. Derby against London Genesis up next, and then Bolton against Bedford. Reading, a newer team at this level, and the same true of Bolton I saw as well, and they were saying on social media just how glad they are to get this over the line, to appear here and to compete at this level for the first time in terms of their women's team. So, from the point of view that the sport is growing and more women's teams are being added, that's something great to pick on from this competition.
Most definitely, yeah. It's great to see the sport growing as a whole, with both the men's and the women's side to the game, and futsal being more well known and given better exposure.
Buyukidai finds Villaserin on the right hand side. Great trickery, but she couldn't quite find the finish. Sarmiento made so many saves in the first half. Hasn't been tested in quite the same way the second half, but it's not really a problem that Helvecia have taken their foot off the gas a little bit, because they lead by 4 goals to nil. Grimman restarts play then, and Reading tried to win it back, but they only do so momentarily. Buyukidai through the centre. 4 turn to 5 goals. Stella Iglesia leaves it there for Buyukidai. Must have known she was behind her. So they just have to keep Reading at bay, really. 15 minutes left of the match here. Looks like Emma Tune is going to come back on. So Tune to Pepper. 2 of the goal scorers. Incidentally, here comes Tune with another shot. Well blocked there by Courtney Smith. Tune back to Pepper once more. And this time it nearly turned into an assist. Lovely quick ball across goal, and Villaserin can't quite find the touch. But once again, you can see here the overload for Helvecia with 2 attackers and 1 defender.
Yeah, it's becoming an issue now for Reading with that overload against them. Helvecia looking to exploit it that time. The ball just trickled away from Villaserin, unable to get a touch on it, but again, good attacking play from Helvecia.
As we have seen throughout, Helvecia 4, Reading Royals 0. Pepper with a kick in on the right hand side. Della Iglesia. Emma Tune. What option will she choose? Perhaps not the right one, but we brought the idea, but Alma Ponda gets the ball forward, and Godden has the shot. That's easily gathered. Tune. Pepper just about gets the ball under control and nearly gives it to Smith. And the decision goes the way of Reading.
Interesting decision by the referee over on the far side there. It was actually Helvecia who had possession of the ball. Not sure whether it was just the follow through that caught the Reading player, but it is a free kick for Reading.
Well, we've seen a flurry of substitutions in the last few minutes, and Helvecia have more fresh legs to bring on. No doubt they'll try and use that to their advantage, and of course, as Reading try and get a goal in this game, the side in blue will be dangerous on the counter-attack. And that's all they need to do, really, to try and keep this advantage. What Reading need is just to gain a foothold, just to get 1 goal, to give them a bit of hope and a bit of belief that they can get back into this match.
You mentioned that Helvecia just need to see out the game, Alex, but I do think as well, with that goal difference, they will be looking to add extra goals to their tally in this second period. once the result of the game is all but confirmed, they'll be looking to add more goals for sure.
Yeah, really good point. So to reiterate the competition format, we've got groups A, B and C. A and B both have 4 teams in the group, and Group C has just 3 teams. So when deciding the 4 teams that will make it through to the semi-finals from 3 groups, of course you'll have each group winner and then the best ranked second place team, and that will be decided, that ranking, on the basis of matches against the first and third teams by virtue of Group C having just 3 teams. So it's all on the FA National Futsal Series website as well. Via Serene, she really wants a goal today. And Sarmiento does more of what she did a lot of in the first half, and that is palming away the ball from a ferocious strike.
Yeah, powerful effort from Via Serene. You can tell that she wants to get herself on the score sheet for sure for Helvecia. Not her first opportunity today. I'm sure she'll get another before the end of this game.
So Tune to Pepper. This one goes wide. And Povey, who has had a great deal of influence for Reading, their captain, has come off. Tune blocked there by the legs of Sarmiento.
That attack though there started from Sarmiento's initial throw out. It was a poor throw out in the end. Not sure whether it was miscommunication or just a lack of accuracy on the distribution, but it certainly set up another chance for Helvecia.
It was a lovely one too with Via Serene. He lofts it in towards Tune. Oh, that nearly caught the face of the goalkeeper. Via Serene puts them under pressure. Pepper, just about got back to Grimmond. So building with Pepper now to Tune. Combination we've seen so many times. Via Serene surely will shoot and smacks the post that's still shaking.
Yeah, frustration growing for Via Serene. And she strikes the woodwork there, but again unmarked in such close proximity to the goal. Poor defending really, but just couldn't turn it home.
Yeah, she showed good balance though to stay on her feet once getting the ball under control. Tune, Via Serene, and this time they do make it 5. And it's Nereo Chaudakas who gets her name on the score sheet in blue. Helvecia 5, Reading Royals 0.
Yeah, the goal will go down as Chaudakas', but a brilliant team goal there with many of the Helvecia team involved. The ball played across over to the far side and then ball back across to the second post where it was simply tapped home, and perhaps another chance straight away from the kick-off here too.
That's right, this is Emma Tune, and it just goes wide. Goalkeeper's left-hand post. So Tune, Pepper, Lawson, Chaudakas and Hogan all on the score sheet now. Via Serene, this is her chance to get on it. And she smacked the post for that goal. So decent defending there by Al Nerponder. So here is the goal from a moment ago. Tune, good bit of play. Via Serene, lovely vision across the box to find Chaudakas, the number 6.
Yeah, brilliant team move there. I'm sure that one will please the Helvecia coaches.
Well, Reading thought they should have had a free kick there because it was a late challenge and Bone was caught just on the right heel, but she's up and back on her feet.
Good to see as well there. Very sporting of Chaudakas to just knock the ball out of play with the opposition player down on the court. You'd expect Reading to just knock the ball back to Helvecia as they have done.
Absolutely. So Tune can't be found in the centre there. Forward, and they've hit the post once again. Emma Tune this time takes a moment just to find the right shooting opportunity. Not enough space, and gives the ball away to Reading. But they can't break either. Courtney Smith. Emma Tune could have had more than one goal, for sure. 12 minutes remaining here. And it's looking like goals are more likely to come from the team in blue, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I do think it's only a matter of time before Helvecia add that 6th goal. Reading now looking to build an attack as they try to get a goal for themselves, and again it's just about confidence and some positive to take into their next fixtures.
Yeah, really good defending by Chowdakas, because that was a great chance for Nazif. Wasn't able to take it in her stride and go forward. Waited too long, and that gave the racing defender a chance to come back and clear for Helvecia. Nice cutback though, but it's taken from her by Pepper. Tune has 2 players over on the right hand side. Will she go alone? No, it's another goal, a 6th from Helvecia. As we predicted, they'd add to their lead, and a COVID-friendly celebration to boot. Helvecia 6, Reading 0.
Yeah, we just see on the replay here Nicole Pepper over at the far post. First time finish. It was actually Pepper who nipped in to intercept that corner down the other end. Great anticipation from Pepper and good play from Helvecia to spread the play down court so quickly. Pepper got the return ball back and finished with aplomb, and it's 6-0 to Helvecia.
So now they need 1 goal to match the goal difference of Liverpool. However, I'd say that Liverpool, by virtue of scoring 9 goals, it would then go down to goals scored. But of course, only 1 round of matches would have taken place. But still, that could end up being important. You never know.
Yeah, it's such a tight competition. These things can come into play and be more important than perhaps some may expect.
So quickly did Helvecia come back to defend, because there were 2 Reading attackers looking lively. Tune. Really nice bit of play. This could be a 7th goal. And did that hit the outside of the post once more? It'll be the 3rd time they've done it.
I think possibly Sarah Mento might have just got a little touch on that with her left hand as well. If so, brilliant save to tip it onto the post.
And that ball just gets away from Sasha Adamson, who's another who's looked strong since returning to the action here in the second half. 10 minutes remaining, lots of pressure being applied here. Emma Tune. Well, Isaac, in the matches that we've seen so far today, 1 player has got at least a hat-trick. Nicole Pepper is now the player looking for that hat-trick. You interviewed Pilar Isanta right at the end there, and well, players love to score goals. Here comes Pepper. She nearly got it just as I was talking about her getting that 3rd goal of the game. But can she do it in the remaining 10 minutes?
Well, you wouldn't bet against it, would you, Alex? Nearly perfect timing there as Pepper fired in that attempt on goal. Certainly been at the forefront of much of Helvecia's play going forward. Nicole Pepper nearly got her hat-trick there.
Sarmiento perhaps was hurt in the challenge there. She has played really well, has made so many saves, and is so unlucky to be 6-0 down here. So Fernando Silva just checking on his player. Been really tough for this team against a Helvecia attack, and they have put up a strong showing, and it could have been even more comfortable, and the Reading Royals keeper just needs a minute, just taking on some water. So you don't get many stoppages in play, of course, in futsal, so Sarmiento will benefit from this rest, and hopefully we'll see her back on, because she's been a really important player for her team. Perhaps taking the ball to the stomach there. Yeah, just maybe winded a little bit, but quite a blow there. Ferocious shot once again from Pepper, who has been really striking them with no mercy.
Yeah, just winded there. Sarmiento, I think, just needed a minute to regain a breath and concentration. No recognised goalkeeper substitute on the bench, but it does look as though Sarmiento will carry on.
She'll carry on to make saves like that. Bone now has Emma Toon racing to get back, and that's the thing really. As soon as Reading win back the ball, someone in a blue shirt thinks, oh no you don't, I'm going to have this one back.
That's exactly, Alex. Yeah, Helvecia have been right on top of their opponents throughout this whole game, and to keep it up to the intensity levels that they've managed to do so in what 3/4 of this game played now, it's been really impressive from Helvecia.
That's right, into the last quarter. Emma Toon on the left hand side, checks back, just keeping it in play. So free kick given to Helvecia. And Emma Toon, she herself is just taking a breather. The intensity of this match has been just like that. Nicole Pepper then fires that one over the bar. London Helvecia 6, Reading Royals 0. We are inside the final quarter of the third match of the day here. There's still 2 remaining. Kickoffs at 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Emma Toon. Just how much of the ball has she had? And it'd be difficult to pick a player of the match between her and Nicole Pepper. Of course, Pepper has got 2 goals compared to Toon's 1, but could easily have been a different story.
Yeah, Helvecia really on top now. Most of the action coming in that defensive half for Reading Royals. Helvecia, who do face Liverpool next week at St George's Park in what promises to be an excellent contest. Of course, Liverpool winning earlier and Helvecia dominant here.
And did they get that over the line? That was very close to being over, and so unlucky. It was Adamson there that was fighting to try and get a touch, but it remains 6-0. Look close.
Yeah, so close to a 7th there for Helvecia. Referee over on the far side was positioned perfectly to see. The judge did not to have crossed the whole line.
Just under 9 minutes for Helvecia to see if they can add to their 6-0 advantage. Maybe Reading can get a consolation. Maybe Pepper can add to a hat-trick. Here's Martins on the right-hand side. And I think that's the 4th time they've hit the post.
Yeah, that post as well has been taking an absolute battering today so far. Unfortunate for Helvecia. Obviously, the goal's a smaller target to aim at. Got to be precise in your finishing in futsal.
Noah Fonda will restart play. Bovey has come back on. This is Pepper to Adamson. Martins is available on the right-hand side. Be a tricky pass if she can make it, but the Reading white shirts in the way. Fonda, Bovey in front. Bovey this time on the right as an option, and no one there in the centre quite able to get onto that one. Same is true of that long ball forward by Helvecia.
Yeah, Reading could really do with just a period of possession here and trying to build an attack, because at the moment they are really camped inside their own half. Helvecia in control of the game in terms of the performance as well as the scoreline. It's just moments like that really, just sloppy passes, just gifting possession back to Helvecia. And when Helvecia have so much quality in their squad, the last thing you want to be doing is gifting goals away and gifting possession back to your opposition.
Della Ingledia with a flick that is blocked by Povey. Well, feels to me like Helvecia looking very satisfied that they've won this game and done what they've needed to do, and Reading a little bit tired and lacking in ideas compared to their opposition. So this timeout could be key to see if they can try and just build a bit of a confidence as a team, try and get on the score sheet.
Yeah, Reading kick in when we resume, and I think it's a sensible timeout called for Reading as they just try to take a break from the high intensity action and regroup. You can see the Helvecia team in shot at the moment. I'm sure they'll be pleased with what's gone before them so far today.
Yeah, understandably, Reading body language a little bit different. They have to go out again with their heads held high for the last 8 minutes and try and get something to come away from this match with. We already know it's been a strong performance from Sarmiento, who's made a number of saves, but they haven't created enough in attack, really.
They haven't created enough in attack, and it's just those little 1% as well, those individual battles and duels. Helvecia have just been on top all over the court, and when that's the case, it becomes very hard for Reading in this case. It becomes very hard as a team when you're being beaten in the individual battles all over the pitch.
So Helvecia get the decision. It's a free kick their way. 2 fouls each now. So Nicole Pepper already with a brace so far in this match. Martins on the far right hand side. So Sarmiento just adjusting the wall before this kick is taken. She's going to shoot, and it's blocked by a combination of Ponder and Hovey.
Yeah, you usually see a move work well there, but of course with Pepper being on a hat-trick, in search of that, went for goal herself. Always worth it when you're 6 goals to the good.
Yeah, and a shame. Reading had a good counter-attacking opportunity there, but the final ball wasn't quite right. But you applaud their effort. A new team at this level, and great to see them compete here, and hopefully they will refocus ahead of their next game and try and get something out of that. So you mentioned that Helvecia play Liverpool, so I'm guessing that means that the other fixture in this group will be Reading against Loughborough.
Indeed, yeah, those two teams facing off. So, of course, with Loughborough taking a beating earlier and Reading in a similar fashion here, it'll be interesting to see that game next week as well.
Well, the shots are getting more and more powerful. Buildup, the latest to have a go. Cut back to Della Inglesia. Okay, that's 5 times they've hit the post. Buildup, is that 6? They really are leathering these shots towards goal in an attempt to improve the scoreline. Della Inglesia, that one was a little bit more tame, but both posts rattled in a matter of seconds.
Unbelievable, really. On another day with that many attempts against the woodwork, it could have been in double figures, but you know, Reading Royals down 6, but can count themselves fortunate really that it's not more.
Yeah, and tired legs for them as well. The amount of reinforcements like Martins that have been able to come on, the number 9, and just give them a bit extra.
Most definitely, yeah. It's the strength and depth in the squad as well for Helvecia that's perhaps lacking for Reading Royals. Of course, they want to keep their best players on court, but at the same time, if they're becoming tired and need a rest, it's probably best to do so.
So ball trickles out of play, and just over 5 minutes remaining of this third match. So that's 6-goal advantage, and 1 more needed to match the biggest margin of the day. Martins looking lively in attack, and well, she's had a couple of cameo appearances, you might say, and has just provided a bit of a break for some of the other players. Looks like Emma Tune's one of the others who she's been really influential, but she's had a few minutes rest. The but they have the benefit, as we were talking about, of bringing on other players. This is Buildup Girai, and she creates a great opportunity for herself that just goes wide this time. So you can see just in the last matter of moments, if you've just joined us, that it could be more convincing, that scoreline. It's already convincing enough, though, to be honest. 6 to the good against Reading Royals for Helvecia. And this could have been a great opportunity. And the goalkeeper had come out there grimmoned, and shouting to the ref was Louise Pullen.
Yeah, I think Pullen can count herself unfortunate to not be awarded a free kick. Their near side referee, Paul Waitley, did put the whistle in his mouth and then decide against blowing.
Yeah, well done for picking up on that, Ponder. Then tries to get the ball to Pullen, but no change this time. So a wide shot across this arena here in Walsall, the University of Wolverhampton's campus.
In the words of Sasha Adamson, described this as a really awesome venue. I'm sure she's enjoyed playing here for Helvecia today with her side 6 goals to the good.
Yeah, and there's been a good atmosphere as well. To be honest, I know we said we've got a new women's team in Reading Royals, but no one's really looked that rusty so far as returning to futsal again. Once, particularly Helvecia, have got the passes together and the goals in the net. They've looked extremely confident. This is Della Inglesia, Girai. She's had a few shooting opportunities, can't get it out of her feet, eventually does. Della Inglesia on the left and blocked out. So just 4 minutes remaining now, and Helvecia, as we said throughout, looking the most likely to score. Sarmiento to Povey. Good chase on here. Chaudarkas getting back once again. Buildup Girai. Ferocious passer of the ball. Sometimes catching teammates out. Povey, one of her best opportunities, and, well, a shame that she couldn't grab that goal for Reading.
Yeah, a shame there really for Povey. It was a good drive forward with possession. You mentioned the atmosphere in here as well today, Alex. If nothing else, these players who haven't been able to play for a good 14 months or so, you can really see the effort levels that they have given it today, put it all into the one game, if you like, and it's, well, nearly bundled in there for Helvecia as well.
Yeah, 4th or 5th chance that Buildup Girai has had. It was a lovely bit of play by Della Inglesia, and sometimes in those split-second moments when the attacker is trying to find a teammate, or maybe making the decision to go to a goal themselves, it's really difficult to be on the same wavelength at that point, in that moment where everything happens so quickly and you've got to get the timing right, the decision right.
Decision making is such a huge part of the game. Just trying to, in that split moment, as you say, decide what's best, whether to take the shot on, take an extra touch yourself, or lay the ball off for one of your teammates. It's a huge part of the mental and side to the game, as well as the physical aspects, of course.
Yeah, and often, as we've seen in those moments, if the player doesn't instantly make the right decision, they sometimes get a second chance, because it's all happening very quickly for the defender and the goalkeeper to react as well.
Most definitely, yeah. This time out here called by Helvecia, but I'm sure it will come as a welcome break as well for Reading Royals, who do trail by 6 goals to 0 with 3 minutes 18 seconds left on the clock in what is the 3rd game of the day here at Wolverhampton University Walsall campus.
So there is Fernando Silva talking to his Reading team. So 3 minutes remaining once play gets back underway. And it will do very shortly. So last few minutes of this 3rd game, commanding 6-0 advantage. Louise Hogan scored a great goal in the 1st half. A really strong tackle passed the ball into the net, which was particularly impressive. Helped set Helvecia on their way to victory here.
Yeah, it's the manner of the performance really for Helvecia that's impressed me the most. Just the complete dominance in possession and chances created, patience in possession as well.
Well, initially a really good take by Helvecia, but now Reading have it back, but only for a moment. We've seen that how many times? Although they may get the second ball, can't get it under control and find a teammate, and that must be so frustrating, but it makes all the difference in trying to build a move. Once you do win back the ball, getting it to a teammate and keeping it. So Chaldakas, nice pass out to the right hand side, then back inwards away from Povey, Buyukgirai, Chaldakas, and well, you wondered who would take it. Della Inglesia rolls back the ball beautifully. She has it again. Blocked, Chaldakas, and this time inwards. Oh, Buyukgirai. So close. How many chances has she had?
Yeah, Buyukgirai, really unfortunate. There was a great piece of skill in amongst all of that as well. Just prior, Buyukgirai really strutting her stuff out there for Helvecia.
Here she is once again, options left and right. Ball didn't quite come back to her. Reading have lots of space. Pullen. Ball back to Povey, and that one goes way over. 2 minutes left, and that will pretty much be that, you would think.
Helvecia have created so many chances today, but that sheer number of opportunities can be analysed either way really. The conversion rate hasn't quite been up there as perhaps we saw with Birmingham, took the majority of their chances earlier, but then again for Helvecia, the sheer number of chances that they have created will definitely please Liam Francis, their head coach.
Yeah, you can't really complain too much. It would be nitpicking, and it just makes that mouth-watering clash between Liverpool and Helvecia even more exciting. Here comes Tune. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. How can you hit the post 6 times? That's extraordinary bad luck. But that's what's happened, and Bone will restart play. 90 seconds to go. Kick in on the left-hand side. Tune has it back. Via Serene and Emma Tune this time. It's still alive, and now it's into the gloves of Sarmiento. She has, well, taken a whack to the hand. She has taken a ball into the stomach, which winded her. She's certainly put her body on the line, as they say, for her team.
Most definitely, and 6 times hit the post. Unbelievable really. It gets to the point almost where you're expecting the shot to smash against the woodwork, and it's unbelievable the number of times that Helvecia have struck the woodwork today, but also the number of goals they've scored as well. So like you say, they can't be too disappointed.
Yeah, well, the laws of average would say that if they're hitting the post here, then maybe they won't do it in their next game. And maybe that'll be needed. Maybe it'll be a more crucial goal, a crucial chance against Liverpool. Who knows? We'll wait and find out in a week's time. This is Tune. Yes, Serene, I think it is, over on the right-hand side indeed, number 10. Just over half a minute left. Via Serene on the right-hand side. Long-awaited attempt to try and get herself on the score sheet. Finds herself wide though, and now Reading find themselves on the attack. Povey screaming for it on the left, but doesn't come to her. And sometimes really Reading have been so stretched that it's been difficult for them to find another teammate when on the attack, as so.
Yeah, it's just been that first touch and close control as well for Reading. Do wonder with it being perhaps a newly put together side, or certainly their first game here against such a strong side, and the fact that they've had to be training outdoors recently, whether that's been a big factor.
Yeah, so the positives I suppose they can take is that they competed well on their debut here, and that's the end of it. London Helvecia have shown such quality in attack. They hit the post 6 times, but they have also scored 6 goals. and doing exactly what they did in the first half. Pretty much the same effect that they've had. May perhaps have added to it with more. The most goals we've seen today is 9, and that means that they will be runners-up in the group as it stands. But at the end of this game, it's London Helvecia 6, Reading Royals 0. So we'll try and get a player to give us some immediate reaction here. So Reading showing a bit of togetherness in defeat to try and learn from and improve on that performance for next time. Their next fixture being up against the Loughborough students team who opened up this morning and were beaten 9-2 by Liverpool. So maybe that will be a more even contest, but it's hard to say really on the basis of just one game. Isaac there, actually on camera as he heads off to grab some reaction from a Helvecia point of view. So, be interesting to have a look at some of the highlights of this game. Helvecia pack the bags and they're on the way. They'll head back to London knowing that they've done exactly what they needed to do in their first game. The FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown. So 2 more games remaining here. Derby against London Genesis and then Bolton against Bedford. So really looking forward to the remainder of the day, but a great performance from London Helvecia. Let's see who Isaac has managed to find.
I think just generally it was really good to get back playing with each other. It's been a long time since we have been able to play futsal, so really good performance from everyone. First game back in, and we've got a lot of new players, so really good to develop those relationships with each other and just get the win that we really wanted.
You talk about those new players as well and moving forward. Big game next week against Liverpool, who also won today. I bet you're looking forward to that one. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we always look forward to every game we play in, and I think it's just always up to us. Everyone wants to beat us, so we need to make sure that we're performing well every week and keep putting performances in like that and getting the goals. And I think we'll be all right. Brilliant. Many thanks. Great performance today. No worries. Thank you very much.
Well, great to get some reaction there following that win for Helvecia. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of the match. Here we go, right on cue. So, Nicole Pepper with that early opportunity and barely celebrates. I love that, such class. Right into the roof of the net and trickles down to the ground. And then this was the goal from Hogan, second of all, the tackle and passing it into the net. It's a good opportunity here for Reading. Easily saved though by Grimond in goal for Helvecia, who had the less to do of the two keepers. Buyuk Giray with this pass here, Inglesia and Emma Tune. Really good finish. And we commented that was one of the most enjoyable goals to watch back. Getting a tune out of that finish? Am I allowed to say that? Because my puns are usually terrible, so don't encourage me. Lawson, then with this next goal. And Emma Tune turned creator for Pepper. Well, this was actually Pepper to Via Serene who hit the post there. One of 6 times we counted that they did so. You can see how influential Emma Tune is. Via Serene and Chowdarkas at the far post. That was a really good move, spot on in terms of the assist. And then look at this breakaway. Pepper to Tune, those two key players combining. Villaserin has a look, and that really was the inside of the post as well, so maybe that was the closest to going in, but Villaserin didn't get on the score sheet, but she was key in terms of playing the passes to the other attackers. So we have had all of the teams in Group A play so far today, and by virtue of Liverpool's 9-2 victory, so by 7-goal margin, they are just ahead of Helvecia, which seems slightly harsh because they both dominated their matches. But from a Reading point of view, that is one positive to take, that they are ahead of Loughborough at this point, and those two face each other next week. As you can see from the fixtures there, the top of the league table on your screen, and there are those respective kickoffs. And then, of course, the final week of fixtures that could decide this group. The winner of the group is guaranteed a place in the semi-finals, and then it will be the next best ranked, or the best rank of the second place team across groups A, B and C. So 3 games gone and 2 encounters still await us. Derby against London Genesis coming up at 4 o'clock, so in half an hour's time thereabouts, and then Bolton against Bedford at 6. Stay tuned, a short break in the commentary now, but we'll be back just before 4 o'clock. Good afternoon here from Walsall. It's the University of Wolverhampton's campus, and it's the FA Futsal National Series, the Summer Showdown, a one-off 6-week tournament, 5 games as part of the first round of fixtures of the Women's Super Series today. Derby against London Genesis is up next, and this could be perhaps a really exciting even fixture. Let's hear the words of the two managers ahead of kickoff.
Derby's Matt Hardy, tell us a bit about your team and how much you're looking forward to this competition.
So really great group of girls. A lot of them are very new to the game, in all honesty. So we're a little bit unknown as to what we're going to expect out there. The message to them is really go out and enjoy it. We've had 14 months of preparing for something today. The last 6 weeks have been a bit whirlwind as we got the message that we were going to come back in. We've been training outdoors, back indoors. So yeah, it's a little bit unknown. We're just going to go out there, see what we can do, and really take it from there and just enjoy the day.
And when you say it's quite a new team, some of the players have a football background or a mix of backgrounds coming in?
Yeah, a lot of football backgrounds. All of them play football. We've got 8 who are playing their first futsal game today, especially their first futsal game with us. A couple who have played futsal abroad. Completely fresh to the game and completely fresh to the NFS. So they're all looking forward to it.
Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Catherine Alderton of London Genesis, how much are you excited to get going?
Really excited. This is our first competitive game. We have not played futsal for very long. We started during the lockdown. We've only trained indoors once, so we do come here as underdogs. However, we are going to put up a really tough fight, and I feel like it's going to be a very exciting game.
Yeah, and it could be even as well, because similar story for Derby, they're quite a new team too.
Exactly that. Where the pitch is quite large, I feel that there possibly will be quite a lot of gaps for both teams, so that in itself will bring the excitement to the game.
Brilliant, look forward to it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Great to hear the managers ahead of this game, and Catherine Alderton there was saying it's a completely new club. They had their very first game, which was 12 months in the planning, earlier this month against Bedford Futsal Club, who are part of our final match, which kicks off at 6. But as well as that, Derby have 8 players in their squad making their debuts in this competition, and for Derby in this game. Let's take a look at their lineup to begin with. First of all, so here we go. So Garcia Verdugo, Fox, Wright, Keith, Wells, Mitchell, Huskerson, Moore, Emery, Schmidt, Critchley, Watson, Hill and Murray, managed by Matt Hardy, who we got a soundbite there before kickoff a moment ago. And their opposition, managed by Catherine Alderton, they're just in shot before the graphic came up. London Genesis, Isaika Andrade, Ajewa Amudonka, Faragone, Hines, Young, Rojas Plaza, Ho, Sharif, Silva Santos and Pink for the team that line up in red, with Derby in white and black, with their nicely styled Rams logo as well. So, 2 teams here, Derby and London Genesis lining up here. Music adding to the atmosphere inside the arena that you may be able to hear as well. So both teams take the knee as a sign that there is no room for racism in the sport, and generally as well. So really interesting to see whether this game is more even than the games we have seen already. You may have just joined in especially for this game. If you have, you can always go back and check the others afterwards, or the highlights as well, but hoping to see a nice close contest. The scores so far today: 9-2, 8-3 and 6-0. So this is the first fixture of Group C of the competition. There are 3 groups, A, B and C, and getting through to the semi-finals is decided by the group winners, of course, and then the highest ranked second place team. And as there are only 3 teams in this Group C, that means that the matches taken into consideration for that ranking of second place teams are only the matches against the top team in the group and the third place team, because there's no fourth place team in Group C. Now Cheshire are the other team in this group, and because there's an odd number of teams, they don't play today, so their first fixture is yet to come. As we focus though on Derby against London Genesis, that's coming up as we await the kick-off here at the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus. So we're underway then. Derby in white and black, Genesis in red. So Isaac, the difference in this game is we've got a lot of new players and 2 very new teams.
Yeah, it's a real step into the unknown for both of these two sides. As you mentioned, this being London Genesis's first competitive match action in Derby with 8 debutants in their squad today. So it is a real step into the unknown, and we have to wait and see what happens. But the excitement that comes with that as well, I'm sure the players can't wait to get out onto the court.
Yeah, definitely. And not able to train indoors, of course, for such a long time. And, you know, even though that they are back indoors, it's different when you're actually competing as opposed to training, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. You do wonder as well how many of these new players have made the step across from main street football into futsal, indoor sport, of course. How many of those have taken that career path, and how quickly they will adapt to the futsal game here.
So straight away Genesis now on the attack. The shot is blocked there. Now the second time of asking. And Derby come forward here. So quite a lively attacking start to this game, and quite an atmosphere as well. So just 1 minute gone in this first 20-minute period. And as well as making history for these 2 clubs, this is the first time that in the UK domestic futsal has been televised, and that is brilliant for the sport. And Matt Hardy and Catherine Alderson were really excited about being interviewed as well, so hopefully onwards and upwards for the sport. Glowing terms of clubs and coverage. Brilliant to see, isn't it, Isaac?
Yes, most definitely. It's great for the exposure of the sport. Futsal, brilliant indoor sport, just needs more people to watch it. Anybody, I've never heard of anybody who's come watch the game of futsal and not come away happy, so that tells you all you need to know, really.
Really vocal, I think the Genesis goalkeeper, I think it is, Ajewa Amadonku, is really trying to make sure her team are organised and orchestrate that defence. I think the shot we saw there from the free kick before was blocked by a Derby player. So a lively opening to this match so far. Let's see how it develops. Which team can build in confidence? And tried to intercept there, did the Derby player. So just building forward, the team in white, and another really good block by Genesis, getting the bodies back there.
Yeah, a high intensity start to this game. You do wonder if the 2 sides will be able to keep it up for the full course of the match, but a real atmosphere inside the arena now. Decibel levels certainly gone up a notch since the start of this one.
Yeah, brilliant to see. And Derby captain Kate Wright was talking before kick-off how great it is to be finally ready to compete again, and there's a huge amount of anticipation from both sides coming into this game, and they both feel they've made progress in a short space of time that they've had together as a team. But of course, yes, this match has been a long time in the planning too. Throughout all of the lockdowns and COVID, great to be back as part of a team. The physical and mental health benefits that brings. Ball racing across the pitch. It's Kate Wright, the latest to get it out of play off a Genesis player. So Wright from the back. Heather Keith, number 6. Looking for the options forwards. Goes back to Kate Wright. A long pass in this time to Huskisson Moore. And back with Keith. With Henna defensively. And away by the keeper, Amo Donko. Another shot is well blocked. So Genesis defending well so far. Frantic pace to this opening, Isaac.
Yeah, just a bit of a scrappy start though. Neither side really being able to retain possession and build an attack. It's just been centred around the middle of the court and lots of overturns of the ball in those areas.
Yeah, and we could see quite a bit of that as these players get used to the game, but I suppose one of the key things will be to play with your head up and try the best players on the ball will have to try and slow it down so far as, you know, get the passes right, but being able to mentally compute what they're about to do, assess the options in the time that's available. It's a really difficult challenge, brain against feet. So this is Keith, a lovely little lob there, and she goes for the shot, could have gone for the pass, but Amo Donko, just look how they celebrate the saves from the goalkeeper. That is brilliant to see.
Yeah, something that we've seen in futsal before, the celebrations on the save from the Genesis goalkeeper there. Celebrated almost as though it was a goal at the other end because they know how important those saves can be. Brilliant save there.
Yeah, really good block. Goalkeeper making herself big, just what Catherine Alberton would have asked her to do. Seen some brilliant agility from goalkeepers throughout the day as well. So 4 minutes gone and still 0-0. A couple of decent opportunities. Yeah, frustration there for the Genesis number 3. That was Mona Sharif. She couldn't keep hold of that ball, having tried to win it back. Good pressure here from Genesis. Lovely little layoff, and this will surely be the first goal of the game. Celebrated by Derby, and it's been scored by Audrey Huskisson Moore. Couldn't miss, really.
Yeah, Huskisson Moore with the opening goal of the game, but as we see on the replay here, some great one-touch passing play. The ball across, put it on a plate for Huskisson Moore, and it's 1-0 to Derby.
Yes, Derby 1, London Genesis 0. And that's what I was saying, really, about the game moving fast, but the best players able to just slow it down and maintain composure. It was a beautiful, deft touch, almost silence on the ball amid the noise inside this arena, which has been loud from the opening. Racing back at Derby players, Huskisson Moore. She has it at her feet once again, under real pressure, being quite physical in their attempts to keep Derby on their toes, our London Genesis. Trying to get in their faces early on, to use a cliche expression. Huskisson Moore, that left-footed touch, just let it hit her, really. Oh, Doncord just about grabbed that. And a moment to catch our breath. Garcia Verdugo, maybe not. With the clearance. Ball whacked out to the left-hand side. We could take a bit more time on it there. And indeed, same again, but falls back to Genesis. And a white shirt has to clear.
Yeah, Amo Donko in the Genesis goal, heavily involved early on. Not so much for Garcia Verdugo down the other end. Has hardly had a touch in actual fact. I'm sure she'll want to keep it that way with Derby applying pressure on the Genesis goal.
Osaka just missed the ball, but she has it here on the left-hand side. Chance to play it through the middle. No keeps hold of it, and this time does play the ball. And that was very close to a second goal for Derby. Just over 5 minutes gone in this game.
Yeah, brilliant break forward at pace. Good skill, use of the step over as well there, and it just seemed to smash Amo Donko in the face more than anything else. Not too sure how much she knew about it, but in the right place at the right time to prevent it entering the net.
That's right, yeah, getting something on it. being important. We saw Sarmiento in the previous game take a ball in the stomach as well. She was winded, but was able to continue. So Derby whacking the ball clear. And you feel in those moments, if one area they could maybe improve on is just to take a touch, control, and try and build the attack. But at least whacking it out of play does give yourselves a breather. So Genesis, now they have to get back into the game. A lovely dribbling there from their number 9, Luianne Silva Santos. And just stabbed out of play on that left-hand side, and we'll have a kick in from Derby.
Genesis coach there, Catherine Oleton, preparing a change, and she's certainly been the more vocal of the two coaches in the opening moments of this game. Clear instructions to her players on the court.
Asaka, good skill from her, not once but twice, maybe not quite right the third time though. Really lovely play there from the number 10, Andrade. For Genesis, Ho can't quite get feet to it. Really good physical battles that we've seen so far early on. Could produce a few fouls. You were saying earlier that perhaps the team that was behind, it was Reading I think that occasion, could be a bit more physical, could try and get closer, but Genesis is certainly doing that.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been a lively, intense start to this game. One foul apiece now, with plenty of this half left to be played.
Asaka. A little touch back there to find Wells. "13 minutes left of this first half. Derby lead by 1 goal to 0. And that strike just goes right wide of Garcia Verdugo's post. And you said she hadn't had much to do. I think she had that one covered as well.
Yeah, hugely ambitious effort there from inside her own half. Do well for Pink to beat Garcia Verdugo from that sort of distance.
Asaka getting a lot of time on the ball. Over to Fox, given away though. Ho. Not much space to work with. 3 Derby players back. Garcia Verdugo then smashes the ball out of play. They're very intent to clear the ball in those situations. I suppose it doesn't give Genesis a chance of a turnover to build the attack, just gets it downfield. More lovely play and the turn as well. This time it's Rojas Plada. Here she is, the number 5 for Genesis. Now ball on the left-hand side with Ho. And there, perhaps here is the first big save from Garcia Verdugo in the Derby goal.
Yeah, they made a really important save there. Garcia Verdugo got down well.
Yeah, it was Tanaka Pink, the number 7. Here is the number 7 for Derby. That's Amy Wales, but she's given it away. And it's back with Tanaka Pink. So high intensity, but both teams giving away the ball a fair amount. So I think scrappy is a good choice of word, Isaac, one that you used. Although, since we said that, Derby have, of course, taken one of their chances. They've got the opening goal. Who's impressed you so far?
I think Derby have been on top. Obviously, Huskinson more with the goal, but that was a well-worked team goal, but she has to be there in the right position at the back post to prod it home. Derby have been in control of the game, but then we did see that chance for Genesis just a minute or so ago, so very much still in the balance is this one.
That's right, here's Pink. Plays the ball forward. Once again, Wales blocks a forward pass by Pink. So duel between the two number 7s. That's spilled by the Genesis goalkeeper, but that's okay because Asaka had just run forward, hadn't predicted that might happen. On the right-hand side now, Jodie Hill can't quite get onto that ball on the right. Yeah, barking instructions is Alderton. And ball spending quite a bit of time out of play after some of those clearances. That time it was an overhit pass. So the penultimate fixture of a brilliant day of action. There hasn't been much time to catch the breath from a commentator's perspective all day. This is Wells with the shot, and once again gets something on it, and unlucky from a Derby perspective that they couldn't take that second chance. Wells still has it. And now, this time again on the left-hand side. Not many options for a cutback. Tries a skill back heel, but didn't quite come off. The chance had already gone. Good chance it was.
Yeah, it was a good opportunity that for Derby. They had Amo Donker scrambling across a goal. Genesis managed to clear and dealt with the danger in the end.
Well, I think what happened is Genesis started the game with a huge amount of energy, vocally and physically as well, and Derby have just tried to respond because these teams are facing unknown territory. We mentioned Genesis, a completely new team, and this is their first competitive fixture, and then Derby have a lot of new players, some of which are from a football background, so they've learned a bit about their opposition and they've grown into the game and have responded in that way, and they have the opening goal scored by Huskerson Moore.
Most definitely, I think Genesis came out of the blocks quicker than Derby, perhaps caught them off guard a little bit, but it's the stamina required to keep that up for the course of a half or indeed the full game. Always difficult to try and keep up such an intensity to your game for the full course of the match.
Emery to Wales, back with Emery. Matt Hardy, the Derby head coach there on the touchline. Let's go, says the Genesis goalkeeper, and they start the attack here. Really good save, had to be down low and alert Garcia Verdugo.
Yeah, second good save there by Garcia Verdugo as they got down well to their left again. Pushes it behind for the corner kick.
So we're into the second half of the first half. Is Wells with a shooting opportunity. Gathered by the goalkeeper. But Wells has it back though. So many stray passes that we've seen so far, but it's not really a criticism because both teams have shown a huge amount of intent. If they can just show a bit more composure, then we could have a really brilliant contest, but we still are anyway. So Wells on the right-hand side. Lovely piece of play. Can they get the shot away? No, just off balance at the end. So options left and right here for Genesis. Go to the right-hand side, but Olivia Fox gave everything in that challenge. Perhaps took some of the player as well, I thought there. Let's have another look. This is Fox. Yes, she did get the timing just right and got a toe on the ball crucially. So, timeout is called. Isaac, what have you made of the opening to this match?
Yeah, just the one goal to split the two sides. It's been a closely fought contest. Like I said, Genesis probably started the better of the two sides, but it's Derby who got the goal. A brilliant goal it was. In fact, well-worked move. Since then, even contests. Genesis have had their fair share of chances. A couple of great saves by the Derby goalkeeper Garcia Verdugo. So exciting to see which twist this game takes from here.
Yeah, will be really interesting. Derby advertising their YouTube. And you may be watching via YouTube, of course, this live stream, but that's one of the areas of growth of the sport. We mentioned coverage and clubs, but as well content also. And some of the players heavily involved in producing content. The FA National Futsal Series themselves have done a great job getting preview clips with key players, and that's really given us, and maybe if you've seen them as well at home, a lot of great insight about what it's like to be part of a futsal club as well. And we'll, I'm sure, comment more on that later, but Fran Critchley, the Derby player, was talking about just how much it offers discipline as an important life skill outside of sport, and it's given her focus during all of the lockdowns, focus that she should stay fit and be ready to come back to the sport once COVID restrictions allow. 9 minutes remaining of this first half here. Genesis on the ball, trying to build from the back. And a crucial stage the last few minutes of this first half. What do you hope to see in terms of Genesis growing into the game? What do they need to do more of?
Just try to regain that intensity that they showed at the start of the contest, I think. Just try to build attacks well, be patient in possession, wait for the right time to open up the Derby defence. I have to say though, Kate Wright, the number 5 for Derby at the back, has been excellent so far, playing in that fixed position at the back of the Derby diamond.
Yeah, Kate Wright, the captain for this Derby side in black and white here, who have that 1 goal advantage after that early opener from close range by Audrey Huskerson-Moore. So Derby with Emery to Wells on the right, who's playing without sleeves, slightly different kit, and the shot is blocked. Right place, right time once again. Charlotte Young, that's not the first time that she's done that today. So cut back to Wells. Shot is a little wayward.
Yeah, ideally on that one there, you want the ball set back for a right-footed shot from that side of the court and a left-footed shot over on the other side. Just perhaps a bit inaccurate with the delivery of the set piece.
Emery goes back to Wright and now plays the square ball, and Genesis have been picking up some of those balls and indeed shots in that sort of zone around the edge of the area all game long. So yeah, right place at the right time, you'd say. So 8 minutes remaining now of this first half. Wright restarts play with the kick in to Wells. Gets the ball back and chooses to go right once more. And given away this time, but a wayward shot. And once again, a bit of a rushed shot maybe. Is that harsh?
No, I agree, a rush shot there as well, but also a rush pass to lose possession.
Emery now could double Derby's advantage, but so tame. Unfortunate from a Derby perspective, but Emma Donker was there and she was already down on the ground. There wasn't much of a gap though to squeeze that ball home. Once again a physical challenge, and now space for Genesis, but Wells is across. And that was a really important intervention from Amy Wells, the number 7. See Asaka now on the bench. Really good few touches that we've seen from her.
Kicking overturned here in a attacking position now for Genesis. If you wonder, they can work something from this. We saw this in the previous game before with the sheer amount of lines on the court. I believe that was just taken from the wrong line again. See if Genesis can work something here, but it doesn't look like they can.
But Derby can't get the ball to Huskerson-Moore, and that allows Genesis the shot. They are getting closer. Kate Wright building from the back. Plays the 1-2 with Emery. Wells always available, it seems. Huskerson Moore. Back to Wells. Will she shoot this time? Left foot. That was better. And blocked by Amodonka.
Yeah, long range effort. Simple save in the end for Amodonka.
And that was perhaps a slightly more difficult save, but she made it look just as simple. Oh, and Emery will going to get that one. Emery will get that one, but goes out of play. So lots of instructions, as ever. Very vocal Genesis team, and so often the best way to be. Here's a really good opportunity to equalise, and goes wide. Those yellow boards have been hit a few times.
Yeah, it's just the final finish really needed for Genesis. They've now started to create more and more opportunities as they look to get themselves back into this game with an equaliser, but it'll certainly please their coaches that they are creating more chances as this game moves forward.
Wells, Huskerson Moore will take that. I thought Emery was in a better position, but Huskerson Moore just got onto it first.
Yeah, just run away from Emery a little bit, but if she had been able to get onto it, then perhaps would have been in a better position to take the shot on goal.
Kate Wright. Solid at the back there. Heather Keith. So Genesis get possession from this kick-in. Oh, smiling. And substitutes enjoying watching this match indeed, as are we, as I hope you are as well. Huskerson Moore, our goal scorer. Kate Wright. Well, the captain hasn't really misplaced a pass. Been solid at the back there. And back heel now, Huskerson Moore. Emery. Now, that's a lot to ask for Wright to make up that much ground. So this last quarter of the first half is going to be so key to see if Genesis can find an equaliser. It would make a huge difference going into half-time.
Yeah, we saw in the game previous a goal just before the break, which turned out to be so crucial in the general trend of that game. Another goal for Derby would be ideal for them. Genesis, not the end of the world if they go into the break 1 down. 2 becomes a bit more of an uphill task. If they can get an equaliser, we've got game on for the second half.
Yeah, they have had chances, Genesis, but it's been a case of not getting enough shots on target. That was a bit of a feisty 50-50 there. Genesis will restart play on the left-hand side with this kick-in. And, well, I think that was a shot. And again, it goes wide of the post. An ambitious effort there from Pink. So, under 5 minutes remaining now. Garcia Verdugo made 2 big saves in a brief, strong spell of pressure for Genesis. Apart from that, we've seen more of Derby in terms of a creative point of view. Wright, Keith, well, took her time, but eventually struck the ball with real power.
Such a similar move to the actual goal that was there, with that ball across over onto the far side, as we just saw a moment ago, and then the ball back to the second post. That time just slightly overhit and unable to find a second goal.
Right to Keith, who turns and gets her head up and calls for the number 8 on the right-hand side to get onto it, Mitchell, but too far in front of her. So 4 minutes remaining. Live coverage then here from the University of Wolverhampton's Walsall campus, the first round of fixtures and the first fixture in Group C of the Women's Super Series as part of the FA National Futsal Series Summer Showdown of 2021. So good to have futsal back, and everything that comes with that, being part of a team, physical fitness benefits, the social side, and the atmosphere as well. Getting back playing indoors following the end of the most recent lockdown. And well, even if you're not playing futsal this weekend, you might be doing something else social indoors, and so you can somewhat empathise with just what it's like to be back indoors in some form of environment. So Huskisson Moor plays it out to the right hand side to Mitchell. Not able to do anything with that ball.
Yeah, decision goes the way of Genesis there. The last touch just coming off of Mitchell. Unfortunate for her, really.
Pink with a nice accurate pass there. Can they make something of it with a shot? Second time of asking. Oh, lovely scoop in, and that is huge. And the Genesis players go absolutely wild. It's a brilliant finish, and it's the first time today that we have seen a team equalise after being one down. Second time of asking. Kate Wright, the captain, did well to block. That's the number 9. Lerianne Silva Santos, who makes it Derby 1, London Genesis 1.
Yeah, Kate Wright can count herself unfortunate on that ricochet back to Silva Santos, but a brilliant finish in the end. Just dinked it over the top of Garcia Verdugo. And it's 1-1. Game on.
Game on very much indeed. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Kate Wright now coming forward, gets the ball on the left-hand side. She's got a player over. Oh, that wasn't the finish that Mitchell wanted. A really good opportunity, and it was that element of composure in building the attack, playing the final ball, and everything was right up to the finish.
Yeah, most definitely just skewed that attempt off target, but again, good build-up play from Derby. Many a time we've seen them switch the ball cross-court and back. Certainly something that I'd look to be picking up on as part of the Genesis coaching side, just how much Derby have switched the play across court.
Really good play by Ho. She's through on goal here. Wonderful save by Garcia Verdugo, who made it very difficult for Ho after a lovely bit of skill. She has just come on. So, well, Isaac, we've been screaming and crying out and hoping for a team to get back into the match after conceding goals. Genesis have finally done here. So, what next in this game? It's hard to predict now what will happen.
Yeah, you have to praise Genesis for their commitment to the cause and the way in which they have managed to get themselves back into the game near a complete turnaround there as well, if it wasn't for Garcia Verdugo.
Well, it was wonderful to see those in red on the touchline as well, up with their arms in the air. Some of it was out of shot, but you certainly will have seen the scoring player, Silva Santos, jumping in joy, and it was replicated across the team, which is wonderful. So can they build on that? Mitchell on the right, and this could be a brilliant opportunity for Huskisson Moor, and she turns around almost in disgust at that chance being missed. A huge opportunity.
Prime example of what you were saying there just a moment ago, Alex, with the Genesis bench really applauding that tackle there, but then it's the concentration levels, and the ball was played into Huskisson Moor, who really should have regained Derby's advantage. It's just those levels of concentration when the ball does leave the court.
Oh, and that is loose, and it's in from Keith, and you have to feel sorry for the Genesis goalkeeper, who's made some wonderful saves so far. Her team had just got back into the game, but by the same token, Derby missing a wonderful chance for Huskisson Moor, and Keith did really well. She had a lot to do there to get the ball in, and another good celebration. This time though, Derby 1, Derby 2, Genesis 1.
Yeah, no excuses really though there for Amo Donker in the Genesis goal. I'm sure she'll take full responsibility for that one. Just misjudged the flight of the ball somewhat, and it's proved costly for her side.
Garcia Verdugo gets the ball out on the right to Fox. Given away, Genesis, they'd hope to reply again. Keith was there, having scored the goal to make the block. Ho, shown some really impressive touches. Silva Santos, who has scored just a few minutes ago. Here's Huskisson Moore, and she has made it 3-1 to Derby. Took that opportunity brilliantly. Well, it was the harder of the two chances perhaps, but makes no mistake. It was a bit of a gift.
Yeah, again, another gifted goal really, but Huskisson Moore on the score sheet once again. Derby's standout player so far on the score sheet again. In the final minutes of this first half, it makes it Derby 3, Genesis 1.
Yeah, in the final few seconds, in fact. So, just a moment ago, we were saying that Genesis has got back into it. But suddenly 2 quick-fire goals from Derby, and they're in a better position than they were prior to that equaliser. Huskisson Moore has it. Can they make the most of this opportunity? The ball downfield is blocked. Only 24 seconds left of this first half. So Olivia Fox, the free kick to Keith. Wonderful lob on the angle there. Really precise. Didn't have much time to think about what she was going to do. And she was delighted when the ball went in. So just 12 seconds left before half time, and this will be an really interesting one to reflect on for both sides. Keith with the kick in on the left. And they'll hope to just run down the clock here. Last few seconds, Olivia Fox. Back to Keith. And that's half time. Well, huge amount of credit goes to Genesis for getting back into the game after a long spell where it was pretty even. But then Huskisson Moore, who opened the scoring, got her second of the game moments after Heather Keith had helped Derby get that advantage back. So at half time, it's Derby 3, London Genesis 1. Let's take a look at some of the best clips from that first half. Lovely touch there by Keith. And double save there by the goalkeeper, who was so vocal from the start, Amadonko. In goal, and this was the wonderful bit of play. Huskisson Moore couldn't miss that.
Yeah, brilliant goal that. I think that will really satisfy the coaching team as well to score such a wonderfully worked team goal. Here a good save by Garcia Verdugo, one of many in that first half.
And this is where, despite the initial block, Silva Santos followed up and got her team back into the game. Celebrations there. And what was unfortunate is that Derby replied straight back. We're going to see this chance for Ho first. It was a really good save.
Yeah, it could have been so different had that found the back of the net, because these two goals you're about to see here in quick succession really put the game in the hands of Derby now.
Apologising is Amadonko for that mistake. So unfortunate. Genesis didn't deserve that, but Keith with a skilled finish, really. Didn't have much space to work with to get the angle right. And then this, the gift, unfortunately. Another mistake. Huskisson Moore capitalises. 3-1 at half time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. the second half then of Derby against London Genesis. Derby leading by 3-1 after a very entertaining first half, you'd have to say. We've got 20 minutes more coming your way. So, Isaac Barrington alongside me. What are we expecting in this second half?
It'll be exciting to see what this second half brings. I think Genesis need to come out of the box quickly, as they did in the first period, in this second half now. Try to get themselves a goal and get back into this game.
Well, I was hesitating as I handed over to you there, because it looked like Emery was about to pop it in the net, and then she had another chance, but Genesis back well. And when they've been at their best, Genesis, they've had defenders very, very close to the goalkeeper, in fact, and they've blocked opportunities like that. Let it out of play though, this time by Olivia Fox, the number 3, starting this second half. Wells is out there as well for them, the number 7. Here she is on the ball. Really good opportunity. It's going to be a tight angle. Can she get it across? Well, too much pace on that ball over. Was Huskisson Moore, who has already scored twice in the first half. So Genesis hit forward and picked up by Fox. Huskisson Moore, and nearly came off that header. Well, maybe on that side the ball always goes wide, because that's what was happening from a Genesis perspective in the first half, and it's hit the yellow board again for Wells of Derby. She tries to make that lead more comfortable. Some very comfortable matches so far today. We're pleased to see that this is the most even going into the second half, but a fourth goal would make quite a difference, you'd have to say.
Yeah, most definitely. That headed opportunity there as well, nearly found the back of the net. Would have been somewhat of a rarity to see 2 headed goals in futsal on the same day of action.
It's interesting, as Derby have made a goalkeeping substitution for this second half. Garcia Verdugo made a couple of really good saves and only conceded the 1 goal. They've actually made 3 good saves. 2 in quick succession, and then 1 was really important because Genesis would have gone 2-1 in front at that point. It was from Helen Ho, I seem to remember.
Yeah, I'd imagine that was a pre-planned substitution for the half-time break, with Schmid coming on for Garcia Verdugo, because it was a good performance by Garcia Verdugo in that first half.
And of course, we know that 8 members of the squad are making their debut, so perhaps just a chance for the coach Hardy to see more of his players in action, including goalkeepers. So Wells and Fox try to combine there to build the attack. Fox restarts play on the right. Huskisson Moore on the left. Emery, well, she's had a few half chances right in front of that goal. Huskisson Moore. No one there for the cutback, unfortunately.
Yeah, good idea that was, with that ball across to the byline in the cutback. Chance here.
Yeah, it's Wells this time, takes a moment just to get the right angle. Good idea, but in the end it was well blocked by Genesis. Numbers right in front of the keeper again. Here's Emery. She also takes her time, wriggles away really nicely, and that's a very well worked goal from Nicola Emery. And it's that crucial 4th goal, perhaps. And it makes it Derby 4, London Genesis 1.
Yeah, Emery was just toying with the Genesis defence there. Eventually shifted the ball to the side and found the back of the net. Crucial goal, as we see it on the replay here. Shifts it onto her left foot and beats the goalkeeper from close range. Crucial 4th goal, and Derby well and truly in control of this one now.
Yes, it does make quite a difference. Of course, there are 17 minutes remaining and a really good time to have a timeout for both teams.
Yeah, relatively early timeout in this half, called by Genesis as that goal was conceded. Just a time to regroup perhaps, and as they look to find some way back into this game. Difficult uphill ask for them now though, going 3 goals behind so early on in this second period.
Yeah, and Derby, given that they've added that bit of control, and the match has a slightly different tone to it now. Genesis need to chase the game, and that could leave them a bit vulnerable on the counter-attack. Let's wait and see how the next 10 minutes develop, because that will be really important. Emery. Fox back to Emery, player over here. Goalkeeper gets there first. And it was Fox who had the opportunity there. It just went wide.
It should be 4, Alex. That really has to be hitting the back of the net from close range there.
So 3 mistakes, I think, that have led directly to goals. Let's see how the next few minutes develop. Huskinson Moore, Fox. That was a mistake that was eventually let off. So Genesis restart play. 17 minutes remaining. Good pressure there from Wales. Emery also pressing. Maybe this game will start to be a bit scrappy once again. Genesis really have to try and score in the next few minutes.
Yeah, Genesis just finding it really difficult to build any attacks from their own defensive half.
Good 50-50 there, won by Genesis, but the ball does go out of play, and Schmidt goes to retrieve, gives the ball to Fox, and she'll take the kick in. Emery now much deeper, recent goal scorer, away from Farragone. This time the player on the left hand side is Huskinson Moore on a hat-trick, and that's a much higher and wider shot there coming in from Fox. 4-1 Derby lead, and such a long-awaited return to competition here. Derby showing some great form, and they faced a stern test really from Genesis, and of course in their first competitive fixture they've certainly given something. I'm impressed ahead of their remaining ones. Of course they'll also play Cheshire, who aren't in action today.
Yeah, that fixture scheduled for next week, with Group C just having 3 teams. Derby will be given the week's break, but Genesis to face Cheshire at St George's Park, 12 o'clock kick-off next Saturday.
Farragone back to Young, and back to Farragone. Emery comes in to win it, and she has the ball over to Wells. Brilliant save this time from Amadonka in goal.
Yeah,
so
great save there. We'll just see it again on the replay here as it's played over to the left-footed shot. Well anticipated by Amadonka, and good technique to pull off the save as well.
Yeah, she's tried to be a commanding presence at the back there. Emery with the header. No one was back, and Fox, another great challenge, tried to win it for her team. But Esaka was there. Apologies, I got Esaka confused with Critchley Watson for Derby a little earlier on. This is Esaka in the red of Genesis. Emery tries to squeeze that one, and cheeky at the near post. She has it back now. Fox, and lucky defender and goalkeeper combine to keep it out, and they're celebrating that once again. It's like celebrating a point in volleyball or another sport. Rewarding for each bit of play, and I like that, I have to say, that touch of emotion, bringing that to the game. Very welcome.
Yeah, 100%. You can see the emotion flooding out on the court there. And Genesis 3 goals down, but still giving it everything they've got in their locker in this opening game for them of the Summer Showdown.
15 minutes left in this match. So, can Genesis get a goal back, bring it back to 4-2 in the next few minutes? Let's find out. Young nearly gave the ball away there. So Genesis on the right-hand side. Hook forward, lovely little turn. Are there any options in the middle? Really good check back. Well, tried to go alone. Esaka. Maybe better placed options. Huskisson more. Chip into the goalkeeper's hands. I think that was a cross rather than a shot. Esaka.
Yeah, it didn't come to anything a moment ago for Esaka, but great pivot play as the ball was played into her, and she rolled the opposition player and managed to squeeze away and break away for the Genesis attack. More of that needed from a Genesis point of view for sure.
Farragone. Huskisson Moore wins the ball back. Jodie Hill is on for Derby. They'll try and close out this result. Here is Hill. Nice bit of skill from her. And Emery with her second of the game. And that could be the match secured from a Derby point of view.
Yeah, you'd have to say so, wouldn't you, Alex? I think it does look like game, set and match now for Derby. Really took control of this game in the second half especially, and Nicola Emery with her second of the game makes it 5-1 to Derby.
Two players on a hat-trick, Emery and Huskisson Moore, 9 and 10. So Derby 5, London Genesis 1 in their first competitive fixture, and Derby with 8 debutants in their squad. Fran Critchley-Watson is on again, number 14. Emery tries to win it back. Genesis turning and turning. Enough to make me dizzy. Fox, make sure that goes out of play. So Schmidt, who came on as keeper for this second half, hasn't had too much to do so far. Really good tussle there with Watson, Critchley-Watson involved. And goes for the second challenge as well. Great energy. So 13 minutes remaining of this match. Esaka. Ball forwards. Oh, just couldn't get that under her spell. Andrade.
It was a good pass forward actually, but it's just a poor touch in the end by Andrade.
Ball in from Hill to Emery, who has her hat-trick now. Some really, really good finishes. And 2 goals from very close range. Adding a bit of gloss to the scoreline now. Great ball from Hill and lovely finish past the goalkeeper who was on the floor. Derby 6, Genesis 1.
Yeah, great play by Jodie Hill, and she put it on the plate really for Nicola Emery to complete her hat-trick. Great unselfish ball across to the back post, and the simplest of tap-ins.
Pink with a long shot. Can they make the most of this chance? Surely they can. They do have a second goal, and they have a lovely celebration once more. And it is the same player, Silva Santos, who's got that second goal to make it Derby 6, Genesis 2.
Yeah, Silva Santos with her second of the game. You have to say as well, she hasn't been involved in too much of the attacking play for Genesis. Maura Saka at the forefront of that, but it's Silva Santos with the 2 goals for Genesis, and I'm sure she'll be delighted with that on a personal level.
Well, that at least gives them a glimmer of hope. But the key thing will be is that as soon as you score a goal, don't then relinquish that new goal deficit, and it's currently at 4. St. Pink there with the push as she almost frustratedly can't hang on to that ball. Silva Santos really battling hard with Keith and Critchley Watson. Goodness me, there's some really physical challenges coming in now. Genesis really keen to make sure that they capitalise on getting one back, but it's becoming a little bit tasty, a little bit feisty.
Yeah, definitely. You just see the intensity of the game raised up a couple of levels there. A couple of strong challenges being put in the middle of the court. Did see the goalkeeper for Derby, Schmid, there throw the ball out of play on purpose. Whether Genesis will give this back or not, I'm not sure, because the Derby player was actually back on her feet. We'll wait and see what happens here.
Well, either way, players out of breath, just a chance to catch it back. On the right-hand side, kick forward is blocked immediately, and Genesis just get this under control. Mitchell and Hill were pressing for Derby.
Yeah, I think it was encroachment on that last kick-in, but not picked up by the referee on the far side of the picture, and Derby potentially got away with one there.
Interesting. Well, no fouls so far in this game indeed, and that's interesting because we've had in the second half, I should say, despite the physical challenges. So here's Critchley Watson who's going to restart play. So the kick in from the Derby number 14. Mitchell just has it under control. Well, Derby retain possession anyway with Schmidt. Out to the right hand side. And out of play.
Do get the sense that this game's in slight danger of just petering out a little bit from a Derby perspective, but if Genesis can try to get another goal and see where that takes them, really, Derby will be looking to keep their energy levels high and create more chances.
Here is a chance, and that is unlucky. Lamenting the fact that, I think the outside of the post there, or the side of the net. Good control. Close to being a handball there, but I think it was controlled well off the chest. Yeah, Derby do have a tendency to just whack the ball clear and to try and get it away from their half. So you see what you mean about petering out. Here's Mitchell on the right, and she won't keep that in. So one more game out of 5 to go today. First round of fixtures of the Women's Super Series. Everyone's so excited to have futsal back, and pleased to watch the coverage as well. We're getting some good feedback, which is good to see. Here's Critchley Watson. And to be honest, sometimes the coverage is only as good as the quality of the action, and we've had some stellar displays throughout the day, right from this morning when we kicked off at 10 o'clock. So Silva Santos on a hat-trick then, plays it square, can't get it out of her feet. So frustrating, because mentioned glimmer of hope, that phrase. 10 minutes remaining, 4 goals down. Had to take that chance. Oh, okay, right, giving it away there. But back to the keeper, Critchley Watson on the left. Under a lot of pressure, but she'll have it back, and that's all Derby need to do.
Yeah, just a few misplaced passes by Derby in dangerous areas there. There was a good chance for Silva Santos. Unable to take it though. The scoreline remains 6-2.
Yeah, you would have backed her given her finishing in this match so far. So let's see what the remainder has in store for us. Pink. And just trying to organise the Derby defence is right, the captain there. There's Genesis. Certainly haven't given up on this match just yet. Let's see if they can get a good cutback here. Goes to Silva Santos. She elects not to shoot, to a pass shot blocked here. This could be the opportunity. Oh, not quite enough on it. Goalkeeper Schmidt is well out here, but there are enough covering defenders for Derby.
Yeah, unorthodox goalkeeping there by Schmidt as she came flying out of her area.
Yes, it was Andrade who worked the opportunity for herself, and she is going to take this corner away by Derby. Again, they have enough players back. And that was Sharif with the attempt. The number 3 here. So 6 goals scored by Derby, 2 by London Genesis, both for Silva Santos, their number 9. While Nicola Emery has a hat-trick for Derby, and 2 for Audrey Huskerson-Moore, and 1 for Heather Keith. Silva Santos up against right. Mitchell is able to clear and is surely fouled there. A yellow card. And look at that challenge. So Mitchell trying to break upfield.
Yeah, yellow card there for the Genesis number 9, and double goal scorer Silva Santos. She takes her place up on the substitutes bench following that yellow card.
So inside the final quarter. Stay tuned for Bolton against Bedford to come up. And kick-off for that match is at 6 o'clock, so just under an hour's time. Mitchell. Wells battling here for Derby. Back to right, the captain. Mitchell once again, looked good since returning to the field, but leaves the ball behind her there. And maybe Genesis can break. No, they can't.
Yeah, Mitchell just seemed to get the ball stuck under her feet for a moment there, and left it behind her as she looked to drive straight on in at that Genesis goal.
And it's a shame that Genesis haven't been able to capitalise on winning back possession on a couple of occasions. Well, unorthodox Amadonka trying to come out here, flying forward now, give them an extra advantage of having a player over. She's going to go immediately back, but well, maybe worth the opportunity. 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, Amadonka, I think, took it upon herself to take that opportunity and run forward to join the attack there. I'm sure she would have loved it if she had have got the square ball across and prodded it home.
Yeah, she's tried to lead by example before and commanding her defenders to work hard and make sure they're there to block. They've done that plenty of times. Derby could have scored more in the first half. As it was 3-1 at half-time. So booted downfield by Schmidt to Heather Keith. Wonderful lob from her in the first half. Mitchell just crashes into the goal as a result of her momentum. Lots of balls going out of play here. Scrappy once again.
Yeah, a few stray passes in this second half. Both teams just failing to get any real string of possession going. Become a cagey affair, but Derby in control in terms of performance and scoreline.
Heather Keith. Ball blocked. Wright launches it forward. Mitchell frustrated with the ball going through her legs, I think it was. Not able to pick it up. Nearly an opportunity for Genesis. Lamenting her bad luck. Isaka can't find her teammate. Keith seems determined to have a shot on goal. I think that might have been going wide anyway. Keeper made sure. Well, you just knew that she was going to have a shot at goal. Her body language said so.
Yeah, I think that was just heading into the side netting, but goalkeeper Amo Donker just made sure, pushed it behind for the corner.
And they need to push that one behind. Under 8 minutes left on the clock here. Derby 6, London Genesis 2. 3 goals for Emery. I think that one was a handball. So free kick goes the way of Derby Futsal Club. Wells just unable to get a toe to that ball. So Mitchell gives it away to Ho, who's looked good so far. She's back on. And still has it. So, and is that going to be a free kick the way of Genesis? Right, so it was Keith and Wells there who were defending.
Yeah, the yellow card's been shown to Amy Wells.
Yes.
Just almost barged into the opposition player, and it will be a set piece here for Genesis. Amy Wells becomes the second player this game to have their name taken by the match officials.
Yeah, Ho was in a Derby sandwich there. Hines on this free kick, the number 2. What will she do? Blocked by Wells. So conceded the free kick, but also dealt with it effectively. Sharif. And Genesis can't make anything of that. Out of play with Wright here on the Derby left. Schmidt goes central. Mitchell can't pick it up. Ho turns really well. One of the more skillful Genesis players so far, but maybe I cursed her there. Just a wayward pass, which is unfortunate, but some good attacking play. She had a goal that, well, a goal scoring opportunity, I should say. That could have given Genesis a second at that point in the first half, which might have helped them stay in the game for a bit longer. It was those 2 goals in quick succession which made it 3-1 for Derby after Genesis had done so well to equalise through Lilian Silva Santos. And the first half has been pretty similar. 3 goals for Derby and just 1 for Genesis. So that means it's 6-2 with under 7 minutes remaining. Sharif. Oh, that was Paul given away to Wells. Really good save. Both teams now celebrating because the shot is being applauded, as is the save. Keith. Amadonka just calling on her defenders to try and stop the shots being allowed.
Yeah, you have to say Amadonka's organisation of her teammates has been spot on so far. We saw just there organising the outfield players into the Y formation to defend the corner.
I think it means that of the losing teams that we've seen so far today, Genesis have the most positives to take and build on for their second fixture.
Most definitely, yeah, not just in terms of the results and scoreline as well, but Genesis certainly take plenty of positives away from this game today. You can see in the first half, it was just those 2 killer goals really for Derby just before the break that kind of put the game beyond Genesis, but it's not been a bad performance by any stretch of the imagination.
Kate Wright wants to add her name to the score sheet here. Unable to do so, the number 5. In a bid to make it 7. Amadonka. This time Keith, a good performance from her. A really special goal. Huskisson Moore is back on. She has 2. Good chance, Isaac, to ask you about player of the match in this one with 6 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, Audrey Huskisson Moore's impressed me, but I'd have to go for Nicola Emery with that hat-trick. Key player for Derby, scored goals at key times throughout this game as well. Being an important player, not only in terms of the goals as well, but in the build-up play as well, and her defensive duties. So Nicola Emery, the number 10 for Derby, has impressed me the most.
And what about who's caught the eye from the Genesis perspective?
For Genesis, there's been a few good performances, I think. Raisa Asaka, the number 14.
As Jodie Hill scores a 7th then for Derby, and it was made all too easy. Derby 7, Genesis 2. Emery this time turns creator with the assist, puts it on a plate for Hill, who taps in, and it's a case of pick that one out for Amadonka. Well, as you were saying, a number of Genesis players have impressed.
Yeah, Asaka, I think when she's been on the court, has been at the forefront of much of Genesis' attack. And then, of course, Silva Santos with the 2 goals as well. Derby nearly adding an 8th there, but it's becoming a difficult time out there on court for Genesis at the moment.
Yeah, that glimmer of hope is gone now. And, well, we thought this would be an even contest. It certainly was in the first half, but the scoreline doesn't tell you everything that's happened in this match.
It's a lot about the mentality of the teams as well, and just getting those 2 goals before half-time for Derby really gave them the mental advantage going into the second half. Becomes much more of a difficult task for the team behind, and tend to see the team who is in control then start to play better futsal as well, just because they've got more freedom, less pressure.
Yeah, it was a real shame that we weren't able to go into half-time at 1-1. 7-2 is the scoreline, and nearly fumbled by Amadonka. In fact, it was, but she did manage to gather it the second time of asking. Here is Ho. Good turn, but Saka wasn't quite as close to her as she needed to be to pick up on that pass.
Yeah, you may put Amadonka down at fault for one of the first half goals, but she certainly made up for her error with a number of good saves. Not only the second half, but the first period as well. She's been commanding from the back. Looks an exciting prospect in goal for Genesis in the weeks going forward.
Yeah, it's one of those where, as a keeper, perhaps you look back and think you should have caught it, but then you're amazed because the forward does an amazing job to actually find the back of the net from that tight angle. Here's Hill. Fox coming forward now. Twisting ball there to Emery, and eventually out of play.
Yeah, final 5 minutes or so of this 4th game of the day, then the penultimate game. Just tried to keep the energy levels high, but it's obviously difficult for both these sides.
Let's see which of these teams will end the match the strongest. Here's Hill. Apologies because she couldn't get the right cross there to find her teammates. towards Emery. 3 goals, at least 1 assist, could have made it 4 goals for her personally. In the first match of the day, Charlotte Newsham, the University of Liverpool futsal player and Blackburn Rovers ladies footballer in the Women's Championship, scored 5 in 1 match. The team managed 9.
Yeah, that drive forward there from Nicola Emery really epitomising what I was saying earlier. She's been involved in many of the Derby attacks, positive transition, defence into attack. She's a really key player for this Derby side.
A hopeful effort there towards goal. 4 minutes remaining. So still Bolton against Bedford to come at 6 o'clock. 40 minutes time. Emery on the right, lovely touch there to create the opportunity, although gone somewhat backwards. Emery has it again now, too much on that for her teammate Hill, who is coming in there. Jodie Hill has it back and asked too much there of Huskisson Moore, who is also now looking for a hat-trick after Emery completed hers.
Yeah, I'm sure Huskisson Moore will be looking to complete that hat-trick, get on level terms in terms of the goal-scoring tally with Huskisson Moore. That'll tell you it's a team game and more about the team, which is absolutely correct, but on a personal level, always brilliant to score a goal, and especially when you make it your hat-trick.
Yeah, Huskisson Moore, one of the new signings for Derby, along with Mel Schmidt as well, announced very recently. Really good opportunity here for Genesis to grab a 3rd goal. Chance is still there, but more difficult with that 2nd strike. It was Silva Santos, the other player, who could yet grab a hat-trick, be the first today for the losing team. Silva Santos over to Faragone with a lob, but goalkeeper Schmidt was on the line. And she's only conceded 1 so far from a number of opportunities that Genesis have had. Emery, rare mistake from her, but she does still hang on to it. Chance of a 4th now for her personally, of course. 8th for Derby. Silva Santos, good play. Options left and right. Pink. Can she check back? Yes. Silva Santos in the middle. Oh no. Emery somehow was back there to defend moments after attacking. Here comes Fox. She's mostly done defending so far. She plays it to Huskisson Moore, who hits the post.
That really should be Huskisson Moore's hat-trick. Brilliant break forward. As we see on the replay here, the ball just played across, teed up perfectly. And the goalkeeper, Amadonka, perhaps did enough to just put Huskisson Moore off. But she has to be hitting the target from that sort of range.
Yeah, I know there's not much to aim for, but the goalkeeper was covering that side of the goal. Oh, really good bit of play there to get the ball away from Jodie Hill. But recycled once again by Derby. Right. Hill. Once again, Genesis win it back. Really good composure there from Pink. Oh, I thought she was going to play it to the right. Perhaps that would have been the better option, but maybe she caught the goalkeeper by surprise. That was what she was hoping to do.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times. Pink perhaps just taking a shot when there was a better option elsewhere to lay the ball to one of her teammates. But again, good in possession from Tineke Pink, the number 7 on screen now, about to take this kick in for Genesis, in possession of the ball. Good footwork. It's just that final decision making that we alluded to earlier.
Kate Wright doing everything to win the ball back. Here comes Emery now, and she tried just to pass it into the net and then straight at the goalkeeper, and then Fox, and plaudits deserved for Ajewa Amadonka, for making 3 saves.
Yeah, excellent triple save there by Amadonka.
Well, certainly the second one was right at her, and again, the wrong side of the goal really was chosen, but then the agility to get back up, she might have to save them again once more. Nicely through the legs by Emery. Last minute then of this penultimate match of the day. Right. Hill. Back to the captain for Derby. Nicola Emery. 3 goals for her today. Genesis win back possession. Rojas Plaza forward. Wright deals with that easily. And Hill can't quite chase. Not the same energy levels that they all had at the start, of course. Half a minute remains. Holly Hines is on and will take the kick in on the left-hand side.
Again, the kick in overturn then on the near side. We've seen that a number of times today now. The blue line is very near the line that we are actually playing to here. Referees have to enforce the laws of the game, and the near side official has done so correctly to the law there.
Amadonka is going to race out of goal. Can she hang on to it here? Might as well stay out for a bit, but she does head back. Hill spotting another player over and forward. Well, Derby had 5 new signings last summer, 3 more recently, and they've gelled well into this team today. And they were excited heading in because of the quality, some of the experience blended with some of the new players. Really good characters in the squad, and clearly it's worked out in this first game. As for Genesis, a lot they can build on.
Only expect Derby to get better as well, Alex. Just exciting times for them, great performance and victory for them today.
So time for Amadonka to make 1 more save, and both teams applauding, just like they celebrated all of their goals. Great emotion, intensity and excitement throughout that match. It was the most even that we've seen so far today, but in the end Derby got goals at crucial times. Emery, the pick of the bunch, with a hat-trick. In the end it finished Derby 7, London Genesis 2. Well, really sporting as well, as we see the COVID-friendly fist bumps or elbow bumps from the players. And some really good performances all round in that one. You mentioned Emery with a hat-trick, Huskerson Moore with 2, could have had further goals. Heather Keith and Jodie Hill were the other goal scorers. Let's take a look at some of the best moments of this match. Okay, here we go. So, 9 goals in this game. This was the first from Huskerson Moore early on in the game, and this was the equaliser after Wright defended well. It was Silva Santos who took the second bite of the cherry and into the net past the first half goalkeeper Garcia Verdugo. And Keith with the lob after the mistake by the goalkeeper. It was a shame really, because the goalkeeper had made so many saves throughout the game. It was very consistent. Huskerson Moore there getting her second, And that was all in the first half. Over now to the second period of action. Emery really patient and working herself a great opportunity. That touch onto her left foot and past the goalkeeper. Jodie Hill, one of the substitutes. Nice interplay with Emery, who then grabbed her hat-trick. Hill once again involved in creating this goal. And indeed another. Tamika Pink had a shot saved, and Silva Santos squeezed home to make it 2 goals for her and her team Genesis. Just evading the dive of Schmidt coming out from goal. And it was about time that Jodie Hill got a deserved goal, and she added her name to the score sheet. Before the goalkeeper made 3 saves to deny the likes of Emery and Fox. Let's get some reaction. And let's go down to Isaac and see who he's found down there.
Nicola, great team and individual performance today. A hat-trick of goals for yourself. Just sum up your thoughts following that one.
It was a great game. I really enjoyed it. It's first game back after a long time, and we've worked hard in training. We've pretty much a new team. We've shoved a lot of players together that haven't played together before, and I think we've done brilliant. You know, lots of creativity, good defender. Well, every single position. We can all rotate. It all looked really good today. Excited for the next game, really.
And being in Group C, you mentioned that next game. You get a week off next week, and then back in action in a fortnight's time against Cheshire. You must be looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, we want to go all the way, so we're excited for every game. We've got the players definitely to go all the way. So every game we're just relishing, and we're ready for it, 100%.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, and well played today.
Thank you.
So one more game remains, and kick-off is at 6 o'clock. Bolton against Bedford, and we'll resume commentary just a few moments before kick-off for that match. a brilliant day of futsal action has come to this. The last match of 5 as part of the opening round of matches for this summer showdown. It's Bolton against Bedford. And both of these teams, by the way, have enjoyed watching the day's action. Let's hear what the managers of the two sides had to say prior to this final kick-off.
Carl Tappin of Bedford, have you managed to catch any of the action today? We've had a thrilling set of games so far.
Yes, we watched the first 2 or 3 games this morning on the stream. I'm really impressed with the quality of it all. All the girls couldn't believe how clear it is. The commentary is excellent. The little multi-camera angles and stuff is brilliant. It's such a step up for the game. And we're just really looking forward to being a part of that.
We haven't bribed you to say that.
No, you haven't. Of course you haven't.
And how much are you looking forward then to stepping in now? It's your time finally to take to the centre stage.
We've been training for a year and a half in and out of lockdowns, trying so hard to get to this point. We weren't particularly strong before, we're happily to admit now, and we've come on so far, and we're just waiting to show people that we have come on that far. Right, we've got 3 or 4 players that maybe are stronger, not here today, but we've worked really, really hard to try and become a better side. We've played friendlies against strong sides, and we're really looking forward to getting inside, not in the rain, not on an AstroTurf, on a proper court, and just playing a game of futsal.
Well, we wish your team the best of luck.
Thank you very much for your time. Cheers, mate.
Mick Parish of Bolton. This game has been 18 months in the making for you. Just how pleased are you that that journey has come to making your debut today?
It's relief. Relief. It's been a tough slog trying to get this over the line. Getting girls to play, women to play futsal and commit has been much harder than I thought. We have a few girls come through our academy and our associated academies, and they'll play a big part in today's game, and without them it couldn't be possible. So we're really looking forward now to trying to make some steps forward in the women's game, make a big impression. You know, for today it's going to be, you know, give it our best shot. We haven't got a lot of expectations, but we're just going to give it our best, and you know, I know the girls will. I'm proud of them, and you know, everyone's proud back home, so we'll just do the best we can.
It's been a great competition so far. What have you made of it?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I can't explain. Like I'm shocked really, because I don't think I was expecting the amount of professionalism that we've seen here today. And no, it's brilliant with the game. Brilliant.
I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Well, brilliant to hear the excitement to get underway. Having watched the action so far, both of those head coaches and indeed Bolton, their first game ever indoors. After all the hard work that's gone into getting to this point. And it will very quickly run through the teams. So at Bolton, here is the team selected by Mick Parish. And then Bedford are their opposition. And we'll take a quick look at theirs as well. There we go. So run through those in full in a moment. Carl Tappin, their manager. We are ready to kick off. It's the last game of the day as part of round 1 of fixtures of the Women's Super Series. Bolton against Bedford. Bolton in blue and Bedford red shirts, black shorts. Well, if you've been with us throughout the day, it has been a wonderful day of action right from the morning. Liverpool against Loughborough, the former winning 9-2. So 11 goals in that game, and that's been the story of the day really. Been treated to lots of goal mirth action. Bedford and Bolton get underway. So just run you through once again who's starting. We had a quick look there, but Joy Lowe in goal for Bolton. Layla Booth, Marnie Sidhu, Abby Clark and Lucy Walsh. There are the starters. Quickly away on the attack is Clark. And she has it once again. Number 7. Now that's Lucy Walsh on the right hand side. So ball out of play. It gives me a chance to just go through the Bedford team. Sophie Mullett, Sean Owens, Brooke Hudson and Emily Wall, with Nicole Raffamati, their goalkeeper. So chipped forward by Emily Wall. And of course, Isaac, these teams have had to wait all day to finally get their piece in the action. So I'm sure it was already eagerly anticipated after 14, 15 months. Of course, out without futsal action indoors, but that extra weight for them.
Yeah, most definitely. And I know we heard from the two coaches pre-match talking about how excited they are to be back out on the court and how they've been watching the action unfold throughout the day live as we brought it to you. These two teams on the court now and excited to see what this game brings between Bolton and Bedford.
Yeah, Bedford did mention that they've got a few players missing, so 4 missing players we understand. Kimberly Aldred and Federica Natalia injured and 2 other absentees, so obviously he would have liked to have those players available for selection as part of the squad today, and that does mean that actually both teams have fewer fresh legs available, so interesting to see whether we have a few tired legs towards the latter stage of the second half. So once again the attack being built here by Abby Clark and Lucy Walsh, combining as they did a moment ago. A good block there, red shirts getting in the way and really racing back Brooke Hudson so that she could make another block, or at least be in a position to. It's really interesting, Isaac, in all of these games, the first few moments, you get a sense of the sort of player that is going to be the main creator, and Abby Clark has looked lively on the ball so far.
100%, yeah, you can tell from the off that Clark's getting on the ball and trying to dictate play. You mentioned those absentees as well for Bedford. They also have 3 debutantes in Nixon, Hudson and McKay. Interesting to see how they fare out there on the courts.
Fast start so far. Clark checking back there and looked like she might have hurt herself a little, but just hoping to run that one off. Oh my goodness, goalkeeper just does enough in combination with defenders to stop Lucy Walsh opening the scoring. Well, I thought that was just kept in by Bolton, but it wasn't, so Hudson will take the kick in. Over to Nixon. So here is Walsh now, who had that opportunity, a long-range effort. A couple of those so far that we've seen.
Yeah, Lucy Walsh opting for that long-range strike. Was dipping, but just too late, and was never going to trouble the opposition goalkeeper.
So Bolton have started with intent. Clark dropping deep to receive possession. Plays a 1-2 with Marnie Sidhu. And Hudson getting across to try and shepherd that ball out of play. And in fact, Bolton get the free kick.
Yeah, just a bit of a over-exaggerated shoulder charge there, and it has been given as a free kick over on this near side.
Yeah, a couple of the referees have let those sorts of challenges go in earlier games. Layla Booth. Back to Sidhu, who had the shot from long range. A few of those so far. Some have been more effective than others throughout the day. London Helvecia's Nicole Pepper, very effective with a long range strike to catch the goalkeeper out and open the scoring. Hudson to Saunders. Back to Hudson. Well, closed out there, and Bolton, lovely little turn to win back now and trying to break. There's a ball with a lot of pace on it into the feet of Zara Musker, the number 3. Couldn't quite get it under her spell. Well, Bolton, perhaps you'd say, have made marginally the better of the two starts.
I'd agree, yeah. We saw on their social media as well before the game, they described their opposition as impressive in pre-season, but Bolton here have certainly come out with intent about them, not sat off their opposition, not allowed Bedford to gain control of possession, and it's Bolton who looked the more likely in the opening moments.
Yeah, right to be impressed by their opposition. I think they won in a preparation game for this against London Helvecia 2-1, and we know how impressive Helvecia were. So Clark's effort there is blocked, and it's another strong challenge on the number 23 for Bolton.
Worth saying as well that that's Brooke Hudson's second foul personally committed of the game as well. 2 free kicks given away by Hudson. Good opportunity here for Bolton, right on the edge of the penalty area. Let's see what they can work from this opportunity.
Booth is standing over it and goes for the ferocious shot towards goal, and it was just blocked on the line. And then once again they are thwarted.
Yeah, great defensive positioning there on the line. Exactly what you want as a goalkeeper there, to have one player back on the line to do that duty for you. Brilliant block.
There wasn't much space to aim for with that goal. Bit of a pull of the shirt there as Zara Musker tried to get her feet on that ball, but Bedford deal with it defensively, and maybe now they can build an attack of their own. Lofted forward towards the right, well kept in. And Clark is there covering well. Booth, who took that free kick a moment ago. Clark now pops up on the left and does really well to win back possession. We'll make sure it stays with her team, indeed.
Under 5 minutes of the game played here, and already 3 fouls committed by Bedford. So they are already on a tightrope, really. Interesting side note to keep an eye on, of course.
Yes, we haven't seen much accumulation of fouls throughout the day, so to have 3 in 5 minutes, certainly something to look out for. Booth is going to take this next free kick again. So still 0-0, Bolton against Bedford. Last game of the day, and that's well out of play. Comfortable, nothing for Raffinati to deal with that.
I think certainly the Bolton players thought that took a nick on its way through and should have been their ball, but both officials in agreement that it didn't.
Well, having seen Bolton have a few chances, giving away a few free kicks, we're looking for Bolton to maybe come under a bit of pressure next. Can Bedford try and respond? Because those in red have been under more pressure so far. So already making a substitution. Media Posunate has come on. And Michelle Brindle, the number 10, also introduced, it looks like. Oh, goalkeeper just kept that one under control, under good pressure. And really strong interception there from Kate Saunders at the right time. But then, unfortunately, a poor clearance by the goalkeeper. So Bedford, well, seen a fair bit of the ball in these sorts of positions, but not created that much higher up, or not created anything really higher up. And given away here to Clark, that could be dangerous. 2 defenders are back, and they just do enough. And now the onus on them to try and come forward. No, can't do it. Brindle on the right has support. Elects to go back to Posunate. Brindle shoots, and the keeper just a little off balance, but Sprawling has that under control on the stretch.
Yeah, I believe I'm right in saying that this is the longest we've gone without a goal in any of the games today, so tight contest in the opening stages of this one.
Yes, and I suppose we can spin a positive on that although there haven't been any goals, both teams very much in contention, waiting to see who will make an opening. Well, one created there for Bedford, but goes high and over. Counter-attack then from Bolton, Muska, Brindle, Bossinate. Nice few passes that they put together. And well, Clark, who had a good opening phase to the game, has been substituted. Interesting because she had a lot of impact earlier on without Bolton being able to capitalise from a scoring point of view. And that was another good strike there from Brindle, and again they're asking for the corner.
Great pivot play there though, as the ball was played into feet to hold off the defender and lay the ball back by Zara Muska. Certainly want more of that from a Bolton point of view. That ball into the feet of the pivot can be so effective.
Bossinate to Muska. Been closed in on by the attacker. Does just get it back and keeps hold of it. Oh, that was a rough challenge there, but Bedford not happy that another foul's gone against them. That's their fourth.
Yeah, we just watch it on the replay as the challenge comes in here. The number 6 Nixon gets a good slice of the ball, but also takes the opposition player as well, and it's adjudged to be a free kick. Always dangerous in futsal when you do go to ground in such fashion. Zara Muska on the receiving end of that challenge, and as you rightly say, Alex, that's 4 fouls conceded already in this first half.
Well, the Bedford bench, if you like, had a really good view of that, as you can see, and they were up in arms and disappointed about that challenge. The thing is, though, Isaac, we saw a close tackle just before that, and what often happens is when the player doesn't quite win it back, the next player thinks, well, I'm going to make sure that my challenge does get possession for my team.
Yeah, 100%, and that can then sometimes get out of hand and just build upon one another.
Yeah, it always makes me think back to when in football Stephen Gerrard came on against Man United and someone missed a challenge. He said, I'm going to do better, and got sent off within a few seconds of coming on. So here comes Bossinate. Turns nicely, try and keep possession for Bolton.
Interesting goalkeeping play there as well, just a moment ago by Nicole Raffamati. She came out and engaged well with the pivot, stuck right up behind her, outside of the area. Always a tough decision for a goalkeeper in that situation, whether you do stick with the player or retreat back towards your own goal.
Muska turns well, really good ball. Try and come out from defence, Bossinate. Another strong pass, Muska tries to touch it back. And this time the decision goes the way of Bedford and their captain, Sophie Mullett.
Yeah, I certainly think there was less in that one, but in the context of the game, these officials having given 4 dubious fouls already, perhaps trying to even things up slightly. Say it shouldn't, but it definitely does come into the mind of match officials.
So Mullett to Hudson. Now onto this right-hand side, Walsh battles well there. Ball went out off her. So had a lot of these kind of passes, but then what tends to happen is that Bolton win the ball back. That's happened. And Muska won't quite reach that.
Spot on, yeah. We just lacked a bit of quality in the final third. But it's been a tightly fought contest, that's for sure. Be interesting to see which of these teams do break the deadlock. You feel the first goal here might be crucial in the wider context of the game today.
Yeah, strong start otherwise, apart from not grabbing that opening goal for Bolton. But yeah, a lot of talk about what a grinding slog it's been, in the word of Mick Parrish, to get this over the line as far as getting the team into this competition and playing today. And they said they didn't really have expectations, but maybe they can make the most of their strong start here. Brindle off balance as she tried to shoot.
Again, a couple of strong challenges just coming in there. Referee didn't award the free kick for the challenge.
So many tussles in that midfield area. And Walsh was up against 3 players momentarily. But yeah, both teams so proud, so excited to get their teams out today. And a good first 10 minutes to this match. A wayward shot in the end, but another opportunity comes the way of Bolton. Second part of this first half. Marty to the captain, Mullet.
Yeah, a cagey affair so far, but you see that shot coming in there from Lila Booth for Bolton. You get the sense that perhaps it might take something from distance, some little bit of quality to open the scoring. Both teams set up well defensively, give credit for that for sure.
So the timeout called, and a chance really, Isaac, to assess what you've made of the opening to this first half.
Yeah, it's been a tight game so far. I think Bolton will be the happier of the two sides, but saying that, Bedford have done well defensively, defended well to limit the quality of chances rather than quantity really for Bolton. For Bedford, more in terms of their going forward, they'll be looking to create more opportunities. It only takes one chance to put the ball in the back of the net, and we know how quickly you can turn defence into attack in a game of futsal.
So Carl Tappin giving his team some direction. And Mick Parrish and Natalie Fuller, his assistant coach, alongside. Mullet, seen plenty of the ball, that red shirt, the number 23. Without creating attacking opportunities though. Booth tries to play the ball forward, could be in trouble here defensively. And the strike does at least come off for Bedford, even though it's blocked. Lisa Nixon it was, the red number 6.
Yeah, it was Lila Booth who was scrambling around desperately on the floor against her opposite number 6. Lisa Nixon for Bedford. Positive moment since that timeout though, but here Bolton come on the break.
Clark is back on the field, here she comes, and thought she'd overrun it, but does keep it in play. Booth once again scrambling, and this time in an attacking sense, and the ball goes out play though, not as effective, but all credit to her, she still was able to get a toe to it to stop Bedford from scoring, or to help out defensively when on the floor.
More than a quarter of this game gone now then, and still goalless. As we await the opening goal of the game, of course. Has looked Bolton the more likely, but things can switch so quickly.
Oh, and that was nearly an own goal. In off the red number 8, Sean Owens. But gets the ball out for a corner. Once again, it's cut back and blocked and cleared.
Yeah, that's the other way in which we often see tight games separated as well in individual error. Something like an own goal, perhaps all that little bit of quality just to break the deadlock, and then goals may start to flurry.
Well, the floodgates have opened. The first goal of the game, and it's gone to Lucy Walsh of Bolton. And they are the team that's made the better start in this match without getting that opening, as we said, but turning nicely here, holding off the defenders who've been so dogged in stopping them from attacking so far. But now it's Bolton 1, Bedford 0.
Yeah, trademark futsal finish again, and as we predicted, perhaps Bolton looked the more likely of the two sides, and they have the goal they deserve to show for their hard work so far. Brilliant finish, and nothing that Rafa Marti could reasonably do to stop that one.
Well, Bolton, their first ever futsal game, their first indoor game for this club after 18 months of hard work. And the club's Stuart Cook was saying that the ladies have been working so hard the past few weeks just to get ready for this, and described it as well as a huge step up in competition for a new team, but hopefully a lot of learning. Well, they've done more than that so far. Could get even better. It does. Bolton now double their advantage. A really important second goal there, scored by Booth. Bolton 2, Bedford 0.
Yeah, and you might have classed them as the underdogs going into this game, but certainly Bolton asserting their dominance now. Lila Booth with the second goal. Brilliant counter-attacking play. And Bedford are in trouble here.
Just goes wide there, the effort by Magnus, the number 11. So that was something of an immediate response, but they're now 2 behind. Heavy touch there allowed Musker to come out and close. So Bolton showed they're capable of building attack after attack, and now they have put 2 balls in the back of the net.
It's just those 2 goals in quick succession as well, Alex. We've spoken about it before. We see it so much in futsal when one team scores, the other drops their head, and the second goal comes just moments after. Real key part to the game of futsal, and the momentum swings either way. Chance there for Bedford to get back into it, but a good save and tip over the bar.
Yeah, another high shot even coming in. Magnus had both of those efforts. So 2 goals quickly for Bolton, and then 2 opportunities created for Bedford. So that's the positive from the point of view of those in red. The long-range one, I think the goalkeeper would have covered, but plenty of pace on that shot.
Again, though, good pivot play there by Zara Musker, very much taking up that role as pivot for Bolton, and it's working effectively.
Too many Bolton players this time, preventing Magnus getting a clean strike on goal. And she goes to retrieve the ball, takes the kick in, out to this left-hand side. Emily Wall now back to the right, and clearing was the other. Number 14, Marnie Sidhu. 7 minutes remaining of the first half. Bolton 2, Bedford 0. Lots of instructions being passed on from the coaches. Substitution there coming on is Michelle Brindle for Bolton, who was lively in her earlier appearance. Clark really hustling there on Saunders. And now the opposite as Clark tries to make it 3. She squared it to Musker, her teammate, And now out comes Rafa Marti. That could be a dangerous decision. Teammate was there to clear.
Dangerous decision indeed to come out. Can sometimes pay off if it gives you the extra overload in attack, but when you lose the ball, as Rafa Marti very nearly did there, it can be so costly.
Yeah, well, certainly something that Bolton have to look out for, because it may be worth doing, just trying to get an extra player in attack. They are 2 goals down. It's the other goalkeeper, Joy Lowe, hasn't had that much to do, or as much to do, certainly. Mullet. Stallwood, and out of play on that Bolton left. 6 minutes and 21 seconds remain of this first half. 6 fouls accumulated across the 2 sides, with 4 for Bedford. So, as you mentioned, they were walking a bit of a tightrope, but only 6 minutes, of course, remaining now. So they maybe have weathered a bit of that storm.
Yeah, most definitely. They've just picked up their levels of discipline a little bit in the last 5 or so minutes, not conceded any more fouls, which is, of course, is the crucial point, to not reach 5, which then puts you at risk of conceding the 10-metre penalty.
Well, Magnus could have had a good opportunity to break on the counter-attack there, but just took too long for her to really get the ball under control. All the way back to Rafa Marti. And Nixon, and then out of play once again.
Yeah, Louise McKay just unable to control the ball over on the far side that time. Been far too much of that from Bedford, really, just poor touches.
That was a great touch. That was a great touch though from Brindle. Clark has Musker over. Clark can be found again, and it's 3-0. And deserved goal for Clark, who's been excellent so far. Brilliant composure as well. The 1-2 with Zara Musker, and Abby Clark makes it Bolton 3, Bedford 0.
Yeah, excellent composure there, but you do wonder whether Nicole Rathmarty might have been in trouble had Bolton not scored there, because she came sliding out of her area, didn't get the ball, and had Bolton not made that count, it could have been a very different situation for the referees to deal with.
So it becomes a really important stage, the last 5 minutes of this first half, to see if Bedford can get themselves on the score sheet. We have seen some very important goals right before half-time. Today it was 1-1 in the previous match between Derby and London Genesis, and then Derby got it to 3-1 with 2 quick-fire goals. A bit of a sucker punch. Well, just like the I felt the second goal you mentioned, the heads can sometimes sink when that advantage is doubled. What do Bedford need to do now in order to find a way back into this game?
I think they just need some controlled possession of the ball. They try to attack every time they get it. Sometimes it's best if they just keep possession of the ball inside their own half a little bit. I know it's frustrating, especially when you're 3 goals down, but you try to draw the opposition out, create the space, be patient in attack, and only play the pass when it's necessary.
Yeah, well, Bolton have been excellent when they have been drawn out, because they have won the ball back and they've attacked. They have 3 goals. They could have had more. So, free kick following the third foul of the first half, made by Bolton. Good play by Walsh, and just scooped over the bar there. The scoreline remaining 3-0 to the women in blue.
Yeah, you mentioned in those previous games the flurry of goals just before the break. Probably a factor of tiredness before half-time as well. I think that sometimes goes unnoticed. People talk about tired legs before the end of the game, but also before half-time as well for those who've been on the court for the majority of the first half. We'll see if we get a similar story with goals in the final 4 or so minutes here.
Yeah, as far as is listed, there are squads of 9, and I can certainly see 3 substitutes on the Bolton bench, a couple more actually looking like they are on the Bedford bench, but both have listed 9 players, or in fact 10 for Bedford and 9 for Bolton. My apologies. So that ball in was a nice idea from Kate Saunders, but too much to ask of her teammates in red for Bedford. Michelle Brindle will restart with a kick in. Back to Lowe. This could be a really good opportunity for Mullet, and maybe, you know, there was a better opportunity than she realised.
Yeah, I think so. It was presented to her kindly. The perfect position to strike with that right foot, just couldn't keep it down. She needed to get over the ball a little bit more and try to keep her effort down and on target.
Saunders is there to stop Musker from getting to the ball, the player who assisted Clark for that 3rd goal. Well, all of a sudden goes a bit silent inside here. We've had such great atmosphere so far, but the mood has changed a little bit because Bolton are on top and Bedford now really have to try and respond. They don't want to concede again before half-time. Walsh tries to flick to Bolsunata. Still has it, and against the outside of the post.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. Another chance here, but again, fails to take it, and this time into the side netting, but an opportunity there to extend the advantage.
Oh, they could have another before half-time. That's the sort of menacing way that Bolton have shown. Rafa Marti plays the ball out, and here picked up by Saunders. Pressure by Bolsunati. Mullet now further up the field. Saunders will take the long shot. And that will just drift a couple of inches wide. Lisa Nixon with a kick in.
Ball placed on the court there, and the near side official does his duty in overturning the kick in. Lazy sometimes when you are able to give the officials a decision to make like that. It's just so frustrating as a teammate.
Brindle really well challenged there, and Mullet now on the attack, so can she keep her composure here? Oh, Walsh did really well, the player who opened the scoring in this match. This time doing some defending, because a great one-on-one situation.
Yeah, it was great defending. Sophie Mullet there seemed to be caught in 2 minds whether to try to pass or shoot, and in the end just well defended against, and the attack came to nothing.
Yeah, well, in fairness, I suppose the support didn't quite arrive quickly enough. Bolsunata just keeps this in play, offering herself as an option once more. But Walsh elects to go alone, and Bolton keep possession. So just 2 minutes remaining of the first half.
Yeah, out on court it does seem so intense. Do feel that Bedford will welcome this half-time break just to try to regroup more than anything else. See what they can do come second half.
Well, a nice move, but just goes out off the head of Brindle. Some of those Bedford substitutes look like they're raring to get on the second half and try and improve their situation. So really good tackling once again. Oh, some brilliant challenges. And sliding went there, Zara Musker. Well, you wouldn't know that this was Bolton's first futsal game.
No, certainly not. They've been really impressive, in control of this game. Bedford, perhaps a bit shell-shocked at the moment. Just how good Bolton have been. It's been a great start, an opening day for Bolton in this summer showdown.
Yeah, I wonder whether they do miss those who are absent, because that was a point made by Carl Tappin before the start of the match. But needs to say something about that in hindsight. Great opportunity here now, and Lowe making her best save so far of the game.
Yeah, and if that goes in, I think we have a different game on our hands come second half. But great block and then save after the deflection as well there. It was Lisa Nixon with the effort, but couldn't quite squeeze it into the net.
Yeah, I think it was actually more the block than the save, just in front of the keeper. Oh, that was a really rough starting challenge there, but Walsh actually, and credit to her, did look like she may have got the ball, but she did get the player as well sliding in there. So that will be 4 fouls each now and a free kick. So yeah, completely taken off her feet there. The player who had the shot a moment ago.
Yeah, similar free kick to the one we saw given in the opposite direction earlier on in this game. Lucy Walsh did slide in, win the ball, but when you go to ground, it gives the referee that decision to make, and both times the near side official has decided to award the free kick.
Emily will hope to avoid the wall, and she gets it to Mullett, and then into the keeper's hand. So Mullett has had a couple of opportunities, and Nixon another. Magnus has had 2, although they're only really half chances. First one was pretty good though. The second following the corner. But that was a really good block there from the Nixon chance, as you say. That could make it a different game, giving them a lift going into the second half. Bolton in red and black. Great block there, and this would have set Musker away, but Rafa Marti had to get that challenge right.
Yeah, she did indeed. She didn't do so with one of the previous goals, as we spoke about before, but there, brilliant goalkeeping out off her line and slid in well, took the ball cleanly and put it out, cleared any danger.
Yeah, and the shot came in a bit ambitious from long range, but just making sure the goalkeeper was still on her toes and back on her feet, which she was. So just a few seconds then remaining of this first half. Sidhu on this right-hand side just touches it to Musker. And I suppose they'll try and just close out this half. Don't need to really. Saunders to Mullett. And the captain once again, Musker, so often tries to win the ball back and usually succeeds as well.
Yeah, Bolton seem content with their 3-goal advantage, as they should be here.
Well, it took a while for the deadlock to be broken here, but Bolton, their first ever game indoors here. Having said they don't have too much expectation coming in, they have started the first half incredibly well. Lucy Walsh it was who opened the scoring, and Abby Clark has looked particularly impressive as well. Bedford are still in this game, but they must rally to improve in the second half. At half time, it's Bolton 3, Bedford 0. So let's take a look at some of the best moments. A few clips from the opening period. That was quite some strike by Booth.
Yeah, it was a brilliant block on the line there from that set piece. Bedford defending well in the early moments. It did, as you say, take time for Bolton to break the deadlock. There it is with Lucy Walsh as she found the back of the net. Great finish.
And this was Clark, who looked the best player early on, and a nice easy one there to finish. I think that was Booth. Clark involved again. 1-2 with Musker just as the keeper came out. And easy for Clark to pop the ball in the net there to make it 3-0. But that was the chance for Mullet at the other end. And there was another for Nixon as well. This is it. Bodies on the line there for Bolton. So 3 goals for Bolton. That's the scoreline at half-time. We'll be back for the second period in a few minutes. we return for the second half with Bolton 3-0 up against Bedford. And just looking at the emblems there, it's worth reminding you that Bolton, they've got the red rose, but they are in blue. And Bedford, red shirts and black shorts. And it's they who must try and start better in the second half and try and improve in the opening minutes. They need to get themselves on that score sheet. Good defending there by Clark just to intercept, but yes, Isaac, we need some impetus from Bedford in the opening few minutes here.
Yeah, 100%, as you say. They definitely need to get themselves on the score sheet early on. I mean, 3-0, certainly the game's not away from them. They just need to try to add some more attacking intent, shall we say, in the early stages of this half to really then build momentum as we move into the latter stages of the game.
Sidhu can't quite find Musker, her teammates. Musker, who helped set up one of the goals for the influential Abby Clark in the first half. Well, Mullet has been influential for Bedford, and she who started this move, but wasn't able to finish the 2 chances that she had. You may have seen if you were with us during the first half. Kate Saunders up against 2 players.
Yes, some half-time reaction as well from the Bolton social media accounts. You can tell that they're really pleased with the first half performance. They said coming into the game that they had no expectations, but really pleased with that first half display and scoreline.
Abby Clark was shrugged off the ball there, took her forward, but was straight back up on her feet. Pass there from Saunders. Couldn't quite be controlled by Sophie Mullet, the Bedford captain here. And so excited to get back into this game. A long, hard year away from it, she says, and you can train all you like, but you'd certainly agree, Isaac, there's no substitute for competition, is there?
No, definitely not. Being on the court with your teammates is the best thing. And to be competing at such a high level as well, that was a really strong challenge.
It was Musker who made it.
Quite surprised the referee hasn't reached for the yellow card on that occasion.
8 fouls, 4 each in the first half. Musker is away. Mark keeps it for now. And into the arms of Raffinati. I was going to say the gloves, but elected not to wear them. Neither has Joy Lowe, as is common in futsal. Just give us a bit of insight, Isaac, on why players often don't elect to wear gloves in futsal.
It's a lot to do with the fact that we play futsal indoors, the conditions, the wet and windy rain. There's no need to worry about those conditions, and also for perhaps the main reason, the distribution of the ball at the top level of the game in futsal. You have to be able to distribute the ball really accurately and from the hands as well, with the goal clearance, goal throw. So that's the main reason as to why the majority of futsal goalkeepers choose to use tape and padding on their hands and wrists instead of full-on goalkeeper gloves.
So just a couple of minutes gone then in this second half, the last game of 5. A really good step over there from Booth, one of the goal scorers. The other goals are scored by Clark and Walsh. And Magnus has her 3rd chance of the game and perhaps her best of all 3 so far. Thwarted from close range by Joy Lowe.
Yeah, I believe the referee here has given an indirect free kick for the goalkeeper touching the ball twice. I did think, to be honest, that the opposition team had touched the ball, but the referee on the near side either mistaken or just thought otherwise, and it is the first of these today. Actually, we see an indirect free kick from the point at which the ball is on the edge of the area closest to where the goalkeeper committed the offence. It will be an indirect free kick here for Bedford. Can they make it count?
Touch back to Emily Wall and hit well the underside of the bar.
Yeah, justice has been done there, really. I didn't think it should have actually been given. Neither did the Bolton players. They had got a nick on the ball in between those touches for the Bedford keeper, but nevertheless a strong effort, and unfortunate for Bedford that they're not on the score sheet there.
Yeah, foul there on Clark. So 3 fouls in the first 3 minutes of this second half. Here's Sidhu. Really good goalkeeping. Out well was Rafa Marti.
Yeah, brilliant goalkeeping there to come out and smother. It was a poor piece of play initially to lose possession and just tried to prod the ball past the on-rushing goalkeeper, but unable to do so on that occasion.
Muscat's ball in is blocked, and then was she shoved over there, or was more made of that than it appeared to be? Well, the decision has gone the way of Bolton, so 4 fouls now. There's the official looking up at that board, in fact, to see how many have been accumulated. Sidhu with the kick in, straight to Rafa Marti. Distribution there. Bolton now have it back quite quickly, as we've said more than a few times. Booth goes back to Lowe under pressure. Well, Bedford are pressing really high up, and it's won them a corner, Hudson to take.
Yeah, Bedford were pressing really high, as you say there, and that pass I think was intended back to the goalkeeper, and that would have been a back pass and a second touch for the goalkeeper, and another indirect free kick. Thankfully, really, for Bolton, it ran out of play for a corner. Probably the best outcome, really. Obviously, the goalkeeper's not going to let the ball run into her own net, but don't want to be conceding that indirect free kick either.
Oh, brilliant run from Clark down the right-hand side, and all it needed was Musker to try and tap that one home. Easier said than done. Brilliant play to get away from Hudson. Great pace, but too much on it. Tried to cushion it, really, with the side of her foot, but in the end sailed over. Could have been 4-0.
Could have been, and Zara Musker, although not on the score sheet, has impressed me so far. Always seems to be in the right place at the right time in attack for Bolton, playing in that pivot role. As mentioned, she's done it really well so far.
Brindle comes on now for Musker, who gets a rest. May indeed see a bit more of her before the match is out, so a chance to get herself on the score sheet, as you mentioned. Here is Booth, who has got a goal earlier in the first half. So a real physical, feisty battle between Bolton and Bedford. Nixon takes that kick in. Stallwood to Hudson. Under pressure from Clark, who's been winning those sorts of duels all match long. Brindle. Thought Clark had kept that in.
Yeah, I did think so as well. Obviously the far side official better placed than us.
Yeah. Lowe comes out there and just does enough, really. Oh, and Walsh trips over the ball. It's all happening here. Ball now played in and blocked there importantly by Nixon. This game is end-to-end at the moment.
Yeah, game really starting to open up now. We saw a couple of loose passes and mistakes in midfield there as the game becomes more end-to-end.
Yeah, and as it does begin to stretch, likely means that more counter-attacking chances for Bolton from which they can score more goals. Hudson chasing back, determined as she has been throughout.
Sensible in there, yeah. Sensible, both players.
So Bolton will try to avoid conceding in these next few minutes. And that could mean securing the result, really. Here comes Clark once again. And trips up there, but no foul given. Hudson. How to play on that right-hand side. Too much on that ball. And, well, there is still time for Bedford to come back into this match, but they need a goal soon.
Yeah, there's most definitely still time left in this fixture for them to get themselves back into it, but I think the most worrying thing really for Bedford would be that they haven't really looked like scoring. They haven't created too many clear-cut opportunities. Again, it's the quality of chances created that just hasn't quite been there. It's been lacking for Bedford, and hence why they find themselves 3 goals down.
Yeah, Bolton just seem a step ahead, like they are here as the ball's played in towards Booth. She can't add another goal to her tally. Stallwood tells her teammate to get up the pitch, Owens. Here is Owens. Back to Stallwood. 1-2 just doesn't quite come off. Walsh keeps the ball in. Will have to go alone. And it's blocked, and the Bolton players just seem to have so much energy getting back on their feet after being down on the ground, and it's that kind of brilliant pace that they've shown and ability to just keep restarting play and deal with the pace and intensity of the game that's helped them win it so far. Here's Brindle, now to Clark. So 14 minutes remaining of the day of this match. Hudson coming out with the ball. Poor pass. Walsh will shoot. Rafa Marti has gathered a few of those. Saunders. So end to end, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is starting to open up now. You would say it suits Bedford as they look to try to get back into the game, but Bolton with the opportunities as well to extend their advantage. That's a foul kick, that can't be allowed and isn't. Again, just lazy really, and lack of concentration somewhat in the failure to take that kick correctly.
Well, a couple of passes out from the back has been taken too quickly. Goodness me. Rafa Marti racing out sweeper keeper once again.
Yeah, Rafa Marti showed that side to her game a number of times in the first half. This, one of the more ferocious slides in. Well, you'd have to say the referee. The referees have actually awarded free kicks for similar situations in the first half, but not there. Sometimes goalkeepers are given, rightly or wrongly, the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and Clark took the full force of that challenge, and yeah, I don't think the Bolton bench were too happy with that. And Natalie Fullett, the assistant coach, just talking to the officials. So Clark is off, Brindle, Postunate, Booth and Musker are now on for Bolton. And strike was in there from Brindle. Mullet, Hudson, Owen and Saunders, the outfield players for Bedford as they chase this game.
If you take this half in isolation to the first as well, it's been a similar story really. No goals in the first 7 or so minutes of this second period, but plenty of fierce challenges flying in and a high tempo to the game.
Really good defending. Saunders. Mullet nearly giving it to Musker. Really vocal, both teams now. Such a key part of the game because Bedford just need a bit of hope. Something to give them belief that they can come back into this match. Sidhu comes out with the ball for Bolton in the blue. Brindle. Musker is there. Not sure if that was a shot or she was trying to find Booth on the right. I think it was the former.
Yeah, I think just there the parallel ball down the line might have been the better of the options, and then the ball across to the far post, but it's all about decision making again in those 3v1, 3v2 situations when you do have the overload in attack. Something that I'm sure these teams will work on as we move forwards.
Saunders did well there, not to give Booth any time. Misses again from Postunate, that pass just doesn't quite come off. Once again, very scrappy. Mullet. Will she choose the right option here? Saunders has it. And Musker working so hard. Nearly winning that back and having a chance of a counter-attack. She does now, she can keep hold of it. A few options behind Brindle. And the blue of Bolton, Postunate. Come on a few minutes ago.
Many watching this might be disappointed with Bedford's performance, but I think you have to praise Bolton and the way in which they've gone about their business on court here today. Really impressive defensive display. They've taken their chances well.
Yeah, they have taken 3 chances and had a few others also. Nixon had the best chance for Bedford, and Brindle just tried to create himself a space to get the shot away, but in the end ended up off balance. We're heading towards the final quarter of this match. Do you think the comeback is still possible for Bedford?
It's certainly possible. We've seen comebacks of a much higher magnitude in games of futsal before, but I just don't sense it, to be honest with you. I don't think Bedford have really pressured the Bolton defence and goal enough in this game to provide any evidence of a comeback coming in the next, 11 or so minutes.
Yeah, I could certainly see a goal coming, but not sure about 3. Then again, we've seen a few braces in quick succession, and well, if you get one, then suddenly Bolton have a bit of game management to do in the closing stages with tired legs, and of course a slightly smaller squad as well, 1 fewer player. So let's see what happens. Nixon, I mentioned she had perhaps the best chance from close range. It was a very good block, I think, by Booth just in front of the keeper. Wall retrieves it and kicks back in. Nixon. Block there, and Musker has it. Won't quite be away and clear, but does hold off the first challenge. And, well, there was some potential to hold up the play there, but was under a lot of pressure. Postunata just gets away from Muscat, and she won't keep control of that wall. Or gather that one either. Rafa Marti. Kick straight out of play.
Yeah, it's a big effort needed now from Bedford if they are to try to provide a late rally. Going to be difficult under the circumstances as well, of course, having not played a game of competitive futsal for some 14 months now. This being the first weekend of live action.
Wall getting out of trouble there. And nearly creating a good attack. Well, obviously there's still 9 minutes left to play, but if the result stays as it is, what positives would Bedford come away from here with?
I think the fact that it's been a fairly even contest, Bolton have been the better of the two teams, there's no doubt about it, but Bedford have had their own opportunities. They've created chances in sparse parts of this game. It's just about trying to improve and build on the most positive aspects of the performance and take that into the future games.
Yeah, really unfortunate that Mullet can capitalise here. Booth can't either. So, as ever, this game looking stretched, and the best opportunities really falling the way of Mullet and one other from Nixon, but really Low made herself big, and this one is easier. 9 minutes remaining, Bolton 3 in the blue, and the red shirts of Bedford yet to score, but maybe they can.
Worth saying as well that this contest is a Group B matchup, the same group in which we saw Birmingham on home turf put in such a good performance to beat Liverbird earlier on.
Yeah, so by that token, it'd be interesting to see Bolton against Birmingham. Sidhu takes the kick in down by the corner, and Clark has returned to the field after taking the full brunt of the goalkeeper Rafa Marti's challenge. Good to see her back. Rafa Marti looks to distribute quickly and just rolls off. Maybe slightly tired legs here.
You'd imagine so, yeah. Definitely with the pace that we've seen this game played at. Always difficult to keep it up for the full course of the game, as Bolton had another opportunity there to make it full but failed to take it again. Ballless half actually.
And Walsh changes all that, just as you said it. She was the player to open the deadlock in the first half, and Lucy Walsh has got the first goal of the second half to make it Bolton 4, Bedford 0.
Yeah, right on cue there, Lucy Walsh through the legs of Rafa Marti, and from close range it is 4-0 to Bolton, and you'd have to say the game is beyond Bedford now.
Postunata making the block, but hurt in the process. Taking that one perhaps on the shin. Assistant coach Natalie Fullock just going to check that she's okay. And a moment to call the timeout as well.
Yeah, timeout there called by Bedford. 7 minutes 50 left to play at what will close out a brilliant day of Women's Super Series futsal action in the Summer Showdown. Day 1 here from Wolverhampton University, Walsall campus.
So Postionata perhaps not able to continue. She's just helped off by Sidhu and Natalie Fulop, the assistant coach. Hopefully she's okay. So Isaac, chances now to consider player of this particular match.
Yeah, I think I'd go for Lucy Walsh. She's been impressive for Bolton. Definitely, of course, with Bolton before the game, saying the coach in their pre-match interview, Mick Parrish, that he didn't expect anything from the game, put no pressure on his players, no expectations, but it's been a really impressive performance, and Lucy Walsh has been at the centre of all of it for Bolton, really.
And that one just goes into the side netting, so Welsh now on a hat-trick. Just under 8 minutes left of this game. Bolton 4, Bedford 0. Walsh tries to hold up play this time. Beautiful turn, wonderful skill, and so nearly found Brindle, and goalkeeper doesn't know where it was, the goal. It's almost collapsing there.
Yeah, well, they scrambled the ball home. They almost had 3 players in the net, as well as the goal struggled to stay on its feet. Again, I think the goalkeeper, Rafa Martin, might have been in trouble had that not have eventually found its way into the back of the net with a dangerous looking challenge. But the 5th goal of the game, and Bolton in cruise control now.
Yeah, Sidhu makes it 5 and Walsh makes it 6. So they've collapsed, have Bedford, in these last few minutes, unfortunately, but a real sucker punch and a hammer blow to what has been a fairly even contest. But just 2-on-1. We've seen that quite a few times today. And now Bolton 6, Bedford 0.
Yeah, great use of the extra player over there just to square it for the simple tap in home. But I'd imagine Cole Tapping would be really disappointed actually with the response of his players after calling that timeout. Gave him and his side a chance to just regroup, talk tactics, but those 2 goals in really quick succession for Bolton.
Yeah, well described as the first tentative steps in senior women's futsal for Bolton. They've done a great job here, but Bedford have their first goal of the day. A consolation for them, but really, really delighted to see them get on the score sheet, and at least they get something, or something more to take from the game. It's Brooke Hudson who gets that consolation goal to make it Bolton 6, Bedford 1.
Yeah, perhaps only a consolation goal, but a brilliant finish in isolation there by Brooke Hudson. Great technique on the strike, and it found the back of the net. You could see what it meant to her as well, even though her side are losing here today, just to be back playing futsal and be back on that score sheet.
But a shame that they couldn't get that goal a little earlier, maybe 10 or even 5 minutes earlier, because it would have been 4-1 prior to that, and even better to bring it back to 3-1. But yeah, again, easy to say with hindsight.
Most definitely, yeah. I think now the pressure's off for both teams. Bolton have probably taken their foot off the gas a little bit, but as you say, if they've got that goal 10 or so minutes ago, we really would have had a game on our hands. Many of the games today have been somewhat one-sided.
Well, after that save, Saunders on the attack, but goodness me, Walsh is there once again. Got back so quickly. They've got the energy of Duracell batteries, the Bolton team. So 6-1 with 6 minutes remaining. Yes, as I was saying, Bolton describing it as the club's first tentative steps in senior women's futsal, and they mentioned that it would be a baptism of fire, but they have done so well. And Walsh could get another, she does. 7-1. And just as you said that she was the player of the match, she has added that extra bit of gloss to this scoreline, perhaps flattering Bolton and harsh on Rafa Marti. Bolton 7, Bedford 1.
Yeah, and Bolton must be so pleased with the performance overall as well, and they look so accustomed to futsal today. If you were watching this game, you would never know the circumstances behind the two teams. Some of the moves they've implemented have been top draw. We see another back post finish there for Lucy Walsh, player of the match. 4 goals for her now. Brilliant performance.
Zara Musker has not yet scored and has played really well. Walsh back from deep. Here's Clark. Well, that 7th goal, Isaac, means, I believe, that Bolton will top Group B because Birmingham won 8-3 earlier, so that was a 5-goal margin, and Bolton have won by a 6-goal margin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct. Bolton, I'm sure, will be delighted if they can hold on to this margin of victory and go top of the group. Still obviously early stages, and with the fixtures still to play, goal difference may not become a factor, but always nice to be top of your group table come the end of week 1.
Bolton have brought on a new goalkeeper for the last few minutes. Claire Jefferson, the number 13, has replaced Joy Lowe. So Musker to Walsh, chance for a 5th goal of the day. And she wasn't far away. 5 minutes now left on the clock and of the day's action. Of course, it was Charlotte Newsham who grabbed 5 goals in the match between Liverpool and Loughborough, which started us off at 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it's been a great day of futsal action since that game at 10 o'clock this morning. Brought you live from Walsall campus, University of Wolverhampton, all throughout today. Can't wait to be doing the same in the coming weeks as well. From St George's Park next week, the home of English futsal, where these sides will all be facing off against each other once again.
So, last few minutes for Bolton. And Bedford here. The latter on the attack now. And they go with the cut back to Nixon. No, into the middle where Clark can easily block. Musker. Walsh, Clark. And Musker once again. It's that trio really who've been very influential.
Yeah, definitely. They've had a lot of time on the court as well, which just supports that point of how influential they are to this Bolton side.
Well as considering player of the match, I suppose in a moment we can think about player of the day, of the round of fixtures across the 5 games that we've seen today in a moment. Gives you a chance to think about it as the ball goes out of play. This is your opportunity.
I think I'd have to give it to Charlotte Newsham from match 1 today, not just because of those 5 goals, but the overall performance as well. She really was at the forefront of everything. And it all came through her, and obviously with the 5 goals as well, seems a bit silly to not.
Oh, and I thought that was going to be Bedford's second goal of the game. I mean, one difference it would make, it would be a changer as far as the table is concerned.
Yeah, it was actually quite selfish to take that shot on there by Magnus, to put it bluntly. Players either side of her should be rolling that to the other side, or either side, and it's a simple goal, and a yellow card here shown actually for dissent, I believe, against Zara Musker. The referee on the near side, Paul Waitley, just picking up on that.
Well, we've had 7 fouls in the second half. We had 8 in the first. Brindle just backheels that towards Clark, who's been really hassled and harried and pushed about. And that was another strong challenge. They both went for that. Brindle was a wall back there in defence.
Certainly no lack of intent in this game. Throughout the whole course of the game, there's been challenges flying in all over the court. And that's been overturned for a failure to kick within the 4-second count.
Yeah, haven't seen too much of that today. Well, the team just have to keep a bit of discipline in these closing stages. 4 fouls for Bolton and 3 for Bedford. Here is Walsh, really patient in trying to build the attack and create a chance, and then Booth blasts it over.
Yeah, highly ambitious to be scoring from there. I suppose in the closing moments though, when your side have put in such a great performance, 7-1 to the good, you might ask yourself why not.
Mullet. Owens just gets it through past the defender, and Saunders has the shot that's blocked. She'll restart with the kick in and tries to catch the keeper out. Jefferson, the substitute, but unable to. Well, if Bolton can avoid conceding in the next few minutes, then they should go top of the table in this group. And if Bedford can get one back, then they will avoid being bottom of the group. So only a runner-up spot is possible so far as semi-final qualification is concerned, and even then you have to be top-ranked of the 3 second places across the 3 groups A, B and C. Mullet once again building from defence. Saunders. Ball across to Hudson. Effective in defence earlier. Moved further forward now and did get that goal back for Bedford. Yeah, I'd agree with your assessment of Charlotte Newsham as a player of the round. I think because she started off as such a strong defensive player and was everywhere on the pitch, and then she turned creator, and she just got goal after goal. It was incredible to watch, just a class above the rest on the courts.
Yeah, most definitely across the games today. I do think Newsham really showed her class. As
Look at that for Walsh though. And Walsh could, in that moment, have equalled the tally of Newsham, and maybe Walsh is the player who's had the best shots to goals ratio. Certainly deserves to be in that conversation, as does Pilar Isanta of Birmingham, who got a hat-trick, and Emery of Bolton, also impressed. I'm just racking my brains to think of the other players that have done so, but yeah, lots of great talent on display today, and as you mentioned, it makes it really exciting heading into the next round of fixtures. Hudson comes deep to retrieve. In the last 90 seconds here, Bedford ought to give everything to try and get a goal. Would avoid them being bottom of the table, so the 5th foul, I believe. And 90 seconds remaining here. 5th foul committed by Bolton in the blue. Hudson! Well, nice effort with the technique, but it was wayward in the end. It was a great finish to get Bedford's only goal. Unable to replicate that, Sidhu. She's got herself a goal earlier on.
Yeah, again we see the goalkeeper touching the ball twice before the opposition has touched it as well there, so another indirect free kick from the edge, well, the closest point to where the foul was committed by the goalkeeper on the line of the penalty area. Indirect free kick, so it doesn't count towards the foul count. Worth mentioning, as Bolton, of course, have become the first team today to reach that 5 fouls.
Mullet. Bolton players were there to block. 1 more minute for Bedford to try and get another goal. And I don't think we should underestimate that it could make a difference because of the goal difference. Jefferson distributes to Sidhu. Really good battling there from Mullet, the Bedford captain. A really strong performer for them. If only she could have taken one of the chances that she had earlier in the game. But credit to Bedford for making this a really close game for long spells, particularly in the opening periods above the first. And the second halves are unlucky because Mullet nearly squared that ball. It was Saunders who was waiting. Rafa Marti, Owens, little burst of pace.
It's been a pleasing finish actually for Bedford. Obviously the margin of victory has given the opportunity for Bolton to get some of their more squad fringe players onto the court, but it's certainly been an ending to the game that will please the Bedford coaching team.
Yeah, unfortunate really, that might be the last attack. Mullet tried to get the ball across, but it went out of play. Rafa Marti was ready to come forward. So now Bolton have a chance to get an 8th goal, and they might well have done but for the defending of Hudson. Another strong challenge there.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing I'd look out for in which to come. Rafa Marti not afraid to come out of her goal and take what's ever in the way.
And that was Walsh with the flick on there. 14 seconds remaining of the action here. So at half-time, Bedford still had plenty of potential to get back into the game. They have improved their performance in the second half. A fair few opportunities, but in the end, Bolton have come away comfortable victors. 7 goals, 4 for Lucy Walsh in the end. Isaac's player of the match. Clark, Sidhu and Booth also getting on the score sheet, but Hudson with a great finish for Bedford in the red shirts. They have some positives to take, including their dogged defence in the first half. In the end though, Bolton, a great victory for them in what they said were their tentative steps in senior women's futsal. 7-1 winners, Bolton over Bedford. So the final game of the day, and it was an even one for long periods, as I said, and it was the most physical one perhaps also. So Mick Parrish, they're just talking to the referees, maybe commenting on some of the challenges that he saw, but he'll certainly try and continue this sort of form as seen by his side today. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Bolton against Bedford. Ferocious free kick there from Booth. So that was the first big chance. And this was the first goal scored by Walsh. Abby Clark. And Booth scoring there after Clark's creativity in attack. Musker unselfish. Clark got herself on the score sheet. And that was one of the better opportunities for Bedford before they scored through Mullet, their captain. This other one from Nixon. Highlights from the second period now, and they struck the bar. Overload here. And well, that was one of two challenges between that Bolton attacker Clark and Rapamati. Another goal for Walsh. Nonchalantly flicked in. And Sidhu is in the right place at the right time as the goal is just kept up by Nixon. And feel sorry for Rapamati there because there was just an overload in attack once again. And sadly for her, she turned around and saw the ball was in the net. Clark to Walsh. Two key players once again. This is the great finish by Hudson. Bedford's goal in the match, their only goal. And a bit of deja vu. Walsh again from Clark's assist. And then another strong challenge out there. Bolton 7-1 winners in the end. Let's hear from one of their players.
Lucy, you've been made to wait all day after such a long wait for futsal to return. How did it feel to be back out on court today?
Felt good to be back. I think the team played well. Performance has improved a lot in the last couple of weeks, and then it just builds on to next week where at St George's Park we need to perform again against a different team.
And 4 goals for yourself as well, and player of the match. You must be delighted on a personal level.
It's always good to get a goal, and then player of the match just tops it off, especially when you work for your team and not as just an individual.
And as you say, I guess such a positive result today, you'll just look to build momentum and take that into your next fixtures.
Yeah, well, we're training this week, and then that will take it into next week and see what happens. We could go far with a performance like that again.
Brilliant, thank you very much, and well played today.
Thank you.
Great to hear the reaction of Lucy Walsh, who scored 4 goals. And a brilliant day's action. 5 games as part of the first round of the Women's Super Series. And let's have a look. Here are the scores from today. 9-2 for Liverpool. Then Birmingham, comfortable winners over Liverbird. Helvecia prevented Reading from scoring indeed in their 6-0 victory. Derby against London Genesis. That was one of the best games of the day because Genesis was so vocal and they came into it with great energy. And then Bolton against Bedford. Well, we were somewhat surprised that Bolton came away 7-1 winners in the end because they described it as, you know, their first game indoors in terms of the futsal club competing in senior women's futsal. And brilliant to see that they were so comfortable in the end and exceeded their expectations, but Bedford have plenty of positives. As do we across the competition, having seen a wonderful day's action. And stay tuned for what's to come next week as well. Plenty more fixtures coming your way. We've thoroughly enjoyed it. Hope you have too. Stay tuned for next time.